We shall bring you to absolute truth, absolute light. first. There are many and diverse conditions of life upon this earth. In all these is some seed of sorrow. Who can escape from sickness and from old age and from death? We are come to save our fellows from these things. For there is a life intense with knowledge and extreme bliss which is untouched by any of them. To this life we attain even here and the servants of Thee have attained their untold.
Motherfucker. This motherfucker mood is a motherfucker. Son of a bitch coming into my room to listen to the art of worldly wisdom, you motherfucker. Blowing people up in the nubless, you son of a bitch. Cocksucker, motherfucker, pateja. Son of a bitch. Okay, everybody, this is the art of worldly wisdom. We are reading from a pocket oracle. This is one of the smartest books. They claim that it's one of the top books ever written. We shall see. I've read it before here on Clown House. I hope you enjoy it. Sela. Tilambara. Everything show there.
How are you running Buttercup's room?
I was appointed the new master of the Church of Buttercup. That's right. They demanded strong leadership, so they put me in charge.
That's wild. Well, where's Buttercup?
She melted into a cup of butter, and I used her in a Belgian waffle with walnuts and bananas, and plenty of maple syrup.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense.
Have you ever heard of this book called The Art of Worldly Wisdom?
It sounds familiar.
It's by Baltasar Gracian. It's called A Pocket Oracle.
This is not the real Church of Buttercup. You know how I know?
Oh.
Because I already joined her house.
Mm-hmm.
So you made another one.
Yeah, I cloned it. This is my Church of Buttercup.
You're awful. You're awful.
Why am I awful? Who cares? This is a waste of time. This is like for, people who didn't make it in the real world. This
Why
is
did you
a
do
garbage
that?
dump.
Why did you do that?
I'm a garbage collector. I go around Clown House and I collect garbage.
You're nuts.
It's true. That's what I do. I'm a garbage man. Most people don't know that about me, but I'm just a humble garbage man.
You know what I think is amazing about you? You don't need anyone else to have a party. You'll have a party all by yourself. You'll enjoy yourself, amuse yourself. You don't need others.
It's true. I wouldn't go sit in a movie theater by myself because that's really boring, but I will come here and read a book by myself because, I'm telling you, I like to listen to myself reading the books because do you know what the 1530 rule is? You say 1,500 words a day and you listen to 3,000 words a day. And it's my theory that people who actually make it in this world and are very smart throughout their life, they've controlled the 1,500 words and they've controlled the 3,000 words. Thus, they become intelligent and, hyper focused on a certain thing, whether it's the law or medicine. So, anyways, that's how you become successful because life is all communication, and people on this app just want to have frivolous, meaningless, conversation with no real intelligence, just a lot of drama, as if it actually is a theatrical stage. Because you could come on here and cry and complain about 100 different topics, but what did you actually do? You didn't do anything. It just goes off into an unrecorded room. Maybe some trash collector collected it and put it in the dump, but you'd have to go into the dump to find what I collected and then bring it back to Clubhouse to repolish the garbage. It's all garbage in, garbage out. You know what I don't understand in the Palestinian conflict? Why haven't we heard one Palestinian speaking Arabic that he needed a translator? And was like, I don't speak English. I need a translator. And then we got the translator. Okay, this is the Art of Worldly Wisdom. This is the dust jacket. It says, use human means as though divine ones did not exist, and use divine means as though there were no human ones. This is the dust jacket. Throughout the centuries, mankind has produced three great timeless wisdom books: Machiavelli's The Prince, Sun Tzu's The Art of War, and Baltasar Gracian's The Art of Worldly Wisdom, a pocket oracle. And yet until now, Gracian's astonishing classic has been largely unavailable to modern readers. The Art of Worldly Wisdom was written 300 years ago by one of Spain's greatest writers, a worldly Jesuit scholar and keen observer of many in positions of power. I'm reading a book called The Art of Worldly Wisdom.
Oh, that's what you're reading from.
That was the dust jacket. This is the introduction. The Art of Worldly Wisdom, a pocket oracle, is a book of strategies for knowing, judging, and acting, for making one's way in the world and achieving distinction and perfection. It is a collection of 300 aphorisms, too delicious not to share with friends and colleagues, too penetrating not to hide from enemies and rivals. Its ideal reader is someone whose daily occupation involves dealing with others, discovering their intentions, winning their favor and friendship, or, on the other hand, defeating their designs and checkmating their will. Like all aphorisms, these are meant to be read slowly, a few at a time. The Pocket Oracle revolves around a duality.
I've read this.
You read
I've
this
read
book?
this.
But the thing is, you may have read it, but you can't actually recall anything from the book that you read.
Probably not.
So that's why you have to read every day, because that's my point, is like coming to Clubhouse is like not reading. And it's better to just read than it is to do this app. This app is like a brain drain. It's like a hypnosis app with, you know, low frequency, low vibration people who will never solve anything. They're just complainers in a complainium or a garbage dump. That's it. There's like, how many times are you going to keep going back to the garbage dump? It's crazy.
Good point.
It's better to, like, you know, I don't even want to drive to the garbage dump. You know, that's the worst thing about having to take a dump is you got to drive really far to the dump. And then sometimes you got to pay just to get into the dump. But there are people on this app that want to go to the dump every day. And they go to the dump after the dump closes to bring back more garbage. But see, the thing about bringing a gem like this to the garbage dump is some people might enjoy it. The Pocket Oracle revolves around a duality dear to the 17th century and to our own. It sees life as warfare, involving both being and seeming, both appearance and reality. It provides advice not only for modern image makers and spin doctors, this is a good book, but also for the candid, for those who insist that substance, not image, is what really matters. Do, but also seem, is Gracian's pithy advice, aphorism 130. It assumes that good people are those most easily duped, sheep in the midst of wolves, and it teaches us to temper the innocence of the dove with the wisdom of the serpent, governing ourselves according to the way people are, rather than the way they would like to be or to appear. I mean, Sally, you spend a lot of time influencing, you know, talking about this topic, talking about that topic. But what if you're not really that effective and there was a book that could amplify your effectiveness, you know, tenfold, 100-fold? But the question is, do you think that, you know, books like this can make you maybe, you know, more wicked and effective? Like, what if part of effectiveness is wickedness? Meaning that, you know, you present as being this sweet, lovable, affable, beautiful woman, but what if you could be more effective, but you were more wicked in the process? What if this book, what if wisdom can make you, you know, more effective, but nastier? To some people, not to all people, but it depends on what you're trying to achieve. But anyways, this is a reading room because we do the opposite of what Buttercup does in her church. We actually read books. We don't just spout propaganda, lies, misinformation, disinformation, and scream genocide. and occupation and white structural racism and neocolonialism and security and illegal security checkpoints and checkpoints. We read books. Okay. This is still the introduction. The oracle has spoken in many tongues, has been heard with admiration and greeted with praise. It was imitated by Le Rochefoucauld, who learned of it in the salon of his friend M. de Sable, valued by writers as diverse as Joseph Addison and Friedrich Nietzsche, and lovingly translated into German by Arthur Schopenhauer. Nietzsche observed that Europe has never produced anything finer or more complicated in matters of moral subtlety. And Schopenhauer believed the oracle absolutely unique. It teaches the art which all would fain practice, and is therefore a book for everyone, but it is especially fitted to be the manual of those who live in the great world, and peculiarly of young people who wish to prosper in that world. To them it gives at once and beforehand that teaching which they could otherwise only obtain through long experience. To read it once through is obviously not enough. Welcome, Honey Badger. It is a book made for constant use as occasion serves, in short, to be a companion for life. What sort of person composed these strategies for perfection? The voice that emerges from the oracle is not, as some have argued, an entirely cynical Machiavellian one. Balthasar Gracian, 1601 to 1658, a worldly Jesuit priest, felt undying hatred for human folly. But the oracle insists on the perfectibility of man and the capacity of goodness, assisted by art to triumph over evil. It is true that in the oracle, perfection depends not upon religious revelation. God appears only rarely in these pages, but upon human resources and industry, attentiveness, mastery of one's emotions, self-knowledge, and other forms of prudence. There is, however, nothing irreligious or overly pessimistic about this emphasis on human reason. It was, after all, from Saint Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of his order, that Gracian learned aphorism 251. Use human means as though divine ones didn't exist, and divine means as though there were no human ones. In the oracle, Gracian has all but ignored divine means, aware of Ignatius's advice and of the Spanish proverb it elaborates on: pray to God, but hammer away. Gracian assumes without saying so that God helps those who help themselves. What is disconcertingly modern about this book is the apparent subordination of ethics to strategy, moral generalizations, the immutable hard rules of ethics yield in these pages to the conviction that to reach perfection, one must adapt to circumstance. To achieve Gracian's prudencia, wisdom or prudence, one avoids generalities, among them generalizations about morals. The oracle bids us to speak the truth, but to administer it skillfully, with a touch of artifice. The most practical sort of knowledge lies in dissimulation. We are to be learned with the learned, saintly with the saints, observe others' temperaments, and adapt ourselves accordingly. The wise are as mutable as Proteus, but even mutability and dissimulation must not harden into guiding principles. Gracian's insistence on adaptability, on metamorphosis, and camouflage reveals an Italian philosopher, reminds us poignant sense of man's fragility and vulnerability. Nor can Gracian be accused of indifference to the spiritual or material well-being of others. Avoid fools, he tells us repeatedly, but beyond that, his injunctions are clear. Speak what is very good, do what is very honorable. Know how to do good, little by little, with moderation. Love, if you would be loved. Friendship is a recurrent theme, both here and in Gracian's other works, as it was in his life, and so is conversation. As for the pessimism of which he is often accused, the concept is anachronistic. But many of us call optimism a belief that people are basically good and that things will turn out for the best. Gracian would have regarded as a hoax of the imagination. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment keep her in check. Like other moralists of his age, from Francis Bacon and Jeremy Taylor to Francisco de Quevedo, Gracian labored painfully toward desengaño, the state of total disenchantment or disillusionment, in which one gains control of one's hopes and fears, overcomes deceitful appearances and vain expectations, and weans oneself from false worldly values. Much of the oracle, with its insistence on curbing the imagination, concerns strategies for reaching that bittersweet beatitude. To entertain no illusions about things or people was a large part of wisdom. The modern notions of pessimism and optimism seem shallow in comparison. Optimism would have seemed out of place anyway in 17th century Spain, the Spain of Velázquez and Zurbarán, kingdom in social turmoil and political decline. Like Quevedo, Gracian had the sense that his country's moral strength was waning. From time to time we hear a melancholy, unmistakably elegiac sigh. Good conduct has departed. Debts of gratitude now go unpaid. Few people give others the treatment they deserve. Only strategy, incessant plotting against one's own weaknesses and those of others, allow us to push forward to perfection. It takes more to make one sage today than it did to make 7 of Greece. What of Gracian's own life? His own struggle toward worldly wisdom. It was not, as so many have written, an entirely uneventful one. He was born in 1601 in Belmont, a village in Aragon, not far from the birthplace of the great Latin satirist Martial, a coincidence which must have delighted him. Gracian's allegorical novel, El Criticon, or The Master Critic, is one of the most forceful satires ever written by a Spaniard. As an adolescent, he studied philosophy and letters in Toledo and Zaragoza, and in 1619, at the age of 18, entered the novitiate of the Jesuit order. For the remaining 50 years of his life, Gracian labored as chaplain and confessor, preacher, professor, and administrator. He was rector and vice-rector of several Jesuit colleges. Though he never held an important position in public life, he kept company with those who did, and his aphorisms draw on long and careful observation of human behavior, both in peace and in warfare. As a young man, he served as confessor of the Viceroy of Aragon, the Neapolitan aristocrat Francesco Maria Carafa, accompanying him on several occasions to the court. And in 1646, in the bleakest days of the revolt of Catalonia, Gracian served as chaplain of the royal armies that freed the Aragonese city of Larida from the French. The only chaplain who neither fell ill nor was captured. Gracian went bravely to the front lines, and he says proudly in a letter, exhorted the troops as they went into battle. The soldiers hailed him, he says, as El Padre de la Victoria. When he extols friendship as a pleasant way to acquire learning, he is thinking, no doubt, of blissful hours spent in the salon and library of his friend and protector, Vincenzo Juan de la Stanosa, 6 years younger than he, one of the wealthiest and most learned of the 17th century Spanish humanists. La Stanosa was patron of an important literary and cultural athenaeum, a true microcosm of all human learning, and it would be difficult to exaggerate his importance to Gracian. Gracian's first assignment after he took his vows was to the Jesuit college at Huesca, an ancient town to the northeast of Zaragoza. From the college it was only a few tempting steps to the La Stanosa mansion, an astoundingly rich Baroque museum of books and manuscripts, paintings, Titian, Dora, Tintoretto, Ribera, sculpture, and objects of classical antiquity. There were, La Stanosa once wrote, more than 8,000 coins and medals of Greek and Roman emperors, and 2,000 cameos and stones from ancient rings. La Stanosa was especially proud of his library, his collection of armor, and his botanical gardens, whose rare plants, trees, and shrubs were cared for by 8 French gardeners, several of whom had held that post for more than half a century. There was even a small zoological garden, 4 caves behind strong bars with a tiger, a leopard, a bear, and a lion. In a cage, 2 voracious ostriches. To La Stanosa's literary and cultural treasures, Gracian was granted access, an incalculable boon for one who thirsted for aesthetic perfection and infallible taste, and hungered to be vulgar in nothing. It was La Stanosa who paid for the publication of several of Gracian's books, and many of the aphorisms of the art of worldly wisdom may have been tried out for the first time on listeners in his salon. The records of the Jesuits give us a glimpse of Gracian as priest and administrator, and he seems less stern, less forbidding in those pages than in these. In 1637, for example, he is rebuked for having been too lenient toward a fellow Jesuit guilty of weakness, flaqueza, with the opposite sex. A year later, the general of the Jesuit order suggests from Rome that Padre Gracian be reassigned because he is a cross and a burden to his superiors, a source of problems and disturbances, and because, displaying little prudence, he has been caring for the child of one who has left the order, asking for money to support him, and also because he has published a book under the name of a brother of his. The book alluded to his first El Héroe, the hero, 1637, an imaginary portrait of the perfect leader. Other treatises followed, most of them published, as the oracle was, under the same pseudonym, Lorenzo Gracian, without permission from the Jesuit order El Politico, 1640, in which he ponders the political and moral greatness of King Ferdinand. Arte de Ingenio, a treatise on style and poetic conceit, with examples from a multitude of classical and Spanish authors. El Discreto, 1646, translated into English in 1730, as the complete gentleman, or a description of the several qualifications, both natural and acquired, that are necessary to form a great man, a book in the tradition of Castiglione's courtier. Over the years, Gracian was warned repeatedly not to publish his works without permission. So troubling was his continual disobedience that when he published the 3rd and final volume of his masterpiece, El Criticon, a vast satirical allegory of human existence, he was removed from his chair of sacred scripture in Zaragoza and exiled to the country town where he died. From Rome came instructions to watch him closely, to observe his hands, to visit his room from time to time, and look over his papers. Were he to write anything against the Jesuits, he was to be locked up and forbidden the use of paper, pen, and ink. Not that his writings were regarded as heretical. It was somewhat unseemly for a Jesuit priest to write so brilliantly on worldly wisdom and on political behavior. But the Jesuits never accused Gracian of contradicting Catholic doctrine. What rankled his superiors was his persistent disobedience and perhaps his nonchalance. I am prohibited from publishing, he writes in 1653, and have no lack of envious people. But I bear it all patiently, and am still able to eat lunch and dinner, to sleep, etc. Gracian's enemies cruelly exploited his problems with his superiors, and some of their allegations are delightful. In a sermon delivered in Valencia, Gracian is said to have told his listeners that he was reading from a letter he had just received from hell. No doubt he was a difficult person, with a large dose of the stubbornness for which the Aragonese are famous. The Jesuits left a record of his prevailing humorous biliosus melancholicus in 1628, cholericus biliosus, 1651, and the year of his death, complexio cholerico. The author of The Art of Worldly Wisdom, et Pei unto Prudence, said to possess ingenium bonum, good intelligence. But after 1645, his powers of judgment, eudicium, his prudence and his experience of things are found less than normal, or barely satisfactory. Eudicium infra mediocritatum, 1651. Eudicium mediocre, prudentia non multa, experientia rerum mediocri, 1655. Where his fellow Jesuits write, Gracian may have shown poor judgment in publishing almost all of his works without authorization, but time acquitted him. His works emerged unscathed, he won immortality, and no one remembers his accusers. Even Gracian's style roused animosity, and it continues to do so among those who have no time for brevity. He is one of the most laconic writers of the 17th century, a period when European humanists, heeding Justus Lipsius' call for brevity, delighted in Seneca and Tacitus, and lost the taste for copious Cicero. Many of Gracian's stylistic habits are easy to recognize even in translation: antithesis and paradox, the constant use of ellipses, the concentration of meaning brought about by punning and other sorts of wordplay, the lack of connective tissue between one sentence, one point, and another. Notice that there is often an abrupt transition between aphorism and commentary, and that the commentaries themselves are often seen disjointed and fragmentary. These traits are more than idiosyncrasies. They arise from a vision of human nature. The stylistic values reflected in these pages, wit, intensity, conscience, subtlety, are also rules for wise living. For Gracian, living is a high art. Aesthetic strategies correspond to moral ones. In other words, the author's relations with the readers are analogous to the reader's relations to those around him. The author fences with the reader, withholds his meaning, disguises his intentions, avoids putting all of his cards on the table, keeps matters in suspense, and uses obscurity to awaken admiration and reverence, the reverence due an oracle. The truth that matters most to us, Gracian writes self-reflectively, are always half-spoken, fully understood only by the prudent. Secrecy has the feel of divinity. Gracian does not mingle with the common reader, does not court his affection. He knows that affection spoils veneration and that familiarity breeds contempt. He does not want his writing and thinking to please the crowd. You would have agreed with Louis de Gongora, Spain's great Baroque poet, who defended his solitudes with these contemptuous words. It has been a matter of honor to me to make myself obscure to the ignorant, for that is what distinguishes the learned, to speak in a style that seems Greek to the ignorant, for precious pearls should not be cast before swine. Despite Gracian's authorial aloofness, the oracle has delighted many thousands of readers. Perhaps that aloofness is a strategy for success. Another trick, he writes, is to offer something only to those in the know, for everyone believes himself an expert. The person who isn't will want to be one. Never praise things for being easy or common. You'll make them seem vulgar and facile. Everybody goes through something unique. As with Gongora, it is pleasant to divine Gracian's meaning, lingering over a few aphorisms at a time. No doubt the ellipses and zigzags of his thought have contributed to the oracle's lasting appeal. Don't express your ideas too clearly. To be valued, things must be difficult. If they can't understand you, people will think more highly of you. The aphorisms are not arranged as a system. The Spanish critic Gonzalo Subejano once observed that they come upon us with the chaos of life itself, reproducing the chaotic randomness of pure experience. This is surely the best of authorial defenses. It is easy to kill the bird that flies in a straight line, but not the one that changes its line of flight. Not that the book itself is organized chaotically. Gracian's approach is dialectical. This happens with popular proverbs, and one aphorism offsets another, contradicting or complementing it, and moral phenomena are viewed from different perspectives. One fragment tells us how to perform a maneuver, another how to defend ourselves from it. As for brevity, it too is both an aesthetic ideal and a strategy for survival. Say less, and you, as author or reader, will be less likely to be discovered, contradicted, proven wrong. Speak as though you were writing your testament. The fewer words, the fewer lawsuits. In good things, if brief, or twice good. True, certainly, of translators' prefaces. This translation follows upon 7 previous English versions, only 2 of which I have been able to consult. The Oracle's translators, one for each day of the week, are as follows. Anonymous, 1685. John J. Savage, 1702. Joseph Jacobs, 1892. Martin Fisher, 1934. Otto Eisenschimmel, 1947. L.B. Walton, 1953, and Lawrence C. Lockley, 1967. To the Jacobs translation, I have occasionally gone for help, not with questions about the meaning, but looking for solutions for Gracian's puns. You may think you'll share pairs, but you'll share only the pairings, was the clever way Jacobs rendered an untranslatable sentence about peras, pears, and piedras, stones, and I have gladly picked up those peelings. Unlike that of Jacobs, this translation draws on the splendid critical edition of Miguel Romero Navarro, based on the only extant copy of the first edition, Huesca, 1647. Romero Navarro sensed that his annotations would guide future translators, and that Providence is cause for deep gratitude. I am grateful also to Harriet Rubin of Doubleday Currency, editor of Uncommon Taste, who believed that Gracian's delightful oracle belongs in the pockets and hearts of contemporary readers. Christopher Morer, Vanderbilt University, May of 1991. The Art of Worldly Wisdom perfection, becoming a true person, is the greatest perfection of all. It takes more to make one sage today than it did to make the seven of Greece. You need more resources to deal with a single person these days than with an entire nation in times past. Subnote. For Gracia, not everyone is a true person, persona. One becomes a person, and not merely a man or woman, by striving for moral perfection. Number 2, character and intelligence. The poles your talent spins on, displaying your gifts. One without the other brings only half of success. It isn't enough to be intelligent. You must also have the right character. The fool fails by behaving without regard to his condition, position, origin, or friendships. Keep matters in suspense. Successes that are novel win admiration. Being too obvious is neither useful nor tasteful. By not declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the divinity. Knowledge and courage take turns at greatness. Because they are immortal, they can make you so. You are as much as you know. And if you are wise, you can do anything. The uninformed person is a dark world unto himself. Judgment and strength, eyes and hands. Without courage, wisdom bears no fruit. Make people depend on you. God is made not by adorning the statue, but by adoring it. He who is truly shrewd would rather have people need him than thank him. Vulgar gratitude is worth less than polite hope. For hope remembers and gratitude forgets. You will get more from dependence than from courtesy. He who has already drunk turns his back on the well, and the orange already squeezed turns from gold into mud. When there is no longer dependence, good manners disappear, and so does esteem. The most important lesson experience teaches is to maintain dependence and entertain it without satisfying it. This can hold even a king, but don't carry it too far. Stray by your silence or making their ills incurable for your own good. Reach perfection. No one is born that way. Perfect yourself daily. both personally and professionally, until you become a consummate being, rounding off your gifts and reaching eminence. Signs of the perfect person: elevated taste, a pure intelligence, a clear will, rightness of judgment. Some people are never complete and are always lacking something. Others take a long time to form themselves. The consummate person, wise in speech, prudent in deeds, is admitted to and even desired by the singular society of the discreet. Don't outshine your boss. Being defeated is hateful. Investing one's boss is either foolish or fatal. Superiority is always odious, especially to superiors and sovereigns. The common sort of advantages can be cautiously hidden, as beauty is hidden with a touch of artful neglect. Most people do not mind being surpassed in good fortune, character, or temperament, but no one, especially not a sovereign, likes to be surpassed in intelligence. But this is the king of attributes. Any crime against it is lèse-majesté. Sovereigns want to be so in what is most important. Princes like to be helped, but not surpassed. When you counsel someone, you should appear to be reminding him of something he had forgotten, not of the light he was unable to see. It is the stars who teach us this subtlety. They are brilliant suns, but they never dare to outshine the sun. Not to be swayed by passions, the highest spiritual quality of all. Let your superiority keep you from succumbing to vulgar, passing impressions. No mastery is greater than mastering yourself and your own passions. It is a triumph of the will. Even when passion affects your person, don't let it affect your position. Least of all when the position is an important one. This is a wise way to avoid trouble and a shortcut to the esteem of others. Avoid the defects of your country. Water shares the good and bad qualities of the beds through which it runs. People share those of the region where they are born. Some owe more than others to the mother country or city, for they were born under favorable skies. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. It is a triumph to correct, or at least dissimulate, such national faults. By doing so, you will be revered as unique among your people, for what is least expected is most valued. Other defects are caused by one's lineage, condition, occupation, and by the times. If all these defects come together in one person, and no care is taken to foresee and correct them, they produce an intolerable monster. Fame and fortune One is inconstant, the other is firm. The latter helps us live, the former helps us latter. Fortune against envy, fame against oblivion. You can wish for fortune, sometimes nurture it with your efforts, but all fame requires constant work. A desire for renown is born from strength and vigor. Fame has always been the sister of giants. It always goes to extremes, monsters or prodigies, abomination or applause. Associate with those you can learn from. Let friendly relations be a school of erudition, in conversation refine teaching. Make your friends your teachers. Blend the usefulness of learning with the pleasure of conversation. Enjoy the company of people of understanding. What you say will be rewarded with applause. What you hear with learning. What draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, not palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. The best disposition is unrefined without her. Perfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Act on the intentions of others. Their ulterior and superior motives. Man's life on earth is a militia against malicia, or malice. Cunning arms itself with strategies of intention. It never does what it indicates. It takes aim deceptively, feints nonchalantly in the air and delivers its blow, acting upon unforeseen reality with attentive dissimulation. To win the attention and confidence of others, it hints at its intention. But immediately it turns against that intention and conquers through surprise. The penetrating intelligence heads off cunning with close observation, ambushes it with caution, understands the opposite of what cunning wanted it to understand, and immediately identifies false intentions. Intelligence allows the first intention to pass by and awaits the second one, and even the third. Simulation grows even greater, seeing that its guile has been penetrated, and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies, it beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest candor. But observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. It deciphers intention, which is most hidden when most simple. Thus does the cunning of Python struggle against the candor of the penetrating rays of Apollo. Subnote the huge serpent killed by Apollo at the foot of Parnassus. Number 14, both reality and manner. Substance is not stance enough. You must also heed circumstance. The wrong manner turns everything sour, even justice and reason. The right one makes up for everything. It turns a no golden, sweetens truth, and makes even old age look pretty. The how of things is very important, and a pleasant manner captures the affection of others. A bel portarse is precious in life. Speak and act well, and you will get out of any difficult situation. Surround yourself with auxiliary wits. Things turn out well for the powerful when they are surrounded by people with understanding who can get them out of the tight situations where their ignorance has placed them, and take the place in battling difficulty. It is singular greatness to use wise people, better than the barbaric taste of Tigranes. Subnote, King of Armenia, 1st century BC, who conquered Parthia and often appeared in public attended by the princes he had defeated, who wanted to enslave the kings he conquered. This is a new way of mastering others in what matters most in life. Skillfully make servants of those whom nature made superior. We have little to live and much to know, and you cannot live if you do not know. It takes uncommon skill to study and learn without effort, to study much through many and know more than all of them together. Do this, and you will go to a gathering and speak for many. You will speak for as many sages as counseled you, and will win fame as an oracle, thanks to the sweat of others. Choose a subject, and let those around you serve up quintessential knowledge. If you can make knowledge your servant, make it your friend. Knowledge and honorable intentions ensure that your success will bear fruit. And understanding Mary's bad intention, it isn't wedlock monstrous rape. Malevolence poisons perfection. When abetted by knowledge, it corrupts even more subtly. Superior talents given to baseness come to a bad end. Knowledge without judgment is double madness. Keep changing your style of doing things. Vary your methods. This will confuse people, especially your rivals, and awaken their curiosity and attention. If you always act on your first intention, others will foresee it and thwart it. It is easy to kill the bird that flies in a straight line, but not one that changes its line of flight. Don't always act on your second intention either. Do something twice, and others will discover the ruse. Malice is ready to pounce on you. You need a good deal of subtlety to outwit it. The consummate player never moves the piece of his opponent expects him to, and lies still the piece he wants him to move. Application and capacity. Eminence requires both. When both are present, eminence outdoes itself. The mediocre people who apply themselves go further than the superior people who don't. Work makes worth. You purchase reputation with it. Some people are unable to apply themselves to even the simplest tasks. Application depends almost always on temperament. It is all right to be mediocre at an unimportant job. You can excuse yourself by saying you were cut out for nobler things, but to be mediocre at the lowest of jobs, rather than excellent at the highest, has no excuse at all. Both art and nature are needed, and application makes them complete. When you start something, don't raise other people's expectations. What is highly praised seldom measures up to expectations. What is highly praised seldom measures up to expectations. Reality never catches up to imagination. It is easy to imagine something is perfect and difficult to achieve it. Imagination marries desire, conceives much more than things really are. No matter how excellent something is, it never satisfies our perceptions. The imagination feels cheated, and excellent leads more often to disappointment than to admiration. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment bridle her so that enjoyment will surpass desire. Honorable beginnings should serve to awaken curiosity, not to heighten people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. A person born in the right age, people of truly rare eminence, depend on the times. Not all of them had the times they deserved, and many who did were unable to take advantage of them. Some were worthy of better times, for not all goodness triumphs always. Things have their seasons, and even certain kinds of eminence go in and out of style, but wisdom has an advantage. She is eternal. If this is not her century, many others will be. The art of success. Good fortune has its rules, and to the wise not everything depends upon chance. Fortune is helped along by effort. Some people confidently approach the door of fortune, and wait for her to go to work. Others are more sensible. They stride through that door with a prudent sort of boldness, on the wings of their courage and virtue. Audacity spies luck and flatters it into effectiveness. But the real philosopher has only one plan of action: virtue and prudence. For the only good and bad fortune lie in prudence or rashness. Be well informed. The discreet arm themselves with a store of courtly, tasteful learning, not vulgar gossip, but a practical knowledge of current affairs. They salt their speech with witticisms and their actions with gallantry, and know how to do so at the right moment. Advice is sometimes transmitted more successfully through a joke than through grave teachings. The wisdom passed along in conversation has meant more to some than the 7 arts, no matter how liberal. Don't have a single imperfection. Few people live without some moral flaw or character defect, and they give in to it when it would be easy to cure. The prudence of others is grieved to see a universal, sublime talent threatened by a small defect. A single cloud eclipses the sun. Defects are moles on the face of reputation, and malevolence is good at noticing them. It takes supreme skill to turn them into beauty marks. Caesar covered his defects with laurels. Subnote, he hid his baldness under a crown of laurels. Dr. Gruber! Okay, we're going to continue reading Balthasar Gracian. Temper your imagination. You must sometimes rein it in and sometimes encourage it. On imagination all happiness depends. It should be governed by good sense. Sometimes it behaves like a tyrant. It isn't content to speculate, but swings into action, takes over your life, making it pleasant or unpleasant, making us unhappy or too satisfied with ourselves. To some, it shows only grief, for imagination is a homespun henchman of fools. To others, it promises happiness and adventure, gaiety and giddiness. It can do all this as long as it remains unchecked by prudence and common sense. Know how to take a hint. Knowing how to reason was once the art of arts. It is no longer enough. One must also be a diviner, especially in matters where you can easily be deceived. You will never be intelligent unless you know how to take a hint. Some people are diviners of the heart and sharp, eyed lynxes of others' intentions. The truths that matter most to us are always have spoken, fully understood only by the prudent. In matters that seem favorable, rein in your credulity. In those that seem hateful, give it the spur. Find each person's handle, his weak point. The art of moving people's wills involves more skill than determination. You must know how to get inside the other person. Each will has its own special object of delight. They vary according to taste. Everyone idolizes something. Some want to be well thought of. Others idolize profit. And most people idolize pleasure. The trick is to identify the idols that can set people in motion. It is like having the key to someone else's desires. Go for the prime mover, which isn't always something lofty and important. Usually it is something low. For the unruly outnumber the well-ruled. First size up someone's character, and then touch on his weak point. Tempt him with his particular pleasure, and you'll checkmate his will. Better to be intensive than extensive. Perfection isn't quantity, but quality. Very good things have always been small and rare. Muchness brings discredit. Even among men, the giants are usually the dwarfs. Some praise books for their girth, as though they were written to exercise our arms, not our wits. Extension alone can never be more than mediocre, and the universal men who want to be in on everything are often in on nothing. Intensity leads to eminence, and even in matters of great importance, fame. Be vulgar in nothing, certainly not in your taste. What a wise person it was who did not want his things to please the many. The discreet never gorge themselves on vulgar applause. Some people are such puffed up chameleons of popularity. Subnote, a symbol of vanity, the chameleon was thought to live on air. That they enjoy the breath of the crowd more than the gentle breezes of Apollo. It's not an understanding. Take no pleasure in the miracles of the many. They are nothing but quackery. The crowd admires common foolishness and places no stock in excellent counsel. Be righteous and firm, side with reason, and do this so steadily that neither vulgar passion nor tyrannical violence will make you stray from it. But where will we find such a phoenix of equity? Few are devoted to righteousness. Many celebrate her, but few visit her. Some follow her until things get dangerous. In danger, the false disown her, and politicians cunningly disguise her. She is not afraid to set aside friendship, power, and even her own good, and this is when people disown her. Clever people spin subtle sophistries and speak of the laudable higher motives or reasons of security. But the truly faithful person considers deceit a sort of treason, is prouder to be steadfast than clever, and is always found on the side of truth. If he differs with others, it isn't because of any fickleness of his own, but because others have abandoned the truth. Don't occupy yourself with disreputable things, even less with chimerical ones that bring more scorn than renown. Caprice has founded many sects, and the same person should flee from all of them. People with extravagant tastes who embrace anything wise people repudiate. They take pleasure in any sort of eccentricity. And although this makes them well known, they are more often laughed at than renowned. Even when pursuing wisdom, the prudent ought to shun affectation and public notice, especially in things that can make them look ridiculous. There is no use pointing out these pursuits one by one. Common ridicule has already done so. Know the fortunate in order to choose them, and the unfortunate in order to flee from them. Bad luck is usually brought on by stupidity, and among outcasts nothing is so contagious. Never open the door to the least of evils, for many other greater ones lurk outside. The trick is to know what cards to get rid of. The least card in the winning hand in front of you is more important than the best card in the losing hand you lay down. When in doubt, it is good to draw near the wise and the prudent. Sooner or later, they will be fortunate. Be known for pleasing others, especially if you govern them. It helps sovereigns to win the good graces of all. Ruling others has one advantage. You can do more good than anyone else. Friends are those who do friendly things. Some people are intent on not pleasing, not because it is burdensome, but simply out of nastiness. In everything they oppose the divine communicability. Know when to put something aside. One of life's greatest lessons lies in knowing how to refuse. And it is even more important to refuse yourself, both to business and to others. There are certain inessential activities. Moths of precious time, and it is worse to busy yourself with the trivial than to do nothing. To be prudent, isn't enough not to meddle in other people's business. You must also keep them from meddling in yours. Don't belong so much to others that you stop belonging to yourself. You shouldn't abuse your friends or ask them for more than they give on their own initiative. All excess is a vice, especially in your dealings with others. With this judicious moderation, you will stay in the good graces of others and keep their esteem. Propriety, which is precious, will not be worn away. Retain your freedom to care passionately about the best. Never testify against your own good taste. Know your best quality, your outstanding gift. Cultivate it and nurture all the rest. All people could have achieved eminence in something if only they had known what they excelled at. Identify your king of attributes and apply it in double strength. Some excel at judgment and others at courage. Most people force their intelligence and achieve superiority in nothing. Their own passions blind and flatter them until too late. Time gives them the lie.
You measure your thoughts like lines on a page. Straight edges, sharp corners, every doubt in a cage. Polished street lights tucked under your tongue. You practice compassion until your heart demands. Chase the lost in the free and silence. Every angle you have. You want beauty and justice. Say where you live and lie. You're drawing with your hands on your own reflection. Looking for what's the human kind. Instead it's catalog sins
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Art of Worldly Wisdom, hosted by candidate John Kitover, the 26th District. Hope you enjoy this reading of Balthasar Gracian's Eternal Wisdom. Weigh matters carefully and think hardest about those that matter most. Fools are lost by not thinking. They never conceive even half of the things, and because they do not perceive either the advantages or the harm, they do not apply any diligence. Some ponder things backward, paying much attention to what matters little, and little to what matters much. Many people never lose their heads, because they have none to lose. There are things we should consider very carefully and keep well rooted in our minds. The wise weigh everything. They delve into things that are especially deep or doubtful, and sometimes reflect that there is more than what occurs to them. They make reflection reach further than apprehension. Take the measure of your luck in order to act and in order to commit yourself. This matters more than identifying your predominant humor and understanding your physical makeup. It is foolish for a 40-year-old to ask Hippocrates for health, and even more foolish to ask Seneca. It is a great art to govern fortune, either awaiting her, for she sometimes takes her time, or taking advantage of her, for she sometimes turns good, although you will never completely understand her inconsistent behavior. If she has favored you, proceed with boldness, for she often loves the daring, and like a dazzling woman, the young. If you are unlucky, act not. Withdraw and save yourself from failing twice. If you master her, you have taken a great step forward. Know what insinuation is, how to use it. It is the subtlest point in your dealings with others. It can be used to test the wits and cunningly probe the heart. Some insinuation is malicious, careless, tinged with the herbs of envy, smeared with the poison of passion, an invisible lightning bolt that can knock you from grace and esteem. Some people owe their downfall to a single wounding, insinuating word. Those who expelled them from power showed not the slightest fear before an entire conspiracy of common murmuring and singular malevolence. Other insinuations, favorable ones, do the opposite, shoring up our reputation. But we should catch these darts as skillfully as they were hurled at us by evil intention. Catch them carefully, await them prudently. A good defense requires knowledge. When we expect a blow, we can ward it off. Quit while you're ahead. All the best gamblers do. Fine retreat matters as much as a stylish attack. As soon as they are enough, even when they are many, cash in your deeds. A long run of good fortune is always suspicious. You're safer when good luck alternates with bad, and besides, that makes for bittersweet enjoyment. When luck comes racing in on us, it is more likely to slip and smash everything to pieces. Sometimes Lady Luck compensates us, trading intensity for duration. She grows tired when she has to carry someone on her back for a long time. Know when things are at their acme, when they are ripe, and know how to take advantage of them. All works of nature reach the point of full perfection before they were gaining from them on waning. As for works of art, only rarely can they not be improved. People with good taste know how to enjoy each thing when it reaches perfection. Not everyone can. And not everyone who can knows how. Even the fruits of the understanding attain this ripeness, but you must know it in order to value and use it. Grace in dealing with others. Oh, yeah. It is a great thing to win universal admiration, but even greater to win benevolence. Part of it is having a lucky star, but diligence is more important. One begins with the former and carries through with the latter. It isn't enough to be eminently gifted, though people often suppose it is easy to win affection when one has a reputation. Benevolence depends on beneficence. Do all sorts of good words and better deeds. Love if you would be loved. Courtesy is the way great people bewitch others. Reach for deeds and then for the pen. From the sword to the pen, for there is also grace among writers, and it is eternal. Never exaggerate. It isn't wise to use superlatives. They offend the truth and cast doubt on your judgment. By exaggerating, you squander your praise and reveal a lack of knowledge and taste. Praise awakens curiosity, which begets desire, and latter, when the goods seem overpriced, as often happens, expectations. Feels cheated and avenges itself by running down the praised and the praiser. The prudent show restraint, and would rather fall short than long. True eminences are rare, so temper your esteem. To overvalue something is a form of lying. It can ruin your reputation for good taste, and even worse, for wisdom. Born to rule, it is a secret, superior force. It doesn't spring from bothersome artifice, but from a nature born to rule. Everyone succumbs to such a person without knowing why. Recognizing the secret strength and vigor of innate authority. People like this have a lordly character. Kings by merit, lions by natural right. They seize the respect, the heart, and even the minds of others. When blessed with other gifts, they are born to be political prime movers. They can accomplish more with a single fainting gesture than others can with a long harangue. Feel with the few, speak with the many. Rowing against the current makes it impossible to discover the truth and is extremely dangerous. Only Socrates could attempt it. Dissent is taken as insult, for it condemns the judgment of others. Many take offense, whether on account of the person criticized or the one who applauded him. The truth belongs to the few. Deceit is as common as it is vulgar. You can never tell the wise by what they say in public. They speak not in their own voices, but in that of common stupidity, though deep inside they are cursing it. The sensible person avoids both being contradicted and contradicting others. He is quick to censure, but he is slow to do so in public. Feelings are free, they cannot and should not be violated. They live in silent retirement and show themselves only to a few sensible people. Sympathy with the great. One of the gifts of the hero is the ability to dwell with heroes. This ability, called sympathy, is a wonder of nature. Both because it is so mysterious and because it is so beneficial. There are similar hearts and temperaments. The effects of sympathy resemble those which vulgar ignorance attributes to magic potions. Not only can this sympathy help us win renown, it inclines others towards us and quickly wins their goodwill. It persuades without words, achieves without merit. There is active and passive sympathy, and both kinds work wonders among people in high positions. It takes great skill to know them, distinguish between them, take advantage of them. No amount of effort can take the place of this mysterious favor. Use but don't abuse. Hidden intentions, and above all, don't reveal them. All art must be concealed, for it rouses suspicion, especially hidden intentions which are hateful. Deceit is common, so be on your guard. But hide your caution from others so as not to lose their confidence. When it becomes known, caution offends others and provokes vengeance, awakening unimagined evils. A reflective way of doing things will give you a great advantage. Nothing provides more food for thought. The greatest perfection of an action depends upon the mastery with which it is carried out. Temper your antipathy. We hate some people instinctively, but even before we are aware of the good qualities. And sometimes this vulgar natural aversion is directed towards the eminent. Let prudence keep it in check. There is nothing more demeaning than to abhor the best people. It is as excellent to get along with heroes as it is disgraceful to treat them with antipathy. Avoid committing yourself to risky enterprises. This is one of the chief goals of prudence. People of great talent keep well away from extremities. There is a long way to walk from one extreme to another. The prudent stick to the middle ground. Only after long deliberation do they decide to act, for it is easier to hide oneself from danger than to overcome it. Dangerous situations place our judgment in jeopardy, and it is safer to flee from them entirely. One danger leads to another, greater one, brings us to the edge of disaster. Some are rash because of their temperament and their national origin, and they are quick to commit themselves and place others in danger. But the person who walks in the light of reason sizes up the situation and sees that there is more courage in avoiding danger than in conquering it. He sees that there is already one rash fool and avoids adding another. You are as much a real person as you are deep. As with the depths of a diamond, the interior is twice as important as the surface. There are people who are all facade, like a house left unfinished when the funds run out. They have the entrance of a palace, but the inner rooms of a cottage. These people have no place you can rest, though they are always at rest. But once they get through the first salutations, the conversation is over. They prance through the initial courtesies like Sicilian stallions, but immediately lapse into monkish silence. Words dry up when not refreshed by perennial springs of wit. Such people easily fool those who see things superficially, but not the sharp-sighted, who look inside them and find only emptiness. The person of sharp observation and sound judgment rules over objects and keeps objects from ruling him. He plumbs the greatest depths and studies the anatomies of other people's talent. No sooner does he see someone than he has understood him and judged his essence. With rare powers of observation, he deciphers even what is most hidden. He observes sternly, conceives subtly, reasons judiciously. There is nothing he cannot discover, notice, grasp, understand. Never lose your self-respect or grow too familiar with yourself. Let your own integrity keep you righteous. You should owe more to the severity of your own judgment than to all external precepts. Avoid what is indecorous, not because others will judge you harshly, but because you fear your own prudence. Grow to fear yourself, and you will have no need of Seneca's imaginary witness. Subnote, your own conscience. Gracian is alluding to one of Seneca's moral epistles. Know how to choose. Most things in life depend on it. You need good taste and an upright judgment. Intelligence and application are not enough. There is no perfection without discernment and selection. Two talents are involved, choosing and choosing the best. There are many people with a fertile intelligence, rigorous judgment, both diligent and well informed, who are lost when they have to choose. They always choose the worst, as though they wanted to show the skill of doing so. Knowing how to choose is one of heaven's greatest gifts. Never lose your composure. Prudence tries never to lose control. This shows a real person with a true heart. For magnanimity is slow to give into emotion. The passions are the humors of the mind, and the least excess sickens our judgment. If the disease spreads to your mouth, your reputation will be in danger. Master yourself thoroughly, and no one will criticize you for being perturbed. Either when things are at the best or at the worst, all will admire your superiority. Be diligent and intelligent. Diligence is quick to carry out what intelligence has lingered over. Fools are fond of hurry. They take no heed of obstacles and act incautiously. The wise usually fail through hesitation. Fools stop at nothing. The wise at everything. Sometimes things are judged correctly but go wrong out of inefficiency and neglect. Readiness is the mother of luck. It is a great deed to leave nothing for the morrow. A lofty motto, make haste slowly. Act boldly but prudently. Even hares tweak the beard of a dead lion. Like love, courage is no joking matter. If it yields once, it will have to yield again and again. The same difficulty will have to be conquered later on, and it would have been better to get it over with. The mind is bolder than the body. So with the sword, let it be sheathed in prudence, ready for the occasion. It is your defense. A weak spirit does more harm than a weak body. Many people with eminent qualities lacked this brio, appeared to be dead, and were buried in their lassitude. Provident nature resourcefully joined the sweetness of honey with the sting of the bee. You have both nerves and bones in your body. Don't let your spirit be all softness. Know how to wait. It shows a great heart with deep reserves of patience. Never hurry and never give way to your emotions. Master yourself, and you will master others. Stroll through the open spaces of time to the center of opportunity. Wise hesitation ripens success and brings secrets to maturity. The crutch of time can do more than the steely club of Hercules. God himself punishes not with iron hands, but with leaden feet. A wonderful saying. Time and I can take on any two. Fortune gives larger rewards to those who wait. Think on your feet. Good impulses spring from a happy readiness of spirit. For such a spirit there are no tight spots, no troubling chance occurrences, only vivacity and brio. Some think much and then do everything wrong, and others get everything right without any forethought at all. Some people have reserves of antiperistasis, opposition, by which the quality opposed acquires strength. Difficulties bring out the best in them. They are monsters who succeed spontaneously and err whenever they have thought about something. What doesn't occur to them immediately will never occur to them, and there is no use thinking about latter. Quickness wins applause, for it reveals prodigious talent, subtlety in thought, prudence in deeds. Okay, those are 56 oracles from Balthasar Gracian, Art of Worldly Wisdom. I'm going to put some music on now. I hope you enjoy it. This music was inspired from the reading. Let me play a different one. Here we go. This is called Breath of Better Days.
Inhale, slow and steady, counting colors, heart spread. One breath in, all my anger leaving. One breath out, I forgive my grieving. Tiny truths flicker in my chest. I know my worst mistake. I am every honest. Feel the rib cage rise. Let the old hurt slide. Every exhale writes a softest story inside. I'm reading the past and I'm becoming. I'm reading the way yesterday. Reflections just through what I've been running. I traded for a kind eyes closed, but the future's clear. Quiet voice speaking in the mirror. I'm in love, learning how that feels. Every flaw missing piece in a heart that
Slow breath in, old wounds fade, hands on heart, hear what stays. You are the question, too soon. Breath gets tangled into days to do. So I close my eyes, make some room for you. In a still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. Thoughts like thunder, rolling fast. Old regrets, future plans. But your name, like a harbor sound, every fear walks out as I breathe you in now. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. No burning bush, no parted sea. Oh, just a worn out man awakened needs. But in this quiet, you lean in close. I lose my worries. I hear your hope. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, speak the truth. When the world shouts loud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into holy ground. Holy ground. Coffee steam, quiet room, clock still moving, heart still too soon. Breath gets tangled, days to do, so I close my eyes, make some room for you. In the still mind, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down. Your love turns this chair into holy ground. Thoughts like thunder, rolling fast. Old regrets, future plans. But your name, like a harbor sound, every fear walks out as I breathe you in now. worry, I hear your home. In the still night, I find you. In the slow breathing, you speak the truth. When the world shouts aloud, I sit right down, and your love turns this chair into home. White grapes covering hay, highlighters in a perfect row. Tiny lips pinned above the window, every thought lined up just so. White page, covering halos, highlighters in a perfect row. Tiny lips pinned above the windows, every thought lined up just so. I chase the golden rush, the open my heart. Measuring the distance between falling and my straight. You measure your thought. By not declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness. And don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate. For hope remembers and gratitude forgets. You will get more from dependence than from courtesy. He who has already drunk turns his back on the well, and the orange already squeezed turns from gold into mud. When there is no longer dependence, good manners disappear, and so does esteem. The most important lesson experience teaches is to maintain dependence and entertain it without satisfying it. This can hold even a king, but don't carry it too far, leading others astray by your silence or making their ills incurable for your own good. Mind being surpassed in good fortune, character, or temperament, but no one, especially not a sovereign, likes to be surpassed in intelligence. But this is the king of attributes. Any crime against it is lèse-majesté. Sovereigns want to be so in what is most important. Princes like to be helped, but not surpassed. When you counsel someone, you should appear to be reminding him of something he had forgotten, not of the light he was unable to see. It is the stars who teach us this subtlety. They are brilliant suns, but they never dare to outshine the sun. Yes. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. It is a triumph to correct, or at least to simulate, such national faults. By doing so, you will be revered as unique among your people, for what is least expected is most valued. Other defects are caused by one's lineage, condition, occupation, and by the times. If all these defects come together in one person, and no care is taken to foresee and correct them, they produce this. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. Enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning, good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning, good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Children, enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, nor palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning, good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Nature and enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, not palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Nature and enjoy the company of people of understanding, which you say will be rewarded with applause, which you hear with learning, which draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, not palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form the courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Nature and enjoy the company of people of understanding. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition is unrefined without her. Perfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition is unrefined without her. Perfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition is unrefined without her. Perfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition, let its guile has been penetrated and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies, it beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest candor. But observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. It deciphers intention, which is most hidden when most simple. Thus does the cunning of Python struggle against the candor of the penetrating rays of Apollo. Suddenly, the huge serpent killed by Apollo at the foot of Parnassus. Number 14, both reality and manner. That its guile has been penetrated and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies, it beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest
friend!
Observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. Welcome, my friend, to the Art of World Wisdom.
Wait, are you reading from the Art of Worldly Wisdom?
By Balthasar Gracian.
I have the Art of Worldly Wisdom by Balthasar Gracian.
Well,
I could read from the Art of Worldly Wisdom.
Please read from a book. What's that accent? The Castilian. How did the Castilian? Anyways, go ahead and read a little bit because I'm about to jump back into this book. I'm listening to my replays. Feel free to read, for 5 to 10 minutes or 3 to 10 minutes.
Balthasar Gracian. Do not live in a hurry. To know how to separate things is to know how to enjoy them. Many people finish their fortune sooner than their life. They run through pleasures without enjoying them and would like to go back when they find they have overrun the mark. Postilions, they increase the pace of life by the hurry of their own calling. They devour more in one day than they can digest in a whole lifetime. They live in advance of pleasures, eat up the years beforehand, and by their hurry, get through everything too soon. Even in the search for knowledge, there should be moderation, lest we learn things better left unknown. We have more days to live through than pleasures. Be slow in your enjoyment. Be quick at your work. For people see work ended with pleasure. And pleasure ended with regret.
All right. Welcome to the Art of World Wisdom. We are reading a pocket oracle. And I just want to point out that when I do rooms like this, I thank God that I can, basically disconnect from Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is really just fools passing by, and they can pull you into their force vector of retardation. And it's hard to get back out of that tractor beam sometimes. It's like a powerful Star Trek episode where they have you in that, you know how they capture the other spaceships in their tractor beams?
Vector of retardation. You are entering the vector of retardation.
There's only one way to prove to me you're not retarded, and that's to read an intelligent book to me. And everything that everybody says on here is just so stupid. It's like they're making observations like, I think that's really interesting, actually. It's kind of really interesting if you think about it. It's very strange and unique, and like, what is it behind that that's like responsible for that? It's a very interesting observation. Oh, I smell something.
You think existence came from nothing? You mean existence had to come from something? You think existence doesn't exist? Existence came from
Excuse
something.
me, my friend,
Existence
did
came
you...
from something.
Can you check your shoes? I think you may have stepped in something. I smell feces. Can you make sure you didn't step in any dog shit? Excuse me, I'm sorry. That's resistance. That's that New York piece of shit. My bad, my friend. I thought I smelled something. Well, it's a delight to be here with you. I know you're a fast-moving man nowadays, driving Somalis around, how to drive cars, teaching people how to do this and that. But let's not forget about the art of worldly wisdom. It won't matter how many... let me ask you this, my friend. Let's say you have no morals, virtue, character, personality, and you're a human piece of shit. Like, let's say you're a real scummy guy, or scummy, slutty whore. Piece of trash. What happens when a piece of trash reads a book out loud and, learns something? Like, does that actually improve someone's character when there was none to begin with? That's my opinion, that, like, reading a book is the work. That is, like, what people are actually missing. If they haven't achieved much, or if their character is in the garbage dump, the only way to actually resurrect your character or to polish your I am is obviously to read, and read it out loud with comprehension and integration, etc. Like, there's no other really way you could do it in the real... See, even if you went into the real world and you were to perform acts of virtue, you would still need the book in a way, or books, because, anyways, this Balthazar Gracian, that's what I'm looking for, the Gracian. He says that wisdom without courage is useless. Like, you could read books all day long, but applying the wisdom with courageous acts, that's the secret. That's where real transformation happens. And anyways, I'm just saying, like, I was thinking, like, does reading a book, like, it's for self-development. Anyways. Jesse Jackson Jr. See, I was thinking today, like, what's more worthwhile of my time, to read a book or to listen to Schwartz? Basically, I don't want to call it N-wordism, but with African Americans on this app, you definitely detect that there's like a church of N-word. And they are all basically like in this N-word performance. And it's unique to American N-word. There's nothing like it in the world. It's very... You're
right. You're onto something here.
It's privileged N-wordism. Or it's like it's the cult of N-word. And it's like a show that they do. It's like a vaudeville N-word show here. And it's just like funny to like think of it that way, to frame it that way, because it's not holy. It's completely stupid and folly. And like, but it exhibits a culture which is really Black American culture. And it is privileged in the sense that it has like this protective status. It's a protected status. And it's...
Are you familiar with the start digging in your butt twin meme?
No.
Okay, well, something that Black children especially are saying to each other these days is start digging in your butt twin. And they're using the word twin affectionately, like a term of endearment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're my twin. Now let's both together start digging in our butts. And I can't tell you what it means. I don't think it's about literally digging in your butt, although it might be. But I think that it's along the line, like one of my favorite pieces of art that you ever created is this long list of inane sayings. And that's what you hear a lot when you go to the Church of the N-word rooms, is you hear these things that are like, my aunt told me 250 on a 4-5, or, you know, oh baby, bring the macaroni, or something like that. And I don't know. Anyway, those aren't good examples, but you know what I'm saying. Who is Balthasar Gratian? Do you know who he is?
Yeah, he was a Jesuit priest in the 1600s. But he was very unique and special, and the Vatican and the Church kept him under lock and key because he was so disruptive, and his information was, so intelligent that he was considered a problem. And but he was happy because he outlived all his critics. His wisdom is still being read today, right now. But his critics have been lost to the history books of nothingness. So truly the publisher, the creator of intelligence, organization of intelligence. But we got Shoddy here. We got my hot Kurdish girlfriend. Hey, Shoddy. She's from Kurdistan. She's fine. She's a beauty.
Who is it?
My girl, Shoddy. She's one of those warrior Kurdistani chicks in uniform, like marching around saying, we will kill the Hamas. We will kill the ISIS. We will fight the ISIS. We will destroy the ISIS. Because we are warrior women of beauty and power. What up, Shoddy? This is my friend. My friend, this is Shoddy. We've been dating for like 6 hours.
Shoddy looks like an attractive person.
Shoddy is a hottie.
Hi guys, how are you?
Shoddy, do you know Nora Bandora?
Who is it?
She's a young girl.
Nora? Nora?
Buddha.
Nora? Who is it?
Never mind. She's just a lady, but you kind of look like her, I think. But that's a compliment. She's pretty.
Was pretty.
I see. Nora Pandora? What are you doing, Strange? Are you okay?
Yeah, we're good. We're reading a book.
What book?
The Art of Worldly Wisdom, a pocket oracle by Balthasar Gracia. We are on number 57. This is a meditation on wisdom. I've also been creating AI music based on the readings, the words, and the understanding. This is number 57. So take the deepest breath of the day. Thoughtful people are safer. Do something well, and that is quick enough. What is done immediately is undone just as fast. But what must last an eternity takes that long to do. Only perfection is noticed, and only success endures. Deep understanding achieves eternities. Great worth requires great work. So with metals, the most precious of them takes longest to be refined and weighs most.
What is that sound, Benjamin?
Adapt to those around you. Don't show the same intelligence with everyone. And don't put more effort into things than they require. Don't waste your knowledge or merit. The good falconer uses only the birds he needs.
Why do you sound like this?
Don't show off every day, or you'll stop surprising people.
I can't. I have to show off.
There must always be some novelty left over. The person who displays a little more of it each day keeps up expectations, and no one ever discovers the limits of his talent. And well, if you enter a clubhouse room of fortune through the door of pleasure, you will leave through the door of sorrow, and vice versa. So be careful of the way you end things here on Clown House, and devote more attention to a successful exit than to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Good judgment. Some people are born prudent. They come into the world with an advantage, the good sense that is a natural part of wisdom. And they have already walked half the road to success. With age and experience, the reason reaches complete maturity.
That's something, yeah.
And the judgment is turned to its surroundings. These people hate any sort of whim that can tempt prudence, especially in matters of state where total security is important. Such people as these deserve to steer the ship of fate, the ship of state, whether as helmsmen or as counselors.
I can rest.
Eminence in what is best. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something at very little. the more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional at superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others. Use the best instruments. Some people want to be thought subtle because they use poor instruments.
Do not lose hope. Do not be
This is
sad.
a dangerous sort of satisfaction, and it deserves a fatal punishment. The worth of a prime minister never detracted from the greatness of his master. To the contrary, all the credit for success falls upon its principal cause, as does criticism in the case of failure. It is superiors who win the renown. One never says he had good or bad ministers, but he was a good or bad craftsman. So choose carefully. Examine your ministers. To them you are entrusting your immortal fate. The excellence of being first. It is doubled when you are truly eminent. Other things being equal, the person who makes the first move has the advantage. Some people would have been as unique as the phoenix in the occupations if others had not preceded them. Those who are first are the firstborns of fame, and the children who follow are left to file lawsuits for the daily bread. No matter how hard they try, they cannot elude the vulgar accusation that they are imitators. Prodigious, subtle people have always invented new ways to achieve eminence, provided that prudence makes their adventures safe. Using novelty, wise people have found room in the roster of heroes. Some people would rather be first in second class than second in first. Avoid grief. It is both beneficial and wise to steer clear of troubles. Prudence will save you from many. It is the Lucina of good fortune and content. Don't give others hateful news unless there is a remedy. And be even more careful not to receive it. Some people's hearing is spoiled by the sweetness of flattery, others by hearing bitter gossip. And there are people who cannot live without a daily dose of unpleasantness. Like Mithridates with his poison, king of Pontus, who fearing his enemies would poison him, accustomed himself by taking daily doses of it. Nor can you keep well by inflicting lifelong grief on yourself in order to please someone else, even if he is close to you. Never sin against your own happiness in order to please the person who counsels you and has nothing at stake in the matter. When giving pleasure to another involves giving grief to yourself, remember this lesson. Better for the other person to feel grief now than for you to feel it later and with no hope. Elevated taste. You can cultivate it as you can the intellect. Full understanding whets the appetite and desire, and later sharpens the enjoyment of possession. You can judge the height of someone's talent by what he aspires to. Only a great thing can satisfy a great talent. Large bites are for large palates. Lofty matters for lofty characters. Even the greatest excellences tremble before the person of refined taste, and the most perfect lose their confidence. Few things have perfection of the first magnitude. Let your appreciation be sparing. Taste is acquired through contact with others. You make it your own through continual exercise. You are lucky if you can associate with someone with perfectly developed taste, but don't profess to be satisfied with nothing. It is a foolish extreme, more odious if from affectation than if from character. Some wish God had created another world and other perfections just to satisfy their own extravagant imagination. Okay, I want to thank everybody for being here, including those that we might consider to be somewhat the R word. That's right, we don't say the R word, the N word, the Z word, the J word, the K word. We don't even say the P word. But I want to give you all the latest hit song based on some of these readings. Here we go. I drew maps on the backs of receipts, tiny plans in the dark of the cheap backseat. Taught myself how to feel my teeth clenched tight, how to stare down every locked door like it owed me a life. This is the wisdom of success. Moon place in my blood. Our love is not a secret test. You know the road is rough. After the line reach out, pressure turn on like friction into gold. This is the wisdom of success. I never did what I was told. So what do you think, my friend? This really is just like an ESL platform for non-native English speakers that want to come here and improve their English. And I think I'm really trying to help them. But as you can see, my friend, even if somebody wants to learn English, their ADHD kicks in and they can only last for like 30 seconds before they want attention and want to start practicing English. Danny, welcome to the Art of Worldly Wisdom. My friend and I have been reading what's called a book. You should try it sometime instead of just,
Got kicked out of the PSYOP.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to the new PSYOP.
Well, they kicked me out of Prince's room because they're all mad about Emrose. Emrose is like the newest hate person on this app. No, everyone can't stop talking about that Emrose.
Yeah, I know. You're
So,
talking
they're
about it.
there, and they're talking about her. Okay, so they kicked me out because they're like the Palestinian and the Jews and they're hooking up, and I'm like, maybe they should all have sex with each other. There's nothing better than a Palestinian and a Jew fucking. I'm sorry, guys.
We're not. Listen, I consider this a big tent and everybody's a clown. Did you put your makeup on?
No, I didn't put my makeup on. That picture you have of me doing the clown contour is pretty old. But I should have put makeup on because I just got this Palestinian food, and the guy that was working there is like the sexiest man I've ever seen in my life. And to be honest, I think I've always had a little bit of a fantasy there.
Oh, beautiful people are beautiful, but clowns that waste all their time talking to F words, T words. Like I was listening to Yael in Vancouver, talk to a couple T's this morning and like screaming at them all kinds of stuff, and they're screaming. Yeah, they're screaming at Yael all kinds of stuff, and they're saying that she's got all these nudies, and I'm like, why haven't I seen these nudies?
I know. I would like to see them.
You guys never seen those? She would probably show you if you ask her nice.
She's not going to show me. She hates me.
Does she hate you?
She hates me.
Yeah, she hates me too.
I've never heard her say she hates you, John.
Well, Danny, can you just be like, our cool clown and like share? I know. And then she blocked me. Can you like share some of these photos?
I'll take them.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that.
You have them though.
How do you know that I have them?
I heard you talking about it.
I have them because she might have sent them to me at one point, and it might still be in the phone wherever she sent it to me. But I don't like reference it, and I haven't seen it since she sent it to me. So, but literally, people who make it their picture all the time. Yeah, and I think they made a Telegram group where they're sharing it, the trannies. Not that I don't want to be a part of that. Craziness.
Well, I want to thank you for coming to the Art of Worldly Wisdom. We try to stay on topic, and for the sake of at least the recordings that I make. We've already put out many videos today of me reading a book. It's all under my name, John Kitover. And what I'm going to do shortly, now that I bought some additional new computers, I will be able to quickly turn these videos public, retitle them, and start actually maybe trying to monetize my YouTubes based off of intelligence. Because nobody Googles, oh my God, all hail Megatron. Nobody Googles John Kitover, but they will Google some of these best books that I'm reading. Hi, Danny. Hi, Megatron.
So what are you doing? Like, okay, you wanna focus on the SEO, right? Is that, well, I don't know what they call it. Yo.
It's keywords, yeah. Megatron, welcome to the Art of Worldly Wisdom. We've been reading books.
So I sell like clothes and stuff, so you're gonna want the words.
Yeah, it's keywords.
The words that are trending and get the perfect keywords, and they could just be completely random.
No, that's true. I could title it with, latest keywords. But Megatron, welcome to the thing is, I want it to be like actually relevant to the video because it is quality. It's not just quantity. That's part of the reading that I did today.
Why won't you just do the transcript and put the transcript in
the transcript's in the video. The transcript's generated. Anyways, don't worry about it, Danny. I got more experiments to do. Do you have a YouTube account, Danny? I don't think you do.
Yes, I do. I follow you.
You do?
Okay, so why don't you put the transcript in the bio?
Yeah, that would be smart.
As the keywords.
Good idea. I will do that.
It was just an idea. Why did everyone else leave?
I don't know, because they weren't getting the dopamine that they came for. That's why people are here. You were getting the dopamine. That's why you stayed. Okay, this is the Art of Worldly Wisdom. We have put out many videos today. And I've avoided listening to Clubhouse, which is like an amazing feeling because I'm like, because I've spent many days listening to Clubhouse. But today I was just like, you know what? I'm so glad. And you know how I did it, Danny? There's a little trick that I did yesterday. See my PTR?
Yeah, is that a Bible?
Nope. Guess what it is?
Oh, it's the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
My son found the Quran on YouTube and was watching it.
So what I did is I listened to an audiobook version of it last night in English for many, many hours. And then I I was like, how did I do this? So I pulled this book, The Art of Worldly Wisdom, because the Quran is like a lot of mystical type of stuff. And also I did a query on what is the Kabbalistic, like, is there a Quran Kabbalah or a Kabbalah Quran? And Grok gave me 10 references on how the Quran can be analogous or vice versa with Kabbalah. And there's terms in there. So the point is, I don't want to like sit there and read the Quran. I listened to half of it, and like that was plenty. But then I took this book off my shelf and I switched it out with the Quran. So it's like me taking a video game off the shelf and replacing it with a much more intelligent video game. Far more intelligent. Like the Quran doesn't even come close in terms of intelligence to the book that I'm reading right now. And I have my right hand on it. This book is so transformational and it's very deep and hard to even understand. Very difficult to even understand what he's saying. But the whole thing is you break it up. And it even says in the beginning in the instructions to just read like 1 or 2 a day and meditate on it because it's just too much. But the cool thing about what I'm doing is you can watch the live stream version or you can watch my clips, which are 50 seconds each. And when you break it up, you can listen to it in a segment over and over and over again to really try to understand the depth of it because it's so rather complicated. And it's using words in a way that we don't really use words today. So it takes a lot of extra effort to try to get the juice out of the orange. Are you interested in squeezing any oranges?
I don't know.
You never made fresh squeezed orange juice?
I made fresh squeezed lemon tech.
Well, the whole thing here is wisdom. This book is indisputable. Like, it's a masterpiece. And even in the beginning, it claims that it is one of the most important books ever written. And it ranks it in the top 10. And I would challenge you to listen along as I read it to try to gain something from it. And then maybe give me like a little summary as if you were like a compression agent and you were an AI chatbot sent here by Hashem to give me summaries. What do you think, Danny?
Okay.
So you'll be my sorcerer's apprentice. Okay, take the deepest breath of the day.
I'm sitting down, I'm standing up, I'm one of it. Yeah, I think that's what he's doing now.
To care to make things turn out well. Take care to make things turn out well. Some people scruple more over pointing things in the right direction than over successfully reaching their goals. The disgrace of failure outweighs the diligence they showed. A winner is never asked for explanations. Most people pay more attention to success or failure than to circumstances. And your reputation will never suffer if you achieve what you wanted to. A good ending turns everything golden. However unsatisfactory the means, it is an art to set aside art when you must do so to bring things to a happy conclusion. Choose an occupation in which you can win praise. Most things depend upon the satisfaction of others. Esteem is to perfection what the zephyr is to flowers, breath and life. There are occupations that enjoy universal acclaim, and others that are more important but barely visible. The former are seen by all and win common benevolence. The latter are rarer and require more skill, but are secret and barely perceived, venerated but not applauded. Among princes, the most celebrated are the victorious ones. And that is why the kings of Aragon were so acclaimed, as magnanimous conquerors and warriors. The great person should prefer celebrated occupations that all can see and share. Common suffrage will make him immortal. Make others understand. It is more excellent than making them remember. For intelligence is much greater than memory. Sometimes you should remind other people, and other times counsel them about the future. Some people fail to do things that were ripe for doing simply because it never occurred to them. Let friendly advice point out the advantages. One of the greatest of gifts is to size up quickly what matters. When this is lacking, many successes go undone. Let the person who has light give it to others, and let those who lack it ask for it, the former with prudence, and the latter with discretion, merely dropping a hint. This delicacy is especially necessary when the person giving advice has something at stake. It is best to show good taste and to be more explicit only when insinuation is not enough. A no has already been given, and you can now search skillfully for a yes. Most of the time, things are not obtained because they were not attempted. Don't give in to every common impulse. The great do not yield to every sort of passing thought. Part of prudence lies in reflecting about yourself, knowing or foreseeing your disposition, and moving towards the other extreme in order to balance art and nature. Self-correction begins with self-knowledge. There are monsters of impertinence who are always ruled by a certain humor, and their emotions vary accordingly. Tossed about by this vile imbalance, they go about their business in a self-contradictory way. Not only does this excess ruin their will, it also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. 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 You can't grant everything to everybody. Saying no is as important as granting things, especially among those in command. What matters is the way you do it. Some people's no is prized more highly than the yes of others. A gilded no pleases more than a curt yes. Many people always have no on the lips, and they sour everything. No is what occurs to them first. They may give in latter that they aren't well thought of because they started out by being so unpleasant. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you. There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Don't be inconsistent, either because of temperament or out of affectation. The prudent man is consistent in all things pertaining to perfection, and this speaks well for his intelligence. Only the causes and relative merits of things can change his behavior. When it comes to prudence, variety is ugly. There are some people who are different each day. Their luck changes daily, and so do their will and their powers of understanding. Yesterday they conceded, today they receded. They believe their own reputation, confusing others. Be resolute. Faulty execution does less harm than a lack of resolution. Materials turn bad more often in repose than in motion. There are people who can't make up their minds and need a push from others. At times this is caused not by perplexity, for they see clearly enough, but by inactivity. It may be ingenious to identify difficulties, but it is more so to find a way of eluding them. Other people are bogged down by nothing and have great powers of judgment and resolution. They were born for lofty pursuits, and their clear understanding lets them succeed with ease. No sooner done than said, and there is still time left over. Sure of their luck, they venture forth with even greater confidence. Know when to be evasive. It is the way the prudent get out of difficulty. With an elegant joke, they are able to escape from the most intricate labyrinths. One smile and they have eluded difficulty. On this, the greatest of captains founded his courage. A friendly way of saying no is to change the subject, and no ploy is more clever than to pretend it wasn't you, but someone else who is being alluded to. Don't be unfriendly. wildest animals inhabit cities. Being unapproachable is the vice of those who self-knowledge and who change humors with honors. To begin by annoying others is no way to win renown. Imagine one of these surly monsters always about to turn savage and impertinent. His unlucky servants approach him as though he were a tiger, arming themselves cautiously with a whip. In order to reach their high position, they pleased everyone. And now that they are there, they want to get even by angering everyone. Because of their position, such people ought to belong to everyone, but their harshness and vanity makes them belong to no one. Courtly punishment for them. Avoid them entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in the war against the Moors and in southern Italy. Choose a heroic model and emulate rather than imitate. There are examples of greatness, living texts of renown. Let each person choose the first in his field, not so much to follow him as to surpass them. Alexander cried at the tomb of Achilles, not for Achilles before himself, for unlike Achilles, he had not yet been born to fame. Nothing makes the spirit so ambitious as the trumpet of someone else's fame. It frightens away envy and deeds. Subnote, according to Plutarch, Alexander the Great cried enviously before the tomb of Achilles because the latter had been lucky enough to be immortalized by Homer. Don't always be joking. Prudence is known for its seriousness, which wins more respect than wit. The person who's always joking falls laughably short of perfection. We treat him like a liar, never believing him. From one we fear deceit, from the other jest. One never knows when jokers are exercising their judgment, which is the same as not having any. No humor is worse than continual humor. Some win a reputation for wit and lose their wits. There are moments for joviality, but the rest of the time belongs to seriousness.
clubhouse rule.
Did you experience it? Promise me you'll stay like this. I steady, never looking past.
True to a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Into a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Into a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Into a successful exit, then to a highly applauded entrance. Fortunate people of Clubhouse have very favorable beginnings and very tragic endings. What matters isn't being applauded when you arrive to a clubhouse room, for that is common, but being missed when you leave. Rare are those who are still wanted. Fortune seldom accompanies someone to the door. She is as courteous to those who are coming as she is rude to those who are going. Coming as she is rude to those who are going. Good judgment. Some people are born prudent. They come into the world with an advantage, the good sense that is a natural part of wisdom. And they have already walked half the road to success. With age and experience, the reason reaches complete maturity.
That's all being here.
And the judgment is turned to its coming. She is rude to those who are going. Good judgment. Some people are born prudent. They come into the world with an advantage, the good sense
that is a natural part of wisdom. They have already walked half the road to success with age and experience. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something and very little. The more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional in superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something and very little. The more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional at superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exceptional. To be eminent in a lowly occupation is to be something and very little. The more comfort, the less glory. To be exceptional at superior things gives you a sovereign character. It wins admiration and gains the goodwill of others. Amid different sorts of perfection, this is a rarity. There is no hero without some sublime quality.
With hardship, ease.
Mediocrity
Remember we, and I will remember you.
never wins applause. Eminence at some lofty pursuit redeems us from ordinary vulgarity, raising us to the exception, and it deserves a fatal punishment. The worth of a prime minister never detracted from the greatness of his master. To the contrary, all the credit for success falls upon its principal cause, as does criticism in the case of failure. It is superiors who win the renown. One never says he had good or bad ministers, but he was a good or bad craftsman. So choose carefully. Examine your ministers. To them you are entrusting your immortal fate. The excellence of being first, and it deserves a fatal punishment. The worth of a prime minister never detracted from the greatness of his master. To the contrary, all the credit for success falls upon its principal cause, as does criticism in the case of failure. It is superiors who win the renown. One never says he had good or bad ministers, but he was a good or bad craftsman. So choose carefully. Examine your ministers. To them you are entrusting your immortal fate. excellence of being first are the firstborns of fame, and the children who follow are left to file lawsuits for the daily bread. No matter how hard they try, they cannot elude the vulgar accusation that they are imitators. Prodigious, subtle people have always invented new ways to achieve eminence, provided that prudence makes their adventures safe. Using novelty, wise people have found room in the roster of heroes. Some people would rather be first and second class than second and first. Avoid grief. It is both beneficial and wise to steer clear of troubles. Prudence will save you from many. It is the Lucina, a good fortune and content. Don't give others hateful news unless there is a remedy. And be even more careful not to receive it. Some people's hearing is spoiled by the sweetness of flattery. Others by hearing bitter gossip. And there are people who cannot live without a daily dose of unpleasantness. Accustomed himself by taking daily doses of it. Nor can you keep well by inflicting lifelong grief on yourself in order to please someone else, even if he is close to you. Never sin against your own happiness in order to please the person who counsels you and has nothing at stake in the matter. When giving pleasure to another involves giving grief to yourself, remember this lesson. Better for the other person to feel grief now than for you to feel it later and with no hope. Elevated taste. Accustomed himself by taking daily. Elevated taste. You can cultivate it. As you can the intellect. Full understanding whets the appetite and desire, and later sharpens the enjoyment of possession. You can judge the height of someone's talent by what he aspires to. Only a great thing can satisfy great talent. Large bites are for large palates. Lofty manners for lofty characters. Even the greatest excellences tremble before the person of refined taste. Are occupations that enjoy universal acclaim, and others that are more important but barely visible. The former are seen by all and win common benevolence. The latter are rarer and require more skill, but are secret and barely perceived, venerated but not applauded. Among princes, the most celebrated are the victorious ones. And that is why the kings of Aragon were so acclaimed. As magnanimous conquerors and warriors, the great person should prefer celebrated occupations that all can see and share. Occupations that enjoy universal acclaim, and others that are more important but barely visible. The former are seen by all and win common benevolence. The latter are rarer and require more skill, but are secret and barely perceived, venerated but not applauded. Among princes, the most celebrated are the victorious ones. And that is why the kings of Aragon were so acclaimed. As magnanimous conquerors and warriors, the great person should prefer celebrated occupations that all can see and share. Occupations that enjoy its successes go undone. Let the person who has light give it to others, and let those who lack it ask for it. The former with prudence, and the latter with discretion, merely dropping a hint. This delicacy is especially necessary when the person giving advice is something at stake. It is best to show good taste and to be more explicit only when insinuation is not enough. A no has already been given, and you can now search skillfully for a yes. Most of the time, things are not obtained because they were not attempted. Successes go undone, and their emotions vary accordingly. Tossed about by this vile imbalance, they go about their business in a self-contradictory way. Not only does the success ruin their will, it also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. Know how to say no. Know how to say their emotions ruin their will. It also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. 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 Ruin their will. It also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding. Know how to say no. 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 Ruin their will. It also attacks their judgment, troubling their desire and understanding.
For me to walk away from the old children, as if turning around to the way you love from home. I can't understand that. My boy is more than my son. He's me.
Know
How
to say
walk away from the old children, as if turning
no. Know how to say
Every time I walk past this
no.
colors, people say
Know
I'm so
how to say no. Know how to say no. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you. There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No, and yes. shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you. There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Requiring long thought. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on the disappointment little by little. Never refuse something completely. Others would no longer depend on you. There should always be some last remnants of hope to sweeten the bitterness of refusal. Let courtesy occupy the void where favor once stood, and good words compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Refusal shouldn't come in one fell blow. Let people nibble on compensate for a lack of action. No and yes are short words requiring long thought. Don't be inconsistent, either because of talent or out of affectation. The prudent man is consistent in all things pertaining to perfection. Materials turn bad more often in repose than in motion. There are people who can't make up their minds and need a push from others. At times this is caused not by perplexity, for they see clearly enough, but by inactivity. It may be ingenious to identify difficulties, but it is more so to find a way of eluding them. Other people are bogged down by nothing and have great powers of judgment and resolution. They were born for lofty pursuits, and their clear understanding lets them succeed with ease. No sooner done than said. There is still time left over. Sure of their luck, they venture forth with even greater confidence. It's more so to find a way of eluding them. Other people are bogged down by nothing and have great powers of judgment and resolution. They were born for lofty pursuits, and their clear understanding lets them succeed with ease. No sooner done than said. There is still time left over. Sure of their luck, they venture forth with even greater confidence. to get even by angering everyone. Because of their position, such people ought to belong to everyone, but their harshness and vanity makes them belong to no one. Courtly punishment for them. Avoid them entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in war against the Moors and in southern Italy. They are there, they want to get even by angering everyone. Because of their position, such people ought to belong to everyone, but their harshness and vanity makes them belong to no one. Courtly punishment for them. Avoid them entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in war against the Moors and in southern Italy. Entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Military man known for his exploits in war against the Moors and in southern Italy. Entirely. Bestow your wisdom on others. Subnote Gonzalo de Cordoba, El Gran Capitan, the great captain. Also laughably short of perfection. We treat him like a liar, never believing him. From one we fear deceit, from the other jest. One never knows when jokers are exercising the judgment, which is the same as not having any. No humor is worse than continual humor. Some win a reputation for wit and lose their wits. There are moments for joviality, but the rest of the time belongs to seriousness. Continual humor. Some win a reputation for wit and lose their wits. There are moments for joviality, but the rest of the time belongs to seriousness. Know how to say. Know how to say no. yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the declaring yourself immediately, you will keep people guessing, especially if your position is important enough to awaken expectations. Mystery, by its very arcaneness, causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness, and don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the very arcaneness causes veneration. Even when revealing yourself, avoid total frankness. And don't let everyone look inside you. Cautious silence is where prudence takes refuge. Once declared, resolutions are never esteemed, and they lie open to criticism. If they turn out badly, you will be twice unfortunate. If you want people to watch and wait on you, imitate the declaring yourself, for hope remembers and gratitude forgets. You will get more from dependence than from courtesy. He who has already drunk turns his back on the well, and the orange already squeezed turns from gold into mud. When there is no longer dependence, good manners disappear, and so does esteem. The most important lesson experience teaches is to maintain dependence and entertain it without satisfying it. This can hold even a king, but don't carry it too far, leading others astray by your silence or making their ills incurable for your own good. A mind being surpassed in good fortune, character, or temperament, but no one, especially not a sovereign, likes to be surpassed in intelligence. For this is the king of attributes. Any crime against it is lèse-majesté. Sovereigns want to be so in what is most important. Princes like to be helped, but not surpassed. When you counsel someone, you should appear to be reminding him of something he had forgotten, not of the light he was unable to see. It is the stars who teach us this subtlety. They are brilliant suns, but they never dare to outshine the sun. Yes. No country, not even the most refined, has ever escaped some innate defect or other, and these weaknesses are seized on by neighboring countries as defense or consolation. It is a triumph to correct, or at least to simulate, such national faults. By doing so, you will be revered as unique among your people, for what is least expected is most valued. Other defects are caused by one's lineage, condition, occupation, and by the times. If all these defects come together in one person, and no care is taken to foresee and correct them, they produce this. Enjoy the company of people of understanding. What you say will be rewarded with applause. What you hear with learning. What draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, no palaces of vanity. Some are renowned for their learning and good judgment, oracles of all greatness through example and friendship. Those who accompany them form a courtly academy of gallant discretion and wisdom. Enjoy the company of people of understanding. What you say will be rewarded with applause. What you hear learning. What draws us to others ordinarily is our own interest, and here that interest is ennobled. The prudent frequent the homes of courtly heroes, theaters of heroism, no palaces of vanity. Nature and art, material and labor, all beauty requires help. Perfection turns into barbarism unless ennobled by artifice. Artifice rescues the bad and perfects the good. Nature often lets us down when we most need her. Let us turn to art. Less disposition is unrefined without her. Perfection is only half itself without culture. People seem rough and rude without artifice. Perfection requires polish. That its guile has been penetrated and tries to deceive by telling the truth. Changing strategies, it beguiles us with its apparent lack of guile. It bases its cunning on the greatest candor. But observation comes forward, sees through all this, discovers the shadows that are cloaked in light. It deciphers intention, which is most hidden when most simple. Thus does the cunning of Python struggle against the candor of the penetrating rays of Apollo. Subnote the huge serpent killed by Apollo at the foot of Parnassus. Number 14, both reality and manner. We have little to live and much to know, and you cannot live if you do not know. It takes uncommon skill to study and learn without effort. To study much through many, and know more than all of them together. Do this, and you will go to a gathering and speak for many. You will speak for as many sages as counseled you, and will win fame as an oracle, thanks to the sweat of others. Choose a subject, and let those around you serve up quintessential knowledge. If you can make knowledge your servant, make it your friend. Ages has counseled you, and will win fame as an oracle, thanks to the sweat of others. Choose a subject, and let those around you serve up quintessential knowledge. If you can make knowledge your servant, make it your friend. This will confuse people, especially your rivals, and awaken their curiosity and attention. If you always act on your first intention, others will foresee it and thwart it. It is easy to kill the bird that flies in a straight line, but not one that changes its line of flight. Don't always act on your second intention either. Do something twice, and others will discover the ruse. Malice is ready to pounce on you. You need a good deal of subtlety to outwit it. The consummate player never moves the piece of his opponent expects him to, and lies still the piece he wants him to move. Application and capacity. Eminence requires eminence outdoes itself. The mediocre people who apply themselves go further than the superior people who don't. Work makes worth. You purchase reputation with it. Some people are unable to apply themselves to even the simplest tasks. Application depends almost always on temperament. It is alright to be mediocre. At an unimportant job, you can excuse yourself by saying you were cut out for noble things, but to be mediocre at the lowest of jobs. Rather than excellence at the highest, there's no excuse at all. Both art and need never satisfies our preconceptions. The imagination feels cheated, and excellent leads more often to disappointment than to admiration. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment bridle her so that enjoyment will surpass desire. Honorable beginnings should serve to awaken curiosity, to help people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. Never satisfies our preconceptions. The imagination feels cheated, and excellent leads more often to disappointment than to admiration. Hope is a great falsifier. Let good judgment bridle her, so that enjoyment will surpass desire. Honorable beginnings should serve to awaken curiosity, not to heighten people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. In curiosity, not to heighten people's expectations. We are much better off when reality surpasses our expectations, and something turns out better than we thought it would. This rule does not hold true for bad things. When an evil has been exaggerated, its reality makes people applaud. What was feared as ruinous comes to seem tolerable. Few people live without some moral flaw or character defect, and they give in to it when it would be easy to cure. The prudence of others is grieved to see a universal, sublime talent threatened by a small defect. A single cloud eclipses the sun. Defects are moles on the face of reputation, and malevolence is good at noticing them. It takes supreme skill to turn them into beauty marks. Caesar covered his defects with laurels. Subnote, he hid his baldness under a crown of laurels. On the face of reputation, and the malevolence is good at noticing them. It takes supreme skill to turn them into beauty marks. Caesar covered his defects with laurels. Tricked to light. They vary according to taste. Everyone idolizes something. Some want to be well thought of. Others idolize profit. And most people idolize pleasure. The trick is to identify the idols that can set people in motion. It is like having the key to someone else's desires. Go for the prime mover, which isn't always something lofty and important. Usually it is something low, for the unruly outnumber the well-ruled. First size of someone's character, and then touch on his weak point. Tempt him with his particular pleasure, and you'll checkmate his will. You took to light. They vary according. Took to light. They vary always something lofty and important. Usually it is something low, for the unruly outnumber the well-ruled. First size of someone's character, and then touch on his weak point. Tempt him with his particular pleasure, and you'll checkmate his will. Politicians cunningly disguise her. She is not afraid to set aside friendship, power, and even her own good. And this is when people disown her. Clever people spin subtle sophistries and speak of the laudable higher motives or reasons of security. But the truly faithful person considers deceit a sort of treason, is prouder to be steadfast than clever, and is always found on the side of truth. If he differs with others, it isn't because of any fickleness of his own, but because others have abandoned the truth. Politicians cunningly disguise her. She and others have abandoned the truth. Don't occupy yourself with disreputable things, even less with chimerical ones that bring more scorn than renown. Caprice is found in many sects, and the same person should flee from all of them. There are people with extravagant tastes who embrace anything wise people repudiate. They take pleasure in any sort of eccentricity. And although this makes them well known, they are more often laughed at than renowned. The trick is to know what cards to get rid of. The least card in the winning hand in front of you is more important than the best card in the losing hand you lay down. When in doubt, it is good to draw near the wise and the prudent. Sooner or later, they will be fortunate. Be known for pleasing others, especially if you govern them. It helps sovereigns to win the good graces of all. Ruling others has one advantage. You can do more good than anyone else. Friends are those who do friendly things. Some people are intent on not pleasing, not because it is burdensome, but simply out of nastiness. In everything they oppose the divine communicability. Quit while you're ahead. All the best gamblers do. Fine retreat matters as much as stylish attack. As soon as they are enough, even when there are many cash in your deeds, a long run of good fortune is always suspicious. You're safer when good luck alternates with bad, and besides, that makes for bittersweet enjoyment. When luck comes racing in on us, it is more likely to slip and smash everything to pieces. Sometimes Lady Luck compensates us, trading intensity for duration. She grows tired when she has to carry someone on her back for a long time. Quit. Smash everything to pieces. Sometimes Lady Luck compensates us. As though they wanted to show a skip. No. How to say no.
inappropriate behavior from a
Oh boy, did your shirt just surrender? Oh boy, this place needs a little more hype. You still raise your flag, still shaking in your hand. You crave the final word, but don't know where you stand. You call each race to war, you call each down to shame. You win a little fight.
my chest. I follow every gentle wave and let it rest. Inhale light, exhale time, breath of the sky, opening wide. I meet my mind like an old friend, perfect in this moment. As I rise, as I bend, perfect in this moment.
Yes. Rotated.
Every
This last fell.
fall softly sing. A teacher in a humble robe walking through me. Wisdom speaks, not in sound. In the space between one breath and the next one found. Inhale light, exhale time, breath of the sky opening wide. I meet my
things that you did when you were on the Illinois General Assembly was you helped pass that ban on coercion therapy. And again, I think of God, hidden in your heart. I hear it when you cry. I feel it in the dark. When we're lying here in silence, you're a temple in my arms. Every kiss, every sigh pulls me closer to his heart. You close your eyes, I close mine too. I talk to him while holding you. Every breath a quiet little prayer. Your hand on me, my hands in yours. I never knew love like this before. He answers me by keeping you right there. The secret wisdom of God, hidden in your heart. I hear it when you cry. Teach me how to love you like he always planned. Let this soft devotion be our sacred land. When the world grows louder, we'll just stay right here, listening for heaven beating your tears. I hear the secret wisdom of God. Hidden in your heart. I hear you when you cry. I feel it in the dark. When we're lying here in silence, you're a temple in my arms. Every kiss, every sigh leads us deep to his heart.
Okay, we're going to go back to Balthasar Gracian. Adapt yourself to everyone else. A Proteus of discretion. Learned with the learned, saintly with saints. This is a great way to capture the goodwill of others, for similarity generates benevolence. Observe people's temperaments and adapt yourself accordingly. Whether you're with a serious person or with a jovial one, follow the current and politely transform yourself. This is especially true of those who depend on others. It is a great stratagem for living prudently, and it requires much capacity. It is less difficult for the person with a well-informed intellect and varied tastes. Skill at trying things out. Folly always rushes into action, for all fools are bold. The very simplicity which prevents them from foreseeing danger keeps them from worrying about their reputation. But prudence enters with great care. Caution and penetration precede her, beating the bushes so that she can advance safely. Discretion sentences hasty action to failure, though fortune sometimes issues a pardon. Go slowly when you fail the depths. Let shrewdness feel its way forward, and prudence steer you toward firm ground. These days there are pitfalls in dealing with others, and it is best to fathom things as you go along. Be careful when you inform yourself about things. Much of our lives is spent gathering information. We see very few things for ourselves and live trusting others. The ears are the back door of truth and the front door of deceit. Truth is more often seen than heard. Seldom does it reach us unalloyed, even less so when it comes from afar. It is always blended with the emotions it has passed through. Emotion taints everything it touches, making it odious or favorable. It tries always to impress us one way or another. Be more careful with someone who is praising than with someone who is criticizing. Discover what axe he is grinding, on what side he is limping, where he is heading. Beware of the false and the faulty. Renew your brilliance. Renew your brilliance. Renew your brilliance. It is the privilege of the phoenix. Excellence grows old, and so does fame. Custom wears down our admiration, and a mediocre novelty can conquer the greatest eminence in its old age. So be reborn in courage, in intellect, in happiness, and in all else. Dare to renew your brilliance, dawning many times like the sun, only changing your surroundings. Withhold it and make people miss it. Renew it and make them applaud. Neither all bad nor all good. A certain sage reduced the whole of wisdom to the golden mean. Carry right too far and it becomes wrong. The orange squeezed completely dry gives only bitterness. Even in enjoyment, you shouldn't go to extremes. The intellect itself will go dry if pressed too hard. And if you milk a cow like a tyrant, you will draw only blood. Allow yourself some venial fault. An act of carelessness can sometimes be the best way to help others see your talents. Envy often ostracizes people. The more civil it is, the more criminal. It accuses what is very perfect of sinning by not sinning, and it condemns complete perfection. It makes itself into an Argos, looking for the faults in excellent things, if only to console itself like lightning. Satire strikes the highest places. So let Homer nod at times, pretend that your intelligence or courage, though not your prudence, has committed some act of carelessness. That way malevolence will calm down and not burst its bubble of poison. This is like waving a red cape in front of the bull of envy in order to escape with immortality. Know how to use your enemies. Grasp things not by the blade, which will harm you, but by the hilt, which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Don't be the wild card. The wild card or joker, the one that can be anything its holder pleases. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised as they once were desired. Such wild cards are found in every sort of perfection. They lose their initial reputation for uniqueness and are scorned as common. The remedy for extremes is not to exceed the golden mean in displaying your gifts. Be excessive in your perfection, but moderate about showing it. The brighter the torch, the more it consumes itself, and the less it lasts. To win true esteem, make yourself scarce. Head of rumor. The crowd is a many-headed monster, many eyes for malice, many tongues for slander. Sometimes a rumor arises and blights the best reputation, and if it sticks to you like a nickname, your fame will perish. The crowd usually seizes on some outstanding weakness or some ridiculous defect fit material for its murmurings. At times it is our envious rivals who cunningly invent these defects. There are a mean mouse, and they ruin a great reputation sooner with a joke than with a shameless, bold-faced lie. It is very easy to acquire a bad reputation. The badness is easily believed and hard to erase. Let the prudent person avoid all this and keep an eye on vulgar insolence. For an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Culture and refinement. Man is born a barbarian. Culture raises him above the beast. Culture turns us into true persons. The more culture, the greater the person. And that belief, Greece called the rest of the universe barbarian. Ignorance is rough and rude. There is nothing more cultivating than knowledge. But wisdom herself is coarse when polish is lacking. Not only must understanding be refined, but also our desires and especially our conversation. Some people show a natural refinement both in the inner and outer gifts, the concepts and words in the bodily adornment, which is like the bark, and the spiritual gifts, the fruit. Others are so gross that they tarnish everything, even their fine qualities, with an unbearable barbaric sloppiness.
Breathing slows, my fingers trace every question on your face. You ask me what I'm searching for. Your eyes go deep like midnight skies. I lose my words, I find His light shining where your shadows were before. There's a secret wisdom of God hidden in your heart. I hear it when quiet. I feel it in the dark. When will I hear in silence? Your temple in my arms, every kiss, every sigh pulls me closer to adapt yourself to everyone else. Appropriate of discretion. Learned with the learned, saintly with saints. This is a great way to capture the goodwill of others, for similarity generates benevolence. Observe people's temperaments and adapt yourself accordingly. Whether you're with a serious person or with a jovial, follow the current and politely transform yourself. This is especially true of those who depend on others. It is a great stratagem for living prudently, and it requires much capacity. It is less difficult for the person with a well-informed intellect, and adapt yourself accordingly. Whether you're with a serious person or with a jovial one, follow the current and politely transform yourself. This is especially true of those who depend on others. It is a great stratagem for living prudently, and it requires much capacity. It is less difficult for the person with a well-informed intellect and varied tastes. Skill at trying things out. Folly always rushes into action, for all fools are bold. The very simplicity which prevents them from foreseeing danger keeps them from worrying about their reputation. But prudence enters with great care. Caution and penetration precede her, beating the bushes so that she can advance safely. Discretion sentences hasty action to failure, though fortune sometimes issues a pardon. Go slowly when you fear the depths. Let shrewdness feel its way forward, and prudence steer you toward firm ground. These days there are pitfalls in dealing with others, and it is best to fathom things as you go along. And precede her, beating the bushes so that she can advance safely. Discretion sentences hasty action to failure, though fortune sometimes issues a pardon. Go slowly when you fear the depths. Let shrewdness feel its way forward, and prudence steer you toward firm ground. These days there are pitfalls in dealing with others, and it is best to fathom things as you go along. And the front door of deceit. Truth is more often seen than heard. Seldom does it reach us unalloyed, even less so when it comes from afar. It is always blended with the emotions it has passed through. Emotion taints everything it touches, making it odious or favorable. It tries always to impress us one way or another. Be more careful with someone who is praising than with someone who is criticizing. Discover what axe he is grinding, on what side he is limping, where he is heading. Beware of the false and the faulty, yes, or favorable. It tries always to impress us one way or another. Be more careful with someone who is praising than with someone who is criticizing. Renew your brilliance. It is the privilege of the phoenix. Excellence grows old, and so does fame. Custom wears down our admiration, and a mediocre novelty can conquer the greatest eminence in its old age. So be reborn in courage, in intellect, in happiness, and in all else. Dare to renew your brilliance, dawning many times like the sun, only changing your surroundings. Withhold it and make people miss it. Renew it and make them applaud. Mediocre novelty can conquer the greatest eminence in its old age. So be reborn in courage, in intellect, in happiness, and in all else. Dare to renew your brilliance.
Envy is an excellent thing, if only to console itself like lightning. Censure strikes the highest places. So let Homer nod at times, pretend that your intelligence or courage, though not your prudence, has committed some act of carelessness. Then we mark malevolence will calm down. In our bursting bubble of poison, this is like waving on a cape in front of the bowl of envy in order to escape with immortality. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. The same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade which will harm you, but by the hilt which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade, which will harm you, but by the hilt, which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade, which will harm you, but by the hilt, which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade, which will harm you, but by the hilt, which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade, which will harm you, but by the hilt, which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is than that of affection, and helps him reduce his defects or amend them. One grows very cautious when living across the border from malevolent rivals. Things not by the blade, which will harm you, but by the hilt, which will defend you. Same applies to emulation. The wise person finds enemies more useful than the fool does friends. Malevolence often levels the mountains of difficulty that favor made fearful. Many owe their greatness to their enemies. Flattery is fiercer than hatred, for hatred corrects the faults flattery had disguised. The prudent man makes a mirror out of the evil eye of others, and it is more truthful than that of affection, fiercer than hatred. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised as they once were desired. Such wild cards are found in every sort of perfection. They lose their initial reputation for uniqueness and are scorned as common. The remedy for extremes is not to exceed the golden mean in displaying your gifts. Be excessive in your perfection, but moderate about showing it. The brighter the torch, the more it consumes itself, and the less it lasts. To win true esteem, make yourself scarce. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised as they once were desired. Such wild cards are found in every sort of perfection. They lose their initial reputation for uniqueness and are scorned as common. The remedy for extremes is not to exceed the golden mean in displaying your gifts. Be excessive in your perfection, but moderate about showing it. The brighter the torch, the more it consumes itself, and the less it lasts. To win true esteem, make yourself scarce. Excellent things are easily abused. When everyone covets something, they are easily annoyed by it. It is a bad thing to be good for nothing, but worse to be good for everything. Some lose because they win so often, and soon they are as despised or desired. And if it sticks to you like a nickname, your fame will perish. The crowd usually seizes on some outstanding weakness or some ridiculous defect, fit material for its murmurings. At times it is our envious rivals who cunningly invent these defects. They are a mean mouse, and they ruin a great reputation sooner with a joke than with a shameless, bold-faced lie. It is very easy to acquire a bad reputation. The badness is easily believed and hard to erase. Let the prudent person avoid all this and keep an eye on vulgar insolence. For an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if it sticks to you like a nickname, your fame will perish. The crowd usually seizes on some outstanding weakness or some ridiculous defect, fit material for its murmurings. At times it is our envious rivals who cunningly invent these defects. They are a mean mouse, and they ruin a great reputation sooner with a joke than with a shameless, bold-faced lie. It is very easy to acquire a bad reputation. The badness is easy. Deal with others in a grand way. Aspire to elevation. The great should never be petty. You needn't go into all the details when conversing with others, especially when the subject is distasteful. Notice things, but do so casually. It isn't good to turn conversation into detailed interrogation. Act with a courteous, noble generality, which is a sort of gallantry. A large part of ruling lies in feigning indifference. Learn to overlook most of the things that happen among your close friends, your acquaintances, and especially your enemies. Over-scrupulousness is irritating, and if it forms part of your character, you will be tiresome to others. To keep circling round something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. Know yourself, your character, intellect, judgment, and emotions. You cannot master yourself if you do not understand yourself. There are mirrors for the face, but the only mirror for the spirit is wise self-reflection. And when you stop caring about your outer image, try to amend and improve the inner one. In order to take matters wisely, gauge your prudence and perspicacity. Judge how well you measure up to a challenge. Plumb your depths. Weigh your resources. The art of living long. Live well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. The art of living well. Live well. Never act unless you think it prudent to do so. If the person doing something suspects he will fail, it will be evident to the person watching, even more so when he is a rival. If your judgment wavers in the heat of emotion, you'll be thought a fool when things cool down. It is dangerous to undertake something when you doubt its wisdom. It would be safer not to act at all. Prudence refuses to deal in probability. It always walks under the midday sun of reason. How can something turn out well when caution started to condemn it the moment it was conceived? Even resolutions that pass the inner examination, nemine discrepante, often turn out badly. So what can we expect from those that reason doubted over and judgment considered rash? Transcendent wisdom. Transcendent wisdom. Transcendent wisdom. Transcendent wisdom. Transcendent wisdom. Transcendent wisdom. In every situation, this is the first and highest rule in acting and speaking. The more necessary, the greater and higher your occupation. An ounce of prudence is worth a pound of cleverness. It's more a matter of walking surely than of courting vulgar applause. A reputation for prudence is the ultimate triumph of fame. It is enough if you satisfy the prudent, whose approval is the touchstone of success. a universal man, a universal man, a universal man, a universal man. Possessing every perfection, he is equal to many men. He makes life ever so pleasant, communicating that enjoyment to his friends. Variety and perfection are what makes life delightful. It is a great art to know how to enjoy all good things. And since nature made man a compendium of the whole natural world, let art make him a universe by training his taste and intellect. Unfathomable gifts. A prudent person, if he wants to be revered by others, should never allow them to judge the extent of his knowledge and courage. Allow yourself to be known, but not comprehended. No one will discern the limits of your talent, and thus no one will be disappointed. You can win more admiration by keeping other people guessing the extent of your talent or even doubting it than you can by displaying it, however great. Keep expectations alive. Keep nourishing them. Let much promise more. And let great deeds make people expect still greater ones. Don't show everything you have on the first roll of the dice. The trick is to moderate your strength and knowledge and advance little by little towards success. Good common sense. It is the throne of reason, foundation of prudence, and by its light it is easy to succeed. It is a gift from heaven, highly prized, because it is first and best. Good sense in our armor, so necessary that the lack of the single piece will make people call us lacking. When least present, most missed. All actions in life depend on its influence, and all solicit its approval. For all depends on intelligence. It consists of a natural inclination to all that conforms most to reason, and to all that is most fit. Make your reputation and keep it. We enjoy it on loan from fame. It is expensive, for it is born from eminence, which is as rare as mediocrity is common. Once attained, it is easily kept. It confers many an obligation, performs many a deed. It is a sort of majesty when it turns into veneration through the sublimity of its origin and sphere of action. Reputations based on substance are the ones that have always endured. Write your intentions in a cipher. Passions are the gates of the spirit. The most practical sort of knowledge lies in dissimulation. The person who shows his cards risks losing. Let caution and reserve combat the attentiveness of others. When your opponent sees into your reasoning like a lynx, conceal your thoughts like an inky cuttlefish. Let no one discover your inclinations, no one foresee them, either to contradict or to flatter them. Reality and appearance. Things pass for what they seem, not for what they are. Only rarely do people look into them, and many are satisfied with appearances. It isn't enough to be right if your face looks malicious and wrong. A man free of deceit and illusion, one who is virtuous and wise, a courtly philosopher. But do not be so only in appearance or flaunt your virtue. Philosophy is no longer revered, although it is the chief pursuit of the wise. The science of prudence is no longer venerated. Seneca introduced it to Rome, and for a time it appealed to the noble, but now it is considered useless and bothersome. And yet freeing oneself from deceit has always been food for prudence and one of the delights of righteousness. Half the world is laughing at the other half, and folly rules over all. Either everything is good or everything is bad, depending on how you look at it. Either everything is good or everything is bad, depending on how you look at it. What one person pursues, another shuns. It is an insufferable fool who measures all things by his own opinion. Perfection does not mean pleasing one person alone. Tastes are as abundant as faces and just as varied. There is no defect that someone does not value, and you need not lower your opinion because a thing doesn't please some people. There will be others to appreciate it, and their applause in turn will be condemned. The norm of true satisfaction is the approval of renowned people who know how to judge each class of things. One does not live by following one opinion, one custom, or one century.
You trace the lines on a page that's worn and bent.
Marginalia from another time. Little notes of what they missed. Coffee stains on chapter 10. You say someone cried right here. All these quiet, folded corners, holding. Teach me the wisdom of books, but the intelligence of love reads between the lines when it gives up. You say the brightest minds still have so much to learn, so turn that fragile page and let my stubborn heart turn with you. You quote a line about patience, about grace. Then you stop and start to smile with that softness in your face. You can memorize the theories, still don't know a wounded soul. Then you press your thumb to mine, and it feels like coming home. Teach me the wisdom of books, but the intelligence of love.
So appreciate it, so much.
Forgiveness is enough. You say the bravest hearts are the first ones to return. So turn that fragile cage and let my restless heart learn from
The art of living well. Live well. Times opportunity for when she loses on the reward. If your judgment waves with, how can something turn out well? Waves the a companion like you are looking for good, calm, peaceful people of action, of righteousness by his own will.
Where the story begins. We trace the lines on a page that's worn and bent. Marginalia from another time. Little notes of what they meant. Coffee stains on chapter 10. You say someone cried right here. All these quiet, folded corners hold the years. Teach me the wisdom of books, the intelligence between the lines where the ink gives up. You say the brightest minds still have so much to learn. So turn that fragile page and let my stubborn heart turn with you. Oh, with you. Quote a line about patience, about grace. Then you stop and start to smile with that softness in your face. You can memorize a theory, still not know its soul. Then you press your thumb to mine, and it feels like coming home. Teach me the wisdom of books, the intelligence of love, where apology is gentle and forgiveness is love. You say the bravest hearts are the first ones to return. So turn that fragile page and let my restless heart learn from you. Understanding isn't spoken, it's how you're hearing what's unsaid. Teach me the wisdom of books and the intelligence of love. All the underlying mistakes we can rise above. I need every answer, just a place where I can go. So turn another page and let our open heart
She's in the short call.
where the story being wrote. Where the story being wrote.
The art of living well with the art. I drew marks on the backs of receipts, tiny plans in the dark of a cheap backseat. Told myself I fell with my teeth clenched tight. How to stare down every locked door like it owed me life. This is the way around success. Blueprints in my blood. Every scar a secret test. You know I always trust. After the light we
Just 1,000 tiny edits, midnight questions, wrestling with habits. I keep my doubts like tools on a metal rack. They cut deep, but they keep me sharp, keep me coming back. Oh. This is the wisdom of success. Blueprints in my blood. Now I look, every skill a secret test, every new and low stroke. I built a language out of pressure. Through electricity in the glow. This is the wisdom of success. I never knew what I was told. You said wisdom is an old man's hand. Joy is a child in the pouring rain. Beauty is your mother, humming in the kitchen. Peace is breathing through the ache and the strain. Knowledge is the question you still keep asking. Courage is a tremble as you take the stand. Morals are the lines that you draw and shine. Virtue's what you scar, a little stained glass window. Every failure folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know it looks a lot like mercy here. I see the image of the golden man, the way you love, and the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get lost, if I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God in a human hand. Teach me the heart of God in a human hand. You said wisdom is an old man's hand. Joy is a child of the poor in name. Beauty is your mother humming in the kitchen. Peace is breathing through the ache and the strain. Knowledge is a question you still keep asking. Courage is a tremble as you take a step. Morals are the lines that you draw in the shadow. Virtue is what you got when you got nothing left. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God. Character's a promise you make at midnight. Perfection is a crack where the light gets in. All these broken pieces on the table between us turn to something holy when you call me friend. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace in your tired eyes. If I get
Go ahead and
lost,
pass the bars. This is a race of Congress. I'm a candidate, aka potential lawmaker, though I haven't passed the bar.
every scar, a little stained glass window, every failure folded into prayer. If heaven has a face, I know looks a lot like mercy here. I see the image of the golden man in the way you love, in the way you stand. Not some halo,
It should be interesting.
If I lose my plan, teach me the heart of God. Teach me the heart of
Open some hot.
I was chasing flawless, straight lines, clean hands, trying to polish every moment into something it could never stand. But wisdom came quiet, like rain on dry ground. Said you're not a finished statue, you're the clay I'm shaping now. I'm a perfect work in progress. Every scar, every step,
Very wise.
inside your kindness. You're not asking me to impress. You call this beating, breaking heart, a mirror of your love. I was chasing far, straight line, clean hand, try to polish every moment into something we can never stand. But wisdom came quiet, like rain on dry ground. Said you're not a finished statue, you're the clay I'm shaping now. I'm a perfect work in progress. Every scar, every step, every breath held inside your kindness. You're not asking me to impress. You call this beat breaking heart for me. Little cracks in my halo, coffee stain on my white shirt. Still I'm tracing every shadow for a hint of how you were.
Little cracks in my halo, coffee stain on my white shirt. Still I'm tracing every shadow for a hint of how you were.
That's good.
I keep tripping on my questions, stuck my heart on every doubt. You're writing in the margins, lines I still can't figure out. You're the wisdom in my words, you're inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in the shaking. You're the way my will grows kind. Perfect love, perfect reflection. Drawing heaven through
Really good book.
life. I was taught a list of virtues, all the ways I had to shine. Be patient with my missteps, turning rules to living life. Every scar becomes a teacher, every feather through the ground. Slowly shaping off the edges. Flawless as you, but a heart that learns to stay. When it's hard to offer mercy, you still meet me in regret. Where my strength and fear collide. Making something bright and holy from this ordinary life. You're the wisdom in the moment, you're inside my aching chest. You're the beauty in the broken piece that lets my chaos rest. You're the courage in the shaking. You trace a circle on the window, breath on the glass turns to light. Ask me what I was made for. I say more than just getting by. Little flashes in the mirror, patience, laughter, quiet marching forward, side by side. 2026, this is our time. I've seen our town get brushed aside. Heard the time, maybe next time. We've been patient, we've been kind. Now we're drawing a brand new line. You want schools that really shine, small biz dreams that actually thrive. Clean streets, safe days, calm nights. We need someone on our side. So when they say it's just the same old game, we answer back. We call his name. We're talking over it. Make our future clearer. Every voice a little stronger. When we pull that lever together on Mars 17. Stand up, let your own show up for this change in our corner. Shadows prayers, song asking for help. Wealth, love, peace, and strength. You shadows prayers, song asking for help. Wealth, love, peace, and strength. Wish all those prayers, some asking for love, with love, peace, and strength. La, 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 la. unto our ancient order. That equilibrium is the basis of work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature?
Superior talent, spiritual basis come to a bad end. Knowledge without judgment is not madness.
The art of living well. Live well. Never act unless you think it prudent to do so. If the person doing something suspects he will fail, it will be evident to the person watching, even more so when he is a rival. If your judgment wavers in the heat of emotion, you'll be thought a fool when things cool down. It is dangerous to undertake something when you doubt its wisdom. It would be safer not to act at all. Prudence refuses to deal in probability. A large part of ruling lies in feigning indifference. Learn to overlook most of the things that happen among your close friends, your acquaintances, and especially your enemies. Over-scrupulousness is irritating, and if it forms part of your character, you will be tiresome to others. To keep circling around something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. A large part of ruling lies in feigning indifference. Learn to overlook most of the things that happen among your close friends, your acquaintances, and especially your enemies. Over-scrupulousness is irritating, and if it forms part of your character, you will be tiresome to others. To keep circling around something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. You will be tiresome to others. To keep circling around something unpleasant is a sort of mania. Remember that people usually behave like what they are, according to their own heart and their own capacity. Live well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. Live well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension, if well. Two things bring life to an early end: stupidity and depravity. Some lose their life by not knowing how to save it, others by not wanting to. Just as virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through a life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. Virtue is its own reward, vice is its own punishment. The person who races through life of vice comes to a doubly quick end. The one who races through virtue never dies. The strength of the mind is communicated to the body. A good life is long both in intention and extension. If your judgment wavers in the heat of emotion, you'll be thought a fool when things cool down. It is dangerous to undertake something when you doubt its wisdom. It would be safer not to act at all. Prudence refuses to deal in probability. It always walks under the midday sun of reason. How can something turn out well when caution started to condemn at the moment it was conceived? Even resolutions that pass the inner examination, nemine descriptante, often turn out badly. So what can we expect from those that reason, doubted, over, in judgment? How can something turn out well? Caution started to condemn in the moment it was conceived, even resolutions that pass the inner examined wisdom. It's more a compendium of the whole natural world. Let art make him a universe by training his taste and intellect. Unfathomable gifts. Prudent person, if he wants to be revered by others, should never allow them to judge the extent of his knowledge and courage. Allow yourself to be known, but not comprehended. No one will discern the limits of your talent, and thus no one will be disappointed. You can win more admiration by keeping other people guessing the extent of your talent or even doubting it. Then you can, by displaying it, by keeping other people guessing the good common sense. It is the throne of reason, foundation of prudence. By its light, it is easy to succeed. It is a gift from heaven, highly prized, because it is first and best. Good sense in our armor, so necessary that the lack of the single piece will make people call us lacking. When least present, most missed. All actions in life depend on its influence, and all solicit its approval. For all depends on intelligence. It consists of a natural inclination to all that conforms most to reason, and to all the peace will make people call us lacking. When least it is expansive, for it is born from eminence, which is as rare as mediocrity is common. Once attained, it is easily kept. It confers many, an obligation performs many a deed. It is a sort of majesty when it turns into veneration through the sublimity of its origin and sphere of action. Reputations based on substance are the ones that have always endured. Of action. A man free of deceit and illusion, one who is virtuous and wise, a courtly philosopher. But do not be so only in appearance or flaunt your virtue. Philosophy is no longer revered, although it is the chief pursuit of the wise. The science of prudence is no longer venerated. Seneca introduced it to Rome, and for a time it appealed to the noble, but now it is considered useless and bothersome. And yet freeing oneself from deceit has always been food for prudence, and one of the delights of righteousness. A man free of deceit and illusion, one who is virtuous and wise, a courtly philosopher. But do not be so only in appearance or flaunt your virtue. Philosophy is no longer revered, although it is the chief pursuit of the wise. The science of prudence is no longer venerated. Seneca introduced it to Rome, and for a time it appealed to the noble, but now it is considered useless and bothersome. And yet freeing oneself from deceit has always been food for prudence, and one of the delights of righteousness. By his own opinion. Perfection does not mean pleasing. One person alone. Tastes are as abundant as faces, and just as varied. There is no defect that someone does not value, and you need not lower your opinion because a thing doesn't please some people. There will be others to appreciate it, and their applause in turn will be condemned. The norm of true satisfaction
is the approval of renowned people who know how to judge each class of things. One does not live by following one opinion, one custom, or one century. Smites will appreciate it, and their applause in turn will be condemned. The norm of truth.
Nick, what up, dude? No, I'm not gonna do any Cindy Stumpo impersonations, Nick. This is a serious room, and you know you always want to joke around about Cindy Stumpo and Grant Cardone and the genius known as Chatter's CEO Nelson, Lord Admiral Nelson. What's going on, Nick? How are you doing?
Bad. How are you? You know, what do you think the IQ level is of people in chillism combined?
I really don't know. It's just when you read a book, you realize, or you listen to a book, you just realize how all the stupid shit you hear is stupid, and it's not even worth listening to it. So I'm trying to like control my mind by controlling what I listen to and what I say.
You know, I just finished reading a book called Bully Market.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever read it?
Mm-hmm.
It talked about this lady working at Goldman Sachs for like 19 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was in college, like I wanted to go work in accounting first, and then eventually go work on like Wall Street or something. Because like my finance professor was like, oh, you know, these are good firms if you can get in with like Goldman Sachs or Smith Barney or whatever, doing investment banking. I'm like, this is gonna be like awesome. And then I heard like how horrible it is to work there. And then I was like, I didn't believe it. And then I read a book. It was called like Why I Left Goldman Sachs by like Greg Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And that validated everything I heard about working there. And then I just read this book. And I'm like, that further validated like how awful of a company that is.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you're paying insane amounts of money, but like you work insane hours. Well, you live in Chicago, you know the banking industry.
Yeah, but it's not like, I don't know. I mean, they say in the news that they're doing, you know, return from home, you know, and got to be back in the office. But I just don't buy it. Like, real intelligence isn't, you know, manic. Like, if your team is manic, like, anyways, I'm just saying it's all like bullshit, you know, unless you actually work at Goldman. Like, imagine getting out of college and starting at, you know, 500,000 or 800,000. Like that's actually more of like a culture, like status, caste type welcome. You know, like if you have a JD MBA from Harvard or Yale and you get a job at Goldman, like it's a little bit like that movie American Psycho, you know, with M&As and, you know, I mean, I know somebody who's really high up in banking, and you know they had 300 million. Now they only have 50 million. But it doesn't mean he was smart. You know, it just means that it was the right place, right time. He's a book reader, but like he lost 250 million. Like he didn't diversify. He kept it all in Citigroup, and Citigroup went to $2 a share, and he panicked and he sold all. But now it's all back. That's the craziest thing in the world, that all the equity was wiped out of every major bank, and it's back and it's bigger than ever before.
Yeah, that's just it.
If you would have held, you would have been fine, unless you were all in on Bear Stearns or Lehman. But you know, it's interesting. Bear Stearns went under, right? And that's actually Epstein's firm. So like that kind of shows you that wasn't like a legitimate firm to begin with. It's like a dummy corp that they let go bankrupt, you know, because they're like, fuck it, Bear Stearns is done. Dude, everything is tied to Epstein, like because it's such a mind virus, you know, it's an impressive mind virus, very powerful. And there's these websites like jmail.world, etc. And there's YouTube channels now that are like expressly dedicated to posting all the Epstein videos. Like it's out there at scale. Like Do you know how all these people that didn't want their names named, they were just like, now they're just like, oh my God. Like the fucking Pritzker of Hyatt Hotels was raping boys in Afghanistan with toys. It's like, you can't make this shit up. And like, how the fuck do you stay on as the CEO of one of the world's largest hotel groups with Epstein saying that he's raping boys in Afghanistan? He's like, what? Arrest this fucking guy! Arrest this motherfucker! Arrest Pritzker! He's raping boys with Epstein. What? It's not fake, right? Hello? It's not fake. This is like on the DOJ website. You can download it yourself if you have the ability,
Dude, your videos are hilarious on Instagram. Like, I gotta say, they're pretty creative with that app that you use.
Yeah. It's not me, dude. It's like, it is me, but it's not like, I mean in like, in terms of like how they're funny, because like the prompt, but the thing is the app is just so stupid and crazy. Like it makes it funny by being like kind of artistic, like the format of a sitcom is like kind of special because like that's how people relax. They watch All in the Family or like, Brady Bunch or whatever. Like those shows are very calming. And it's just so funny how Sora like is able to like basically make it a sitcom, meaning like you're on a couch. Like that's the focus of the cameras on the show. It's impressive. It's very funny. I mean, I sit there and I fucking die laughing sometimes.
So it's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never really gonna get distribution. The whole thing, like, if you want to try to succeed in web publishing, it's all keywords. You have to be able to, get placement for keywords. Otherwise, you have no audience.
Right.
But I'm going to the gym shortly. I've been reading a book all day by Balthasar Gracian called The Art of Wisdom. It's very smart, and I'm trying to control what I listen to on this app because this app is like a tractor beam, like Star Trek. It can capture you.
It's like I said, just being a finance nerd. I like reading books about like finance and economics. And when I read the one like Bully Market with this lady's like 19-year experience at like Goldman Sachs, it was really, really enlightening. Another really good book. Ever read the end of Loyalty: The Rise and Fall of Good Jobs in America?
Mm-mm.
That's a really good one too. What's another one that's pretty good? Well, you've read End the Fed by Ron Paul and Ron Paul Revolution, I'm sure. The Revolution Manifesto.
I don't think I ever read them. Maybe parts of it online. I think I read like some of his publishings that he put out. But I haven't read a Ron Paul book in a long, since I gave him a bunch of money and I got a photo with him.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing. That he went to my college one night, and then he showed up at like some restaurant to say hi. I was gonna go, but I had to work late that night, so I didn't get a chance to go see him. But that was in 2012 when. I thought at one point, I didn't think he was going to win, but I thought he was at one point going to go against Mitt Romney, but that never ended up happening. He was in the top 4 at one point. But I don't know about his son. I think Rand Paul and Massey are done. Too many rhinos out there.
Pritzker just said that he erased $1 billion in medical debt. I'm like, you mean you just reassigned it to the taxpayers? Nice job on borrowing and spending that to pay off, creditors. Wonderful.
Right. I just wonder how long it takes them to before they just say, fuck it, we're defaulting on this debt. But they won't do that because just inflating away is the easier way to do it.
Did you see the video of Mamdani responding to how high will the property taxes go?
No, what did that dumbass say?
He's like, they'll go as high as they need to go based on how high the homeowner can pay it.
Well, the funniest thing, John, was when Gavin Newsom, he put a wealth tax in California. Now, like, how many trillions of dollars of tax dollars left? It's now Zuckerberg and all these people, Sergey Ben and Larry Page are buying shit in Florida. Because like these dipshits don't understand. Rich people have mobility options.
Yeah.
Just go somewhere else. Like,
and I came to that conclusion when I was like, I'd like to move, but then I'm thinking to myself, it's like, I can't, because like I can't clone what I have somewhere else. I just can't.
Right, those guys can.
Yeah, many times over.
Like Google's thinking about moving their headquarters out of California to Florida. They were talking potentially.
Well, when I worked at Google, when they fired me, and like I could see like he was going through like his laptop on all the notes and everything. Like he had, because I actually looked up to see where Larry Page sits in the Menlo Park office, and I was looking at like the org chart and going through it extensively. And like even you could, I mean, the org chart thing at Google was like the coolest thing in the world. It was so fucking big. I wish I would have screenshotted all of it.
Like when they fired you at Google, did they give you a severance package?
Nothing, bro. Nothing. They took my laptop and walked me out the fucking front door. That was the end of it. If I was smart, I wouldn't have come into work that day, and I would have just kept the laptop and sued. Like,
but how good were like the benefits? Because I've heard like the benefits are insane there.
Yeah, dude. And the severance packages that they give to people that they lay off is incredible. I mean, like incredible. And people made their livelihood there. I was working with people that had been there for so many years. I was just shocked. I was like, I can't believe you've been here like 20 years already at this point. Welcome, man. Oh, quick in and out. Fucking Lebanese whore.
The thing is with Google and all those tech companies, they pay everyone in like stock options like after 3, 4, or 5 years.
Yeah.
You get a company stock or something.
Yeah.
Because that's what one guy was telling me when I was out in the Bay Area. He's like, yeah, I work for Google, and he's like, the thing is that I know like after like next year I fully invest, and then I'm cashing in my options to buy a house.
Mm-hmm, nice.
Because he's like, that's the only way you can buy a house in that area. It's so fucking expensive. It's ridiculous.
I know.
I'm staying in San Mateo.
It's really nice. I don't know, like, I don't really think that geography is all that important. Like, people, because I'm, like, big into meditation. Like, if I already have my basics covered, I don't need to go anywhere else. And people are just, like, ridiculously greedy. And they can't find any happiness in the now. And they're just constantly, like, comparing, contrasting, trying to upgrade, or like it's like just relax. It's like try to enjoy it, because life is short. And I don't know, I'd focus on other things than the lifestyle of the rich and famous or something. Like, if you're a fat ass, like shouldn't that always be your number one priority? I just can't understand obese people. How they can't make it their priority to find the time to like work out 2 hours a day. You're obese. Like, that should be your top priority number, right? So it's always amazing seeing the morbidly obese. I get it. Maybe it's, so many factors, but the whole thing comes down to the fact that they can't control themselves. And, but there's some wealthy fat asses, which is amazing. Because that shows you, like, making money is not all about intelligence. A lot of it is about, like, sociopathic, psychopathic behavior, manipulation, and lying, and cheating, or stealing, or anyways, like look at Reid Hoffman and basically see this whole Epstein thing is it is basically like a 9/11 volcano exploding nonstop because it confirms this suspicious story of a higher level pedophile network secretly running ops and manipulating and controlling world affairs. And it's like, how the fuck did Pam Bondi, Trump, everybody at the DOJ, FBI, everybody just say we're not releasing it? It's national security. Like, what? Just do that. Like, why did they release all this? Because now it's like it has created a serious mind virus. And like even Thomas Massey, he's like, I'm not suicidal. And he's pushing, and everybody's pushing. And it's like, and now because of all these internet sleuths, like without the internet sleuths and people using AI to construct and create all these new platforms based around the Epstein files, they have created like a global focus. Like it's not just it's like, do you know in France they've raided like multiple businesses and nonprofits based off of this sex trafficking? Like the police in France are not just like standing by. Like they're taking action.
A little different.
It's everywhere though. It's UK, it's Germany, it's Italy. Like Epstein was a goddamn fucking octopus, and his network is the network that is engaged in real pederasty. So, and with all these photos of him with children, he never had, well, I guess he had like children, I suppose, designer babies that he was working on or something.
That's the thing is, the people who are part of this are very rich and powerful. They're not going to release names for that reason.
Dude, it's all out there. There's like not like they have pieced together. It's so hard to follow. It's a little bit like COVID-19 because there's so much information that it's like.
No. COVID-19 was really easy to follow. If you had half a brain or any common sense, you could realize the whole thing was bullshit.
It doesn't matter. It is the medium is the message, and I mean, I guess in that sense, maybe the Epstein files aren't going as far as they think they are, but
they'll never release it all. They never will. They'll just redact everything.
The thing is, they fucked up. The redactions didn't work. They on their website, on their server, you could change like the handle of the redacted file and get the unredacted, and the videos unredacted. Like they didn't know what they're doing. Like they didn't know how to really redact, and that, you know why? Because like it's difficult, and like they should never have released any of it to begin with. Do you know what's interesting about the FBI? Is like I saw a picture of the FBI in the 50s, and it was a giant, huge, massive like filing system where every piece of evidence, gets like a number on a file, and it's just a huge warehouse of like files. And like that's basically how they treated all the Epstein stuff. Every single piece of evidence that's been photographed, scanned, etc., has like a file number, which is an extension on the website. So, anyways, I'm just saying, I don't know how much time you spent on this, but I spent quite a few hours like going through the DOJ website and filming it all and posting it on YouTube and Instagram, etc. But then also all the stuff on X, because I have so many cell phones, I get so much, data running through my head and so much information.
Right.
But I'm just telling you, this Epstein thing, not the Epstein thing, like the Epstein, network. It's a social network, and it's amazing as well because the photography of the luxury that Epstein was living in is like bar none remarkable. And so like the real inside, I know, but that's nothing compared to the wealth of Bill Gates, Elon, like. Their wealth dwarfs Epstein, because Epstein, his value of the estate was $800 million. And when you think about like the wealth of like Bill and Elon and the stuff we've never seen, I mean, dude, Zuckerberg's boat is $300 million, and he's got a follow-on craft that's worth $30 million. That's Dr. Evil power, bro. These people are their own nation states. Like they're beyond nation state status. Like they are their own world government.
Larry Ellison, that guy bought the island of Lanai of it just because he could.
Yeah.
They wouldn't sell 100% of it. So he bought an island in Hawaii and just put a bunch of like hotels on it and hospitals and schools because he could. I mean, that guy has so much fuck you money. Bezos,
Yeah. Well,
Buffett.
Oracle is big time. I mean, it's amazing. All government platforms run on Oracle and on Windows around the world.
Yeah, my company is like, for accounting software, like Oracle's like a popular one too. So like, and the thing is, John, they can charge you whatever the fuck they want because if Oracle invoices my company, we have to pay it, or else they're gonna shut off our service. So like, we can't say no. So it's like such a good. It's an amazing business that he created. I mean, Larry Ellison is a smart dude. I gotta give it to him. But yeah, to your point, that guy has so much fuck you money. It's not even talked about. Hey, did you see where Tucker Carlson called out Mark Cuban?
No.
You should go watch that. It's pretty good. Because he was talking about like, oh, Mark Cuban saying the U.S. should give money to Ukraine. He said, well, then why don't you give money to? He's like, I'm trying to fix healthcare in the U.S. And he's like, well, why don't you be the person that changes Ukraine? And he was like calling him out on it. It's pretty good. Did you see the Peter Schiff Tucker Carlson interview?
Mm-mm.
That one's pretty good too.
Oh, that would be a good one.
Yeah, I listen to the Peter Schiff show for God since 08. Yeah, Peter Schiff's really good. I like the best when he called out Art Laughter. He's like, there's no sense of a recession. There's no housing crash. I'll bet you a penny to say if you're wrong. That was the best. And he's like, no, the statute of limitation is 1 year. But
Do you know anybody that works in wealth management? Financial advisors? Series 7? Series 63?
just come on Clubhouse. There's plenty of them, John.
Yeah, they're like real estate agents or same thing. Real estate agents and financial advisors, they're everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere.
I mean, I know a guy that he does like wealth management, but again, I used to think I wanted to go into that, but what you have to do to be really good at that and make a lot of money is like you basically have to be an ambulance chaser.
I have a mirror in my other recording studio name dropping me. I can hear him.
Oh, that's funny.
I've been live streaming him under a new burner. You know, I have another burner, and I accidentally didn't have it in anonymous mode, and his room was the first in the lineup, so it showed me in the room, and then he blocked it, like a brand new burner. So I had to get another burner, and now I got the new burner going. And it really is true. If you do play copyrighted music, like, you can fucking cause me serious problems. And so it's challenging because, like, I want to just, like, leave, you know, and go to the gym. But at the same time, I'm worried, like, if they catch it, like, they could cause me, like, it's very annoying to get a copyright strike on YouTube. Like, it shuts me down, you know. So it's like, I just come in, I record, and I used to record like all night. But I feel it's like, give it a rest, dude. You know, it's like, really, because what I'm trying to do is create samples of people, you know, in rooms. But like, I'm not trying to like run it forever. Like 1 to 3 hours of recording you talking endlessly about your hate speech is like enough. You know, we don't need more. We don't need more garbage.
I still think your best troll name was Tiffany Sotheby.
It is a good one.
No, I really want to hear what Tiffany has to say about dating. I was like eating or something. I almost spit out my food because I was crying of laughter. But I know it. You're trolling, and you were just trolling the fuck out of these people. And then that other one with like Jean-Jacques Ferrer or something. That was a hilarious troll name because you used to go and debate the news and troll Jonathan
Don't bring that motherfucker back up. Don't bring that guy back up. Stop bringing that guy up. Thank God, Daphne with that. Otherwise, I would have been arrested for fucking rape. Thank God, Daphne was there to fucking provide a witness statement. Oh my God. Thank fucking God Daphne was there. And that was like the funniest shit I've ever heard. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Why is this like your content about how you abused somebody and then you had somebody on Clown House to back you up against their accusations? I'm like, is this how you clear the slander, I guess?
Well, he used to get so pissed at you when you would have that Jean-Jacques name. I used to laugh my ass off when he used to run rooms and debate the news, and you just go up there and troll them, and he would say, "Moderate, throw down to the audience. Moderate."
People are crazy, dude.
Like every day for like 2 weeks straight, I would just laugh my ass off on that. But no, the one that I knew it was you at the Tiffany one, but I was like, I'm just gonna sit in the audience and laugh my ass off at this. And people thought like you were real, and you said you were where from Mississippi or Alabama, I can't remember. And you had the Southern accent. Kind of like a Monica mix, but it was like something else too.
Dude, Monica has been on Politically Correct, and people just fucking drag her. It's so funny how she gets attacked, and I assume it's like that in all rooms. But when people specifically like won't let up and they just keep dragging her, like that is very funny. And it's funny because like she's so weak, and like she sounds like a fat ass who's like, immediately like she gets choked up, and like you can tell it's like impacting her and hurting her, and like they just don't stop. And oh man, it's just, and it's sad because it's like she's choosing to be there, and like her responses are so weak you can't even hear her, and it's just like embarrassing, for her to like let herself be destroyed like that.
Politically Correct, I'll go in there for 5 to 10 minutes, and they always remove me. Because I always put the Jack of Goats mods. I'm like, Rutgers plays Duke today. I'm rooting for Rutgers. What about you, Douglas? And then he removes me. And then if Mickey's there, I say, no, we don't want to buy fixed annuities or life insurance programs. She'll remove me. But yeah, those people are fucking dumb. You know that guy, Aaron Caro, or whatever?
Yeah,
he's all right here. He works for George Soros.
Well, I put that out there. I don't know if he really does.
I tell him that all the time.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like these people have, been here for a long time, and it's unbelievable, like how boring they must be to like just continually repeat the same mantras for so many years. But what's amazing is I think it works for some of these guys because, like, if I were to like cast myself as a liberal Democrat, I probably would have gotten laid a lot more, to tell you the truth, because women are looking for that beta cup orbiters to like, to basically worship them, to think that like, because anyways, I'm just saying like maybe it's more subversive than I think it is. And I'm not accurately like understanding the psychology of being a Democrat. And maybe there is like a sexual component. Maybe it's like a whole sexual, network that I'm not involved in because I don't present myself as being, an N-word, F-word. I think that's probably what's up. Probably fucking myself by not having fake profiles and being like a liberal cuck Democrat.
Well, what do you think though is going to happen at this like midterm election? Do you think the Democrats are going to get a clean sweep?
It's pretty status quo, dude. Whatever the status quo is probably what the status quo will be, based on my interactions and knowing the the Democrat candidate versus the Republican candidate, people talk about this +3, +4, +5. You're not going to flip shit. And you know what? They're right. Like, it's pretty fucking status quo because it's like fully automated. I mean, all these voter rolls and databases and, the fact that Trump won, that's the fucking miracle. Because how the fuck does our electoral college, vote Trump when we know they're mostly all fucking woke Democrat leftists? Like, how the fuck did Trump become the president? I still can't understand that. So that to me is like a fucking miracle. That fucking Kamala couldn't get the electoral college to say you're our new president when most of them are all left. It's got to be at least 51% leftists. Got to be. So how the fuck did Trump become president?
But I just wonder, you see people like Massey that are probably going to be gone, Rand Paul that might be gone.
Dude, how can you say Massey's going to be gone? The guy's been there for a long time, and he's got real, actual people like that worship him like a god. I know, and none of these Trump endorsements carry any weight. It's all just paper tiger shit because, people vote for Massey because, they know what's up, dude. Like, I'm telling you, he's not, dude, he's highly organized. He's gonna win. If I could bet on it, I would bet on it. Like, maybe he's on Polymarket. I would put money on him.
I hope so. But Mitch McConnell's gone, Nancy Pelosi's gone. Isn't that bitch Maxine Waters gone?
No. No.
87.
She just got in a fight with Secretary Bessent, and Bessent's like, have some dignity. And she's like, shut him up! Shut him up! Shut up! Shut up! He's like, have some dignity.
She doesn't even live there. She represents Compton, Inglewood, and Watt. You think that she lives there? No, she lives in Beverly Hills or something. But
did you see?
She was
Judge Judy?
Yeah.
I read how she negotiated her $45 million a year salary. She would show up at an annual dinner with CBS and give him an envelope every year with an upgrade to her salary in her contract. And one year they gave her an envelope and she threw it back at them. She said, I'm not accepting this. And she says, if I accept this, this is a negotiation. She says, there's no negotiating with Judge Judy. And they just acquiesced and said, yes, Judge. Because the show made a lot of money, If she's pulling in $45 million a year, that show's bringing in $100 million, $200 million a year.
So, yeah, she can. They have to almost pay her what she's asking.
Yeah, they'd be stupid to walk away from $150 million net a year to say, fuck you. No. But Seinfeld, they kind of pulled the same thing. And their royalties ended up being so huge that no one, how the fuck could Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld have ever guessed that they'd become a billionaire? No way. Unless the thing called residuals, which is probably rapidly dying, but they were smart enough to get that, especially for Jerry and Larry, but nobody else got that sweetheart deal. But everybody's set, dude. More money than they can ever spend. Bro, when you get that kind of money, man, you just go to Topanga Canyon and you get yourself a house in the hills and you live in a bubble, bro. Beverly Hills is the greatest bubble on the planet. It's the best weather. Unless, of course, you were caught in the fucking fire and you lost it all and now you can't even rebuild.
That's the Palisades, not Beverly Hills, dude. I'm telling you, when I was out in Los Angeles doing LA in a day, or doing a bike tour there, the tour guy goes, watch what happens when you cross this street. What's so big about it? It's 2 streets. He goes, no, you don't understand. He's like, when we cross this street, we're going into Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Dude, you can keep off the fucking streets there. It's so clean.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, when they had the LA riots in 1991, you need an ID to cross the street here. They don't fuck around.
case called the Beverly Hills Police Department. It's still dangerous though. Like people in Beverly Hills, because all these crazy people are attracted to it, and homeless are definitely attracted to Beverly Hills. It's everywhere. Well, they have protests. That guy ran the box truck through the Iranian protest just a couple months ago. Like, it's dangerous everywhere, dude. In fact, the nicer it is, the more likelihood that there's going to be an attack at that location.
But that dipshit mayor there in Chicago, he's up for re-election, and they're going to re-elect him, I'm sure.
No. There's a lot of people, including myself, that are throwing their hats in the ring. The election is in February of 27, and I'm thinking about putting up a big billboard outside of my house, Kitover for mayor, because I can probably get the signatures needed to get on the ballot because of proximity and volume and quality. We'll see. I mean, I'm gonna definitely run for mayor of Chicago because it's really easy to do. It's so easy to file, and it'll be one of the most watched nationally political events.
Brandon Johnson is his name.
Yeah, I know. He's a total moron, completely low IQ, brain dead.
That guy is fucking dumb. Some girl called a black lady called him a dumb N-word to his face.
He's really stupid.
That's how you know you're bad, when your own people are calling you bad. And they fucked up like 16, 17 years ago when they basically sold all their parking meters to the Saudis or Qatar or whoever.
Dude, it's like the Pentagon. They don't even know how much debt they have. Like, it's run. What's amazing though is Bank of BOA is the #1 debt holder. So like, dude, the accountants, the CPAs, everybody really knows how much debt there is, etc. And like, they can't even make the payments to meet the bare minimum for the funding of all of these pensions, and like the city of Chicago is refusing. But listen, there is this woman here in Chicago named Stacey Gates, who's like the most hardcore communist, psychopath, liberal retard you've ever seen. And for President's Day, she gave a speech about herself because she's the president of the Chicago Teachers Union. So like, instead of honoring U.S. presidents, this dumb bitch honors herself, and like everybody just trashed her on her. Like, dude, the comments are so crazy. Like, it's like there's like an open revolt, and like, but the thing is, like, it's the images that they put out, the videos they put out are so cringe and so crazy that it's like obvious that these people are parasites and like not really interested in educating our children because they have never even educated themselves. It's fucking crazy. It's like a different planet. It's like a Martian planet of like, you're like, this isn't what like teachers and unions were like when I was a kid. Like, it was totally professional, totally dedicated to education. No politics at all. So like, how the fuck can teachers become hyper political when we're paying them with our property taxes? Shut the fuck up and read the books. It's crazy.
Right. Why did Karl Marx say workers of the world unite?
But see, these aren't workers. These are socialist. See, you can't call education work. It's a duty and responsibility of everybody, because everybody should want to be educated. But when all your communication deals with, basically, it's the same complaint against the Zionists: occupation, genocide and reparations and white structural racism. And it's so crazy because, like, in Evanston, they have given like 300 African Americans $40,000 from cannabis taxation. And it's just like, well, let's see the profiles on all these people that they've given all this money to. Plus, have they paid income tax on it? There's like this whole, basically that's what they're really interested in, is like social equity redistribution based on race. And the whole concept of race is just so tentative and stupid at this point. Man, I don't know. Maybe if there is some kind of like awesome AI breakthrough, because like we are so smart as like a collective globally, that like maybe there will be like some kind of like AI messiah or AI antichrist, whatever you want to call it. But maybe there will be like some type of breakthrough innovation, because like based on like how TikTok and the micro like electronics, like it would be pretty cool to have an AI dog, or like what that was like amazing,
Don't worry, all that shit's gonna come out.
But will it live up to like our imaginations? And sadly, philosophy says no.
I think it will over time. It will.
Really though, because like it's pretty complicated to create. Because you would imagine it would have to be very expensive to have a very amazing robot. It would cost like a Bugatti, no? Like it would be millions of dollars to have one of the latest robots from Tesla.
I'm sure, but
Because it's basically a slave. Like you now have a slave. Like you don't have to cook, you don't have to clean. Like that's what it's. People would first go for the housekeeper, no? Like that's the premium model. Like that movie I, Robot, with Will Smith, and I hate Will Smith,
right.
but like that would be the dream where like we actually have, a robot smarter than a human serving a human. Like that would be the imagination. But I just don't think it's possible. Because most of this stuff is like linguistic spam. It's not like literal. And these robots are like, it's all kind of the same shit. I mean, most of these videos are all AI videos. So it's possible though, But fuck, they'll probably use them for war before they'll use them for housekeeping. Let's be practical here. Let's not send our soldiers to go die in the trenches. Let's go send 1 million robots.
Right.
It's a little bit like Star Wars, the clone army. But I'm optimistic, because it's like the world, like I'm glad that I live in America versus, I'm glad we have the leadership that we have in America. Like I would be very demoralized if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were our president right now. I would be very upset regularly.
I think Tim Walz was probably one of the dumbest fucking vice presidents I've seen in our lifetime. Although, I mean, we thought Dan Quayle was bad. I don't know, man. Walz was dumber.
Dude, Walz is leading and in charge and responsible for like one of the, not the biggest, but a massive fraud and drain on our system in California. Like, have you seen, so Doge, HHS, have you seen the Health and Human Services, which is tracking all the spending for Medicare, Medicaid? And they're outing all of these massive fraud rings in Boston, in California, everywhere. Like now they have the actual data and the expenditures. And I even had a post on Grok because Thomas Massey was like posting about this HHS fraud. And then I just posted a reply like, hey, Grok, identify the top 10 most suspicious fraud line. And then it got 20,000 views on X because right time, right place, right question. And then all these other accounts, the big accounts with huge research capabilities, are really doing deep diving into the expenditures. And they're like, how the fuck can an office with one person bill $74 million out of Brooklyn? Like they're saying the fraud in Brooklyn is like insane levels of purport, like per capita and all this shit. So like they're able to do a lot of this on per capita. So all this analysis is coming out, but will there be action? You know, I mean, will there be clawback? Because most of these IRS criminal investigators, you know, they're going after these fraud rings, and but it's everybody. Everybody should be going after these fraud rings now that like the government data is public and internet sleuths are doing the work that people in the government can't even do because they're too stupid and like can't do it at scale. So there's, you know, dude, it's gonna be a banger of a year. It's just getting started, and the weather's pretty good. They keep spraying aluminum into the sky though, but I gotta tell you, the weather's pretty good for February.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
There should be a lot of arrests, and there's so many arrests on pederasty and other sexual abuse crimes, which is like crazy because it's like, why are they publishing all this stuff now and doing all these arrests now? It's like it's got to be timed to like the Epstein release, where it looks like the government is taking action on a lot of these child sex trafficking rings, which are criminal, you know, global criminal conspiracies, etc., and tied to narco terrorists, tied to just criminals. Like, have you been to the DHS website and seen the booking photos of all these ICE arrests?
I've seen some.
Well, I looked at like over 300 booking photos in the state of Illinois, and I didn't even go to other states. But if you were to just like sit there and watch a video of 5,000 mugshots, you'd be like, bro, holy shit. Like, wow, talk about like a job well done, and talk about like trying to save America and getting like real criminal narcotic terrorists arrested. I mean, it's these booking photos and the associated description on their rap sheet is terrifying, dude. You're like, what? Yeah, you gotta realize that like this whole country, like in every major city, really does have a serious criminal, illegal alien presence that is living here illegally and will not leave unless forcibly arrested. And they've got big rap sheets, and you're talking about like probably hundreds of thousands of more people that need to be arrested, who are like the most dangerous, you know, and they're living in major U.S. cities, but they're protected. And we don't have enough people to do these arrests. A lot of this is also a scam. Like they're buying these huge like warehouses to like create these new like prison max facilities, etc. Dude, there's just no debt crisis, man. There's like never a debt crisis. It doesn't seem there's just like spending opportunities.
They sweep it under the rug and they put something else up there.
Here's another $50 billion to build prisons. It's like, wow, $50 billion.
Yeah.
Where did you come from, $50 billion? Oh, you mean Congress just said, here's $50 billion, and the Federal Reserve put it into their systems, into their models. Here's your $50 billion. Thank you, Federal Reserve. No problem. Glad to help. So, dude, this Epstein thing has fucking caused lots of problems, even for replacing Chairman Powell. You know, because the guy that they wanted to put in is in the Epstein emails.
Well, you know what's interesting about this guy replacing Powell? I think he's going to be a little different. He's not going to be what Trump expects. I don't think he's going to cut rates.
Dude, never say never. Like, Trump is the miracle man. And a lot of this deals with his legacy and his appraisal of his ministers and his, you know, cabinet. So, also the thing is, when people get outed, he's got to take action. And if somebody's dishonor requires that they be terminated, like, they're going to lose their job, you know? And, like, this ain't no Watergate, you know? I saw a picture of the police officer who arrested the operatives that were doing Watergate. And, like, Watergate, you know, became, like, a huge, massive machine, you know, that brought down the presidency. He didn't have to, you know, retire, but he's like, I didn't want to damage the presidency anymore. Dude, the guy didn't have to step down. Like, what the fuck? You know, Nixon probably regretted that over time. He's like, fuck it, I never should have said fuck it. I was the president. What the fuck?
Did you ever read his book, Watergate?
No.
It's very good. Very, very interesting. But, you know, to your point, I don't think he had to step down either.
Dude, that's the mandate, man. The fucking guy is Caesar. You know, like, maybe he stepped down because he got a deal. That's probably what happened. He probably got a deal. And they're like, we won't arrest you, we won't kill you. And you can have all this shit. Just step down.
Yeah, that was his plea bargain, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Because he lived a great life, man. That guy had a fucking baller-ass ranch in California.
I went to his library
Mm-hmm.
in California. It's very nice.
Yeah, the guy had an incredible, you know, the guy was, you know, he didn't flaunt his wealth, and I liked how he's like, I work. I don't go to Newport Beach on the weekend and hang out on my boat with a bunch of faggots. Like, the guy was pretty based, you know? I mean, he didn't seem like he, you know, I mean, when you just compare, like, him to Obama and everything that Obama has done since leaving the presidency, it's like, dude, this guy is such a fucking F-word, N-word. And his Tower of Mordor in Chicago that he wants people to create misinformation out of, it's like the Tower of Babel. You know, it's just like never-ending American hate. And how are we going to fix this? How are we going to come back after Trump is gone? It's like he has created his own industry, and it's totally territorial and, you know, anti-American. It's like there's so many brainwashed people look at him as the GOAT, and they look at Brandon Johnson as the GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT. It's like, bitch, you know, why don't you try to become a GOAT? It's just, I mean, we have a problem in this country where the most unqualified, most woke, most deranged, biggest liars and misinformationists do become our leaders. And it's all based off of like this lie of racism and, you know, brown, black reparations by electing people who are unqualified. Like, the guy is not a learned man. You know, we need to elect extremely wise and learned people with extreme experience of incredible, you know, brilliancy. Like, we can't let these insane Marxists, socialists, liberal, Democrat, communist, liars, and traitors. They have to keep the Constitution in their mind, in their heart at all times with what they're thinking and saying, and they just don't. They're crazy. They're history revisionists that hate American culture and history. It's wild to watch. It's like, dude, this is like the extreme clown world. Like, extreme clown world. It's unbelievable. And it's at scale. It's like everywhere. Every major liberal left woke city is a sanctuary city of wokeism and resistance and trans too. Like, Clinton just put out a photo with that trans congressperson. And it's like, dude, even using the word trans, it's like, no, man. I'm not going to do these word games with people that want to create words. They're the most sinister amongst us that demand that we even use words like trans or gay. No. Homosexual faggots. Like, don't be afraid to use the word faggot. Because, you know, faggots is a bundle of sticks. And we're not associating faggots with a protected class. Just because you want to have homosexual orgasm doesn't give you a special protection of speech. It doesn't, despite the fact that Google says you can't talk about certain groups of people because they have protected speech benefits. That violates our Constitution. Everyone and everyone is worthy of being roasted. Doesn't matter if you suck cock or pussy. Like, we will roast you if your ideas are impractical and stupid, because we have a major crisis, which is the debt crisis, and none of these people can talk about it. They can't talk about it because it's not a crisis to them. It's just an opportunity. And so we've been sold out. Like, our founders and our fathers saved for us for the future. We spent it all and borrowed 1,000 times against it. What? Dude, Nick, I'm telling you, man. It is a crisis, and it's real. Like, it's not impacting me. But there's other people out there that shouldn't have it so rough because they got sold out, 1,000 times
Well,
over.
think about it. From what, 1776 to 2010, what was our national debt like? 10 trillion when Rand Paul was first running or first got into Senate. He was talking about like being 10 trillion, 10
Yeah.
or 12, something like that. Yeah, we've almost tripled that.
Yeah.
Or we have tripled that.
Yeah.
In like 15 years.
Quadrupled it.
Yeah, we quadrupled it pretty much.
Or even more than that, because the unfunded liabilities,
Yeah,
that's the real number.
And we don't even know how much, 150 to 200 trillion. I brought that up in a room in here, and this guy's like, no, you're full of shit. And I showed him something. He's like, no, that's just an arbitrary Google website. I'm like, okay.
See, the thing is, it's just not genuine. See, the thing is that $1 trillion we're paying in interest every single year, which is really like $100 billion a month. Bro, who are the recipients at $100 billion a month? It's probably BOA, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, State Street, Vanguard, etc. Those are the real recipients of that $100 billion interest VIG monthly. And that's what's bleeding us. And because that's pure profit, dude. These financial services companies don't have to manufacture a car to net that. Wow, what a life. What a life. There's no labor that goes into netting that, dude. That's just fucking finance profit, which is beautiful. Like fucking margins out the wazoo. But if you look at the margin of BOA or JPM, it's like 25%. It's not like the craziest profit margin in the world. It's not like a 4-to-1, but still, we're talking about $100 billion a month. Dude, want to talk about I'm not in the mafia, but Nick, when you're talking about $100 billion a month, now we start to talk about the integration of the banking industrial complex and the military industrial complex. Because guess what bankers like? They like former special, forces, soldiers. Like, you can go from the Rangers into banking. You can. I mean, they recognize, like, they want dangerous people or sociopaths, psychopaths working with them because they need the security. They want killers with them because it's that much money. Like, that's how dangerous it is, really. Because that's life. But anyways. In the Epstein files, one of the scariest things that I read was, do you know what the Winter Hill Gang is?
No, I don't.
It's like one of the most psychotic, brutal narcotics trafficking gangs in American history with Whitey Bulger. It's called the Winter Hill Gang, and it says that they infiltrated and took over the Boston FBI. Can you imagine, like, the FBI is not the FBI. It's being run by a gang, a terrorist, narcotic, psychopathic, deranged gang led by a former MK Ultra, subject participant known as Whitey Bulger, who they captured in Santa Monica with $1 million stuffed in the wall. But, he was like an MK Ultra participant who did like all this lysergic acid and reprogramming that the CIA was doing. So they created a monster. They basically created a Frankenstein through the MK Ultra program, and there's multiple people who basically are Frankensteins as a result of their experimentation. But it's all taxpayer funded. So, in conclusion, if you run a cult about deprogramming people from cults, guess what? That's your cult. You run a deprogramming cult. So the question is, who's going to watch the prison guards? Who's going to president the president? Who's going to, watch the teachers? I mean, like, I'm just saying that we live in a very such a robust, hyper-dynamic society. And I was reading this book today by Balthasar Grassi, who was talking about what is perfection, and then also variety, and what was the other term for perfection? But anyways, variety is the spice of life, in my opinion. And it was also saying don't live your life by just one century, and that's what a lot of people do, especially a lot of Muslims. They live their life by one century, as opposed to like consuming multiple centuries of information and then living their life without so much judgment, but more living a life based on wisdom accumulation and information accumulation. And we're accumulating a lot of information, but a lot of the information that people are accumulating, it's just garbage. So garbage in, garbage out. This app is actually like a recycling center and a garbage dump. And what you bring into it is what you take out of it. But no one here has ever brought anything out other than garbage from Clubhouse. Nobody's ever brought a polished diamond or a polished bar of gold or silver or platinum. They've only brought out emotion. And that's what is tied. That's what this whole app is about. It's about emotion. It's not about information gathering or information transfer. It's about emotional emotion plus political position, and propaganda. So that's really the power of this app. And humans are smart enough to know that that's really the real value in it, because they're not bringing in any good information. Like CM here, he doesn't bring in any good information into this app. And therefore, he leaves this app with the garbage that he brings into it, which is complaints and criticism. And he's a terrible critic. There are professional critics out there, people that get paid because their critique is valued, but not CM's. CM has very negative critique, and I would challenge him to say, okay, John, I'll bring some value, and I'm going to open up a book and read something. If you listen to me for 60 seconds or 3 minutes, you're here all day. You probably would listen to me if I had something valuable to say, because you're here all day, dude. You're here on this app like all day, 7 days a week, bro. How are you here so much? Are you getting paid? Well, I guess I don't have anything important to say or anything intelligent to say that you'd want to listen to give me some of your time and recording, but that's okay because I actually don't have anything interesting or intelligent to say. So that's my show. And there's a Clubhouse speaker here who's a super F word, super N word. Oh, Nick, do you know what an NFFN is?
No.
It stands for nigga. And you gotta say it real quick, otherwise it would be considered hate speech. So you gotta say it real quick so nobody can really know what an NFFN is. But that's my comedy, and I'm sticking to it. And it's freedom of speech to be funny. To get around the censors in creative ways. That's what people get paid for, to be creative against the censors. Because the censors are the enemy of we the people, enemy of intelligence. They want to, I was talking about 9/11, on YouTube, and they literally gave me a community guideline strike and said that it's hate speech. And it's like 100, everything and that's the craziest thing, Nick. It's like, when the censor says that you can't say this, then you're like, oh my God, then it's the truth. It's the truth. They don't want the truth to come out. It's so crazy. It's like, dude, they're telling me exactly. I'm hitting the nail on the head, dude. Like, it's true, and they can't let out these national secrets on YouTube. So they tell you can't talk about 9/11 truth. You can't talk about World Trade Center 7. You can't talk about, the videos of people saying there's explosives going off in the lobby of the building. I mean, it's just like, dude, it was a CIA operation. I mean, controlled, So if you have a problem with your government lying to you and deceiving you still to this day and covering it all up when it was like such a huge catastrophe. And even to this day, with all the fucking chemicals, the asbestos poisoning, etc. Like, there's just, and talking about, Silverstein and all this shit, it's like, dude, like, how can you censor us if we want to talk about 9/11? It's like, it makes me, it's unbelievable. I mean, I don't believe that, anyways, if I talk about it, I'll get another community guideline. I can't talk about it. But I was just going to mention the Pentagon in Shanksville and the fact that those were not airplanes; those were rockets. It's obvious. Like, it's fucking obvious that what that's not. There's no evidence that there were planes ever until like years later when they released photos and they showed like the tail of the plane. And you're like, why did they release it so many years later? And why does it look like this is photoshopped? So, you know. Anyways, it's reality, dude. You know, like, I'm not in on it, but there are people whose whole careers, you know, were dedicated to this operation and this project. And it's terrifying to think that like millions of people died based off of communication, hypnosis, and narrative. Because as soon as like it all happened, Osama bin Laden, 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 Osama bin. Like what? Talk about key buzzword and keyword of the day every day was terrorist, 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 Osama bin Laden, Osama, terrorist, Islamic terror, Osama. Like, you know, it's just obvious that, I mean, but this is business, dude. And the thing is, the whole thing really does deal with how intelligent are you. But also the whole thing is censorship too, because, you know, like I specifically went on eBay and bought a bunch of 9/11 materials, like 9/11 newspapers, 9/11 books, stuff that was made like right after the attacks, you know, to like try to keep a sample of what I would consider propaganda, because now that we know the truth, that, you know, 9/11 and COVID-19 were pre-programmed projects. Like they're not they're not organic, dude. I mean,
You can ask Ludwig on the app all about 9/11. He's an expert.
yeah. See, many people are just repeating the memories that they've, you know, seen on the internet.
Exactly.
So, you know, I take everything with a grain of salt, because like if we were to find out, anyways, I'm just saying, who are the family members of the people on the planes, and why haven't we ever seen any videos with them crying about their deceased, you know, husband or uncle, and how that bastard Muhammad who was on that plane was the guy that did it? Like, there's just not enough. See, there's like fiction movies about this shit, but there's never any like, there's no like video of somebody like piecing it all together and showing the victim statements and showing their profiles and their LinkedIn accounts. And, you know, it's like, dude, so much of life is just what you're told. And that's when you've really got to realize that all communication is hypnosis and propaganda and projection and politics. And it's a huge manipulation and propaganda, because, like, your 8th grade education, right after that, like, you might as well just, you know, anyways, it's all just water under the bridge for young people, because all these people die. A lot of this is just generational, I think, where like the Bushes, you know, from JFK to George Bush, like at George Bush's funeral, like that was the end of like our Emperor Palpatine, you know, and George Bush Jr. Doesn't seem to me to be like the most evil guy in the world. He seems actually to be like kind of an aloof American, but maybe he's not. Like, if his dad was eating the entrails of baby feces, I mean, you know, he's the product of that. So like the Bohemian Grove, you know, illumination crowd of what you could call like CIA Satanists or something. Did you ever see the movie The Good Shepherd? Like, Matt Damon.
I've only seen parts of it. I've never seen a full thing.
Well, you know, Israel did really well because all their enemies except for Iran have been knocked offline, dude. Everybody that really hated Israel, they're gone. You know, Bashar Assad, gone. Muammar Gaddafi, gone. Saddam Hussein, gone. Like, dude, I mean, Israel is like, they had to do it. They had to do it. They had to do it. And it worked out well for them. They have, you know, and oh my God, did you know that MBS is actually Jewish in Saudi Arabia? I heard a rumor out here talking about how his grandmother is Jewish, and I was like, that is so funny. Because like you gotta think about like the House of Saud is a mirror and a creation, really, of Britain, not so much America. Like Aramco. God, you know, Aramco had the biggest IPO of all time at $1 trillion. You know, like that, and it's only grown. It's gotten bigger. So, you know, it's a big club, bro. And I'm not.
George Carlin said it best.
I'm not in
Big
it.
club.
I ain't in it. But you know, if you are aware of it, in a way, you're just like tangential. Because like many people will never apply to BlackRock and they'll never apply to the Federal Reserve because they don't even know anything about it. And they don't even think about it. But like if you think about it, you know, if you want to be a saint, you got to be saintly. And, you know, a lot of life is people never achieve anything because they never attempt it. They never even attempt it. That's what I was reading about today. Let's see what the market cap of Aramco is now. $6 trillion! Jesus Christ. It's got a 5% dividend yield. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's insane how much
6
money
trillion. Dude, Aramco, Saudi Arabian oil company, is worth $6 trillion. I can't believe it. Fuck, dude.
I think Nvidia's like 5 trillion, 4 trillion.
Apple's at 4 trillion.
Yeah.
It's amazing, like, oil is used everywhere. Cell phones are used everywhere. So, like, they're pretty much on par. And what's amazing is when you're worth $6 trillion, you're not even so much an oil producer as you are a financial services company. Because, like, so much of your work is, oh my God, we're making all this fucking money. You know? And, oh, God. And Aramco invests. You know, Aramco has a portfolio. It's an institution. So there's a lot of money. You're a CPA, bro. If you got your Series 7 or you know, because a lot of this is also marketing. Like, how are you going to get hired at Goldman Sachs? How are you going to get on, like, you know, a Saudi trading desk for Aramco? I mean, it's real. It's out there. You know, a lot of this also is your investigation into it. Who are the people and what's their LinkedIn? What's their X account? What's their Facebook page? Like, you know, because a lot of this is just communication and sales. Like I was reading about like famous art brokers. And like, if you want to make a lot of money as an art broker, like you got to basically get a patron, a billionaire who wants to spend, you know, $100 million a year on artwork and you're his broker. You know, you got to get that position. So, but those people earn it by cultivating it, by researching it, and basically running a psyop on their victim, on their client. So the question is, you know, how much time and effort are you going to invest in trying to achieve whatever your desire is? You know, you might be satisfied with what you got, and you know, but a lot of this is really just awareness, knowledge, and doing a little work. Like if you have a stock and you get their, you know, annual shareholder statement and their perspective, their series, whatever, like their disclosure shit, like it tells you who all the vice presidents are, etc. And it's like, do you do LinkedIn?
No, I don't use it.
I don't use it either, and I love that I'm not on it because I fucking hate it. But it
I
is.
would some years ago. I deleted my account. It just got really annoying, and people want to sell you stuff.
Yeah, but people who work at publicly traded corporations are on there because they are actually like trying to like survive. Meaning, like if they get cut, like they're gonna get picked up because they have that network and they're on there. And like if you own a share in any of these companies, you know who their board and who their key executives are because they publish it. And it's like, where else are you gonna get that information? You're not gonna get it anywhere unless you own a share in that fucking company. And they mail you every year. They're like, here's our fucking brochure, and here's who we are. And then you're like, okay, now I know who you are. Maybe I can try to communicate with you. You know, and most people are open to communication. That's the amazing thing. And we're living in this communication technology revolution of mind control. Like the cell phone is our beta orbiter, And people live their lives imprisoned in a cell phone now. You know, even the rich. Like, it's a drug, dude. It's a medical device technology delivery. And this app is like a thing of it, you know. And Elon still does this, but he doesn't do it here. He does it on his own platform now, under Adrian Dittman. So you can talk with Elon Musk, but you got to know how to talk to him. You can't talk to him as Elon Musk.
Isn't there are multiple like Adrian Dittman accounts on X?
No, there's one Adrian Dittman account. He's got all these other little feeder accounts that like all go back to the Adrian Dittman. And he even took over my profile handle, Adrian Dittman, or he suspended it. Because I spelled it with one T and one N. He goes with two T's and two N's, I believe. But it's a big profile. And he just plays video games now. He just live streams himself playing video games. And if you knew that the richest man on the planet wastes all his time picking his ass playing video games, I'm actually kind of like, you know, amazed. But I'm not, because I understand how ridiculous life is at this point. Like, Clown World runs it, but Elon Musk has the time and the desire to just give no fucks and play video games and sit there and make stupid memes. And, you know, he calls it art. Yo! Am I a Muslim? What's a Muslim?
Muslim is the one who believes God, who believes the prophet is the messenger.
What was all that at the end there? I couldn't hear you. Like, said a bunch of quick stuff in like a snake tongue. What was that?
I say like the prophet. We say like peace be on him in Arabic. Muhammad.
Oh, Muhammad. Does he go by any other names?
We say like Prophet Muhammad in Arabic. We say Muhammad. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam means peace be on him. Like, my English kind of bad.
Who's the God of who's Muhammad's God?
Muhammad's God is Allah.
And who is Allah?
Allah is the one all-knowing, the Almighty, the King, the Master, the Sustainer, the everything.
Allah is everything?
Allah is everything, subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is the King of the kings.
Allah is King of kings. And so what does that make Muhammad?
Muhammad is a prophet, he's a messenger.
Is he a servant of the king?
Yes, like us.
Interesting. Well, it sounds, you know, like a great movie. Is there a movie about this?
Bro, it's like...
Pretty sure there's a movie about this. Maybe it's called The Prophet.
Can I ask you one question, Mary?
You want to ask me a question? Go ahead.
Okay, what do you believe in religion?
Do I believe in religion?
Yeah.
What's religion?
Do you believe in God?
What's God?
God who creates you? No.
God created me?
Yes, sir, man.
I thought my mom and my dad had sex, and then because my father inseminated my mother, her uterus bare fruits of me. I didn't know God did that.
That doesn't make sense. Something has to begin for the first time, you know?
Oh, you mean like Adam and Eve?
Yes, that's everything has a beginning. You know that?
Oh, I see. Well, is Jesus a Muslim?
Yes.
I thought he was a Christian.
No, it was not.
Jesus is a Muslim?
Yeah, he prayed to God.
Oh my God!
Listen, let me clarify that you know the word Muslim is the who want to submit himself to God. Jesus prayed to God. That means he's Muslim.
Oh my God! I didn't know that. It's amazing. Well,
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
that's amazing. Well, what about the Pope? Who is the Pope?
Pope. What's the Pope mean?
Yeah, what does the Pope mean?
Well, the thing is, my English is not that good. I'm not from America, you know.
Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden.
You live in Sweden? You don't speak English?
Yeah, we're not that good, bro.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Not everybody.
Well, what century? Well, what year is it?
Like in Sweden,
Yeah, what's the year?
In Sweden,
Right now, yeah.
it's 2026 bro.
What century do you live in?
In Islamic or like another way?
Islamic.
Islamic is 1400 something.
1400 something? But do you live in 1400 something or do you live in 2026?
We follow like the calendar of Islamic. I live in 1400 something.
Oh my God, you're still living in the 1400s. Wild. Well, would you get married to a 13-year-old? As you know, if you could have a marriage, would you marry a 13-year-old?
No. Why?
What about a 15-year-old?
No.
What about a 17-year-old?
No.
18-year-old?
Nah.
20-year-old?
I'm like 21, so like in my age or like older.
Okay, got it. So,
Most 1 year younger than me.
is that like a 2026 thing or like a 1400 thing?
The thing is, back in the days, let me clarify. The thing is, back in the days, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the prophet marrying a younger, right?
Aisha.
Yes, I know it. The thing is, she was not 9, bro.
How
She
old?
was 8. She was 18.
18?
Yes.
Wow.
Let me clarify that. She was 18. But the time by then, they didn't know like how time moves, you know. Nobody had like what did I say, like, you know, focus or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
She was,
Concentration.
She was grown, bro. Let me tell you about something, bro. You sound a good guy, bro. Let me be honest with you, bro.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can teach me about your religion. I will listen respectfully and like listen and you get me?
Yeah, you want to learn English.
English and you live do you believe in Christianity?
What's that?
You don't believe in any religion?
What are the major religions?
It's like the 5 or it's like it's more. I know it's more religion, but I know the 5.
What are the 5?
The 5 is like Christianity, Islam,
So Christianity, Islam, what are the other 3?
Judaism and Buddhism and Judaism and something like that.
Those are 5 big religions. What's the biggest?
The biggest Islam. The biggest is Christianity, I think. No, it's Islam. By population, it's Christianity. Wait, let me check. It is, but the fastest growing religion is Islam right now. That's for sure. Okay, I don't have to check that. It's Islam. It is Islam. The fastest growing religion is Islam, not the biggest. But it's growing, so. But yeah, I hear you. There are more Muslims in the world than any other. Yeah, but listen. I'm Muslim too. But the thing is, Alhamdulillah. Muslims? No, this guy's not Muslim. What's talking? Mayor or Jay? Jay. Mayor, are you Christian? He doesn't believe. I don't think that he doesn't believe nothing.
No, I'm about to go to the gym.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah. I'm about to go work out and sweat. Do you know what the religion of sweating at the gym is called on a treadmill? And then lifting weights and stretching?
Discipline.
The Supreme?
Discipline.
Oh, that's called discipline.
Yeah, man.
The religion of discipline.
What does it call?
The religion of discipline. It's the discipline religion. I'm a member of the biggest faith of all time. It's called the discipline religion. We have a prophet named Dr. Discipline. Have you heard of Dr. Discipline? His uncle is called Dr. Good, and he's got an auntie named Dr. Evil. Do you know Dr. Good?
Yes. Where are you from? I'm from Libya.
Libya?
So you're Arabic.
Do you own an oil well? see.
Yes.
Well, what's going on in Libya? How's the capital?
It's okay.
Is
Don't
there?
believe the media.
What about Muammar Gaddafi? His son just got killed a couple weeks ago.
It's doubtful. There's nobody.
Doubtful? The guy got killed.
But no, he didn't. I don't think he got killed. I think he disappeared.
Oh, it's fake news. I see. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. He didn't die in the jail, so they put him on another island.
Yes. I
Got
think
it.
he just disappeared.
Got
Because
it.
there's nobody.
Got it. I
Like when
understand.
Muammar Gaddafi died, there were an autopsy
Uh-huh.
and there were a body and like everything was normal. But his son, there is no body. I don't buy it.
Interesting.
And I'm a forensic doctor, so
Uh-huh.
if there were a body, I would have known.
Zaza,
What?
how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, you got like your baby voice.
I get that a lot.
So you're married or like that? Is he married?
Oh no. Oh God, no.
Okay, why not?
I'm too young for that. It's too much responsibility.
You're 21.
Like,
It's not you old.
no, but I'm not. I spent all my life like studying, and I'm still learning about the real world. Maybe another year, maybe next year I'm gonna get married.
Inshallah, that sounds good.
Just I'm trying to figure things out now.
Hey, do you live in Libya or you gonna move like to France?
No, I live in Libya. I don't.
You know, like
Why France?
because you said you studied in France.
No, forensic.
Forensic, okay. What does that mean? Like you're a special doctor?
Yes, I'm specialized in forensic histopathology. Like when someone dies, a forensic doctor must determine the cause of death. But when he
Okay.
can't tell how the person died, they sent me like pieces of tissues. I examine it under the microscope and I tell them what's going on. So it's a subspecialty.
So you're a smart woman.
Yes, I guess so.
That sounds good.
And I thought the mayor was holding a mushaf. What's that in your profile picture?
Zaza, this guy Mayor, he holding like Quran or something.
Yes, I thought it's a mushaf.
Yeah, are you Sunni or Shia?
I'm sorry, there is no Shia in Libya. We're all like Sunni.
MashaAllah, no man, that sounds good, MashaAllah. Hey, Mayor, he's not talking, man.
I'm here.
Brother, you sound like a good guy, man. Why you not giving the Islam a chance and learn about Islam first?
I did. I read half of the Quran.
Okay, tell me what you know.
It's political because the Muslims say we sent the prophet to you, and so they're claiming more than they can claim. It's ridiculous, but it's what they claim. But it's just a claim. So it's really very specific geographically, and Muhammad and his history. So it's a book club called the Quran, and it's just a book club. But if you only want to be a part of that book club, that's the only book club you want to be a part of, that's your choice. But I like more than one book in my life. I like multiple books, just like multiple movies. And when I get pizza, I like pineapple and chicken on it. Sometimes giardiniera, sometimes onion and garlic. I don't just eat one type of pizza. I like a pizza with a lot of toppings. And so, if you only like the Quran on your pizza, but you don't like the 1,000 other books in the book club, well, that's your choice to just eat one book. That's totally your choice. But there's a lot of books out there, so what are you going to do? Hello? Hello?
We Muslims believe in the Bible too.
Mm-hmm. Well, then you got 2 books, but that's still pretty poor. What are you only going to do? What are you going to do with 2 books? That's not much. And there's a lot of other books out there from people that thought about this very deeply for a long time, their whole lives. And they've written better books that can compete with your favorite book. What are you going to do? Oh my gosh, there's like 100 books, the top books. I could show you my library. You'd be like, that's a lot of books. That's a lot of books. And those are some of those books are really good books. Very smart books. Really smart books. Really smart book. What are you going to do? You're going to say this book is better than this? No, you just read the book. You don't say this book is better than that book. You just read the books. And then you see what happens in your life.
It's not just a book.
It's a book. When you say it is not just a book, it is a book. It's your opinion that it's not a book, and it's your opinion that it's a miracle. Because I could show you other books that are also, not just books and also miracle books. Because is it your opinion? Do you think the Bible is a miracle book? Oh, the Bible's corrupted, but the Quran is not corrupted, eh? All right.
Wait. You know, you're by nature Muslim. Your innate nature.
Yeah, I know. I hear that, but that is you claiming that that's your opinion, first of all, and second of all, you're making a final claim. You are superseding other people who claim the same thing.
It's not about claiming. No. You know, the word Islam.
Yeah.
And Muslim is it's taken from peace.
Yeah.
The word peaceful and peace.
Yeah, I get it. I understand, but it's not special enough because it's redundant. It's the same thing. You gotta understand. It's a historical thing because of Muhammad. Without Muhammad, there could be no Quran and no Allah. It is specific and special to the life of Muhammad and all of the people associated to Muhammad.
You can say this about Jesus too.
Yeah, I get it, but Jesus is God, and he is the king of the universe and the king of the earth. But Muhammad is not. Muhammad is a murderer and a pedophile. Jesus was not a murderer or a pedophile, and he's the son of God. Muhammad was a pirate, and you got to understand that it's a cult. And the chief cult leader, pirate's name is Muhammad Abdul. Do you know Abdul? You don't know Abdul. Abdul is Muhammad's Dr. Jekyll. It's the guy you never met in the Quran. It's the guy that killed a lot of people with a sword, and raped a lot of people. You don't like people that kill and rape, do you? No, of course not. But
Stop! No, this is offensive.
Offensive. I'm talking. This is history. It's not offensive. It is facts.
I'm not attacking your religion, so don't attack mine.
I didn't ask you whether or not you were. I don't think you're attacking. And plus, you don't even know my religion, do you?
But I'm not attacking any religion.
But my religion is not about attacking the Muslims of Islam or the Quran.
What's your religion?
Oh, I'm a philosopher.
That's not a religion.
It's the religion of philosophy and the philosophy of religion. You just never heard of it. What planet are you from? What planet are you from?
It's not a religion.
Well, can you at least answer me one question? What planet are you from?
You're being sarcastic.
I'm not. Okay, doctor. If you can't answer a question, then I guess we can't have this conversation. Sayyid Rahim, welcome. Assalamu alaikum to the room. I am good, brother. How are you? I'm talking to Zaza here. She's sitting here and won't stop talking. She doesn't know how to meditate in her religion for peace. She's got to come here and attack my religion. It's ridiculous. You are attacking my religion. My religion is special. And you are sitting here criticizing what I am doing in my religion.
I didn't criticize your religion. There is no religion called philosophy.
There is. I created it. I'm a prophet of philosophy. I started it. I'm the philosopher prophet. And I am the New Testament of the newest testament. I'm here to give you the final revelation. I'm the guy. I'm the philosopher king. The king of philosophy. It's my religion. I've been studying my religion for many years. I call it philosophy. You just don't like my opinion. And that's okay.
No. I don't care.
Oh, you don't even care about it. Okay, you don't even have an opinion. You just don't care. So, Sayyid Rahim, I've tried to have a conversation with this one. She's very difficult. She's apparently a coroner. She works in, crime scene investigations or something like that. She's an oil well beneficiary in Libya. The oil is for the people, and she is a devout Muslim. And she thinks I'm making fun of her, and she has protected speech, that I can't criticize her. But that's what protected speech is. It's class protection. But she's just a censor. Are you a censor, Zaza? Do you try to censor people from saying what they think and feel?
No, but I don't think it's okay for you to attack me.
I didn't attack you. You're on a social audio chat app on the internet in a public room having a conversation, or trying to. Are you just here to practice your English? And about شوي عربي حبيبتي. عفوا حبيبتي.
Is that Arabic?
نعم أنا بعرف شوي عربي. Hello? Hello?
Arabic is a really hard language.
نعم. Do you want to speak in Arabic instead of English?
If you want to,
Okay حبيبتي.
hey,
وين محطة الحجاز؟
ما عادش تتكلم بطريقة بتاعت استهزاء.
عفوا حبيبتي. إن سوري.
أنت سوري.
نعم إن سوري.
أنت مش تلفظك أصلك عربي. أمسكك بالعربي ده.
بتيخة.
What's your definition of Islam,
I slam. Mo. Muhammad. You know why Muhammad and Moses both have the Mo in front of their name?
Why you hate Muhammad?
Why?
Mo, his name is Abdul. He goes by Abdul. Do you guys know Abdul?
Yes, your name is Abdul also.
Abdul's his real name. It isn't Mo. Do you guys eat ham?
You have already told that you don't have to kill a lot of people,
Afwan Habibi, what?
Brother, in Islam it has rules. When you know before the fight, Islam has some rules that they really inform the non-Muslims that if you come to our religion, it doesn't have any problem. If you don't want to come, you have to pay money.
Yeah, jizz. You guys want my jizz? The jizz. Okay, 30 seconds. Land your plane. Okay, cool. That's far out, man. It's far out, bro. I'm pretty sure there's a movie about this. Have you seen the movie about it? It's called The Prophet. It's a movie. It's a movie called The Prophet. Have you seen it? I'll put it in the link. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it on the Jumbotron for you. It's called The Prophet. It's the only authorized version of Muhammad ever made. You guys should watch it. It's called The Prophet. Have you seen it? No, I was born inside Uranus next to Saturn and Neptune. All right, well, link is up top. Click that link above and watch the movie about Muhammad the Prophet. And then you come back and let's talk again after you watch the movie. Watch the movie and tell me what you think about it. It's a great movie. You're going to love it. It's a very, 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 very good movie. Many, many people love that movie. It's a great movie. And then come back and we'll talk about it. Hello?
No, I know. Do you know what's the movie? It's really sad.
I got to get going to the gym, guys. I got,
We all know this movie.
I gotta go worship my God, Dr. Disciple. Discipline, I mean. Mr. Discipline.
Let's wait so you can get rid of your anger.
Click the link above, guys. Watch the movie.
We know this movie.
Afwan Habibi, which movie? Omar?
Please, if you have time once you watch that movie, you will realize everything.
Oh.
Wait. This movie is
serial. It's a serial. Yes.
It's not a movie, it's a serial. But this movie is talking about الرسالة.
رسالة؟
فيلم الرسالة. الرسالة movie. Every Muslim knows it. No, you know it. Check the link. You're gonna know what movie is talking about.
Yes.
It's a famous movie. We've all seen it. It's a good movie, actually.
It's a very good movie. It's about Muhammad.
Yes. It's about Islam. It's authorized because it's not offensive. Because Muslims won't tolerate
Oh.
any.
Ah.
Just shut up.
Oh.
Why are you being so provocative?
Hello?
You're so mean.
Hello?
Grow up around animals.
I'm gonna get out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Hello?
No, I am pregnant. And no, you're fine.
I'm sorry. Is this a conference call? Like a social audio chat app? Like, because the whole thing is, people come here with their emotions and they take it so personally and they get all emotional. And, I'm just here for information gathering, not even for fun, like I'm not here to have fun,
You don't sound like you're gathering information.
No, I'm here to gather information. You just got here at the wrong time. You got here later in the information gathering where I stopped the information gathering a long time ago. No, you're the one getting angry, not me.
I'm not angry. Oh no, it's a bit different.
I can share the link of that movie.
Mhm.
But if you research, you search, Omar radiallahu anhu or Omar movie, or
The series in Urdu? Wow.
ولكني حين رجعت بالتمر والشعير ورجع هو إلى يثرب قلبت البضاعة فوجدت أنه قد غشني فجعل خيرها أعلى وما دون ذلك فاسد رديء لا يصلح لغير الله. Assalamualaikum. You don't need to work harder. You need a halal business model that works hard for you. The smart. ومن ازداد اجتهادا وجد عند الله مزيدا وإن الجهاد سلام العمل وإنما المجاهدون من يهجرون السيئات ومن يأتي بها.
Yeah, I hear you.
Brother, I beg on you to watch that movie because in Islam, when a person you are watching that person, even he or she is a non-Muslim, if they are going in a wrong path, you have to show them the right path.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I beg on you to watch this movie, and it will help you to know everything about the real Islam. In this world, no one show or no one say about the real Islam. Everything that you're watching, they are, somehow in order to make bad the name of Islam, and they never have given some we are an Islamic country, and in every government, mashallah, brother. Can I figure out what the optional list is then? Mir. Make God go play your home, man.
Mm-hmm.
Rights power. Every human gonna die one day.
Yeah, I know. It's coming.
So you choose your way wisely, man.
I know. Listen, you guys are just here at the end of the show,
The thing is, bro, every man to himself, at the end of the day,
Yeah, that's what's up.
That's what's up. So if you choose the way you live, I respect it. That's your life.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hear on you, bro.
I hear you, bro.
But if God decides to lead you in a good way, I'm happy for you then.
Yeah. That's the way. That's the best way.
So I love you like a brother, bro. It is a
You love me like a brother?
Yeah, man.
Wow. That's nice. That's not gay. That's nice. That's nice. Just randomly meeting somebody on a conference call app and calling them your brother. Just big up on you, brother. That means you a big brother. Brother. Brother, I gotta get to the gym, brother. It's never too late to get to the gym, brother. Do your body right, brother.
See you another time, and I will make God lead you to paradise, man.
I'm already in paradise, brother.
No, that's not paradise, bro. Paradise is not even close.
Hello? 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 Hello?
A solution to say, oh, we need this, to say we have a higher class and a lower class. But I do. Thank you.
It was added to keep the lower classes low. It's just a logical fallacy on Fred. So the fact that you guys keep rating within it is why you will forever lose.
Good to see you on. That was me, Chris. That was good. Hello? 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 Hello?
I know that murders its own people in cold blood. When I've seen it time and time again in the Middle East, when it happened over Gaddafi, when it happened in Syria, when it happened in these other places, as righteous as it is, again, I'm not a fan of the IRGC whatsoever. I think the first scenario that Ahmed go forward is the best scenario, where the mullahs are overthrown, where the leadership in Iran is gone, and former IRGC, former core members of the Israeli military side with the Israeli people, and there is an automatic election where it goes straight into a democracy. I think that's the best scenario. Again, unlikely, but that's the best scenario. Because you're both Azerbaijan, please tell me, considering Azerbaijan supplies Israel with 60% of its oil, and there's a strong separatist movement of Azerbaijani people in Iran, how can you truly say that you two Azerbaijani citizens of Iran that is currently unified with Persians and Arabs as Iranian citizens, how faithful are you to a future Iranian state? Or do you just want the mullahs to fall so you can break off and be a part of Azerbaijan? Yeah, no. First of all, I'm an Iranian person. We are looking for our laws, basic laws inside the Iranian territory. Like, for example, I speak Turkish. I
guys to me are cowards, because you're asking another nation to come in. You are a coward. You're not willing to stand side by side with She's right. I'm not asking. I'm just justifying their request. Yeah, you're justifying a request for military action to your country. Well, you have countrymen and women who are not cowards, who are doing what they believe is right, while you're sitting on a platform and debating this. Where, I don't know about you, but if a country, I answered my nation, I fought for 23 years for my country. Whether it's good in one person's eyes or bad in the other, I answered my country's call, I have good friends of mine that are around the world, and they have answered. I got Ukrainian buddies that left America. They left $200,000-$300,000 a year. They went to their country and fought for their country, still fighting for their country. Okay? Asking for other nations to step in on your behalf because you have no spine in the flesh you call your body to stand with your countrymen and women and fight for it. But you have the audacity to dialogue and debate why else should die for your
I think really little, like, that is very
Yes, about the Republic of Azerbaijan, yeah? They sell 60% of their oil to Israel, yeah? You asked about that? Yes, well, what's the problem with this business? Yeah, what is the problem with this business?
No, here's the problem. Number one, I'm an American, right? I'm an American nationally. I absolutely hate Zionism from my core. One in this room who knows me, especially Amir, can attest to that. I hate Zionism. My friend is a Zionist. His followers, for the most part, are Zionists. Okay, but I would never, ever, in the history of ever, advocate for any foreign power to murder them in cold blood on my soil, in my homeland.
What about Azerbaijan? The Republic of Azerbaijan.
What about the Republic of Azerbaijan? Aren't you Iranian?
No, I'm asking you what's the matter about they're selling 60% of their oil to the country you don't like. So
What's the matter with doing commerce with genocidal, bloodthirsty state? I don't know.
do you know why?
What's the matter
Do you know why they do business with this country?
with Middle Eastern countries in 1932 selling oil to the Nazi regime? They slaughtered the residents of this state that you're for. Like, what's the matter? What's the matter with Iran selling oil to China? What's the matter with, like, commerce is commerce? I get it. I can understand that. I'm not saying Azerbaijan is evil for selling oil to Israel. I'm saying you're ethnically Azerbaijani in Iran, in a region
for you to answer, yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, so as far as the economic dealings between Azerbaijan and Israel, I don't think there's anything wrong on Azerbaijan's part. I truly don't. I don't have anything against Azerbaijan other than their military campaign against Armenia 2 years ago. Other than that, I have no issue with Azerbaijan. There's many Muslims in Azerbaijan. There's many Christians and good people in it. It's a beautiful country. Yeah, of course there are. But beyond that, Azerbaijan to Iran is a foreign nation and it's adversarial. It's not an ally, a close ally of Iran. They have dealings as well, being close neighbors, being border, they sharing a border and sharing ethnic lines. However, you have to admit, if the IRGC falls tomorrow, Azerbaijan, its government officials, and the certain of the Azerbaijani people who live in Iran will seek autonomy and reunification or unification with Iran. Right? So, what will that cause? A civil war. And that civil war will kill hundreds of thousands of Iranians. So let's just be real with ourselves. We're advocating for
unfortunately, this fear of separation and the label is used by a lot of people to shut people's mouths. Like Islamic Republic say, like you say, IRG is the glue for Iran. They keep them together all these romances. And look, it's like Pahlavi. He's using this term to say, oh, I'm the only person. I can keep Iran territory without separation. Well, I think even what's wrong with separation? If the people want to separate,
what do you mean the people? Like the people of where? Who are
people of Azerbaijan, for example.
The people in Iran want separation?
Azerbaijan from Iran. I'm in Canada.
But did you say like you were Iranian and Turk, and how is it possible you want to be separate?
So wait a minute. You're saying which people in Iran want the entire province of Iran separated?
I'm saying what's wrong with separation. In Canada,
you ask all the people that are in Tehran that are going to pick up their AK-74s and force and cause war on separation.
In Canada, America these days they want to separate. Quebec these days they want to separate. Nobody say no.
You guys, I feel like they want to turn Iran into Yugoslavia. You know what happened in Yugoslavia?
We don't.
What do we have?
Someone said he made a claim earlier that if IRGC falls, they're going to start working together with Azerbaijan. Do you have any sources of that?
Oh no, I didn't make the claim that they and the quote-unquote they would start working with Azerbaijan. I say there is a prominent, although not notable, currently separatist movement within Iran amongst Azerbaijani ethnic groups in Iran that want to separate from Iran and become a part of Azerbaijan.
I'm from that place. I think this is wrong. As I said, the rate of separation is very little. I'm a drug bed.
That's it. I would say
Sorry, before going there, explain me. I have a question open for you. We hear about the 1,200 people killed in Sri Lanka. But you didn't hear about the people killed by brutal regime as the The problem with you guys is the problem with the school.
most Azerbaijan disorders. I say a notable. Yeah, let's say Azerbaijan in Iran. Even if it's really, let's be real with ourselves here. If 30% of that entire population wants separation and the mullahs fall, there will be a civil war in the northwest of Iran. Let's be real. No, they don't. You can even make the argument. I know, but you don't need most. I'm not saying it's going to be all of them. I explicitly said not all. I mean, notable amount. Just to be fair, there's a notable amount. Can you tell us? Or 10%. Over. There's no sources. There's no evidence. Okay, sure. Sources. Let me put this up. I'm putting this source in the chat. Okay, it's from the Middle East Forum, and it agrees mostly with both you and me, where most Azerbaijanis in Iran prefer autonomy. However, autonomy and unification with Iran does not explicitly say a part of a future Iranian state without the Arabs. Let's be frank and real about that. So here's the source. I just posted it in the chat in the Middle East Forum. And if you guys like, I'm going to read the article really quickly. It says, outside of Africa, Iran is amongst the most ethnically diverse nations in the world. Persians might be a plurality, but Iran also is home to Azars, Balochs, Arabs, Turkmens, Moors, and other groups. It is mistaken, however, to interpret ethnicity in Iran is the same way as the United States or Europe. In Iran, ethnically is fluid, especially among larger ethnic groups like Azars, who assimilate and intermarry more. So, that being the case, I'm going to go skip ahead to the part of unification. It says, there are three largely Azar provinces in northwestern Iran and western Azerbaijan. Their combined populations is about 8 million. About 5 million Azars live among Great Tehran. Do you have any sources that says 15% of them they will actually want to separate, bro? Do you have any sources on that yet? Sure. I'm just because I don't want to go through this article. If you have sources, okay. No, you're right about that. It needs to be specific towards the argument. So, you've time to share and some my question. Well, look, I mean, speaking of what you just initially said about the current political establishment in Iraq are much more better condition, like better than during Saddam Hussein. I mean, I am one of the maybe very few people on this app that I hate Saddam Hussein as much as the way that detest and despise the Zionist policy. So I am the last person that can give any credit to Saddam Hussein. But if you ask any Iraqis today that been through the brutality of the Saddam Hussein regime in the 80s, if you ask them today, they said we were better off. Those people actually lived during that era. They said we were better off during Saddam Hussein than what we are today. And the sources are in the chat. Yeah. Let me get this chat is actually a message. And I just put the link in the chat for you in case you were not aware of that. I mean, that's really sad, but that's the reality. That the people, in terms of economy, in terms of social coherence, the situation was better during Saddam Hussein. Again, that does not mean that I give credit to this monster. I hated that guy, and I didn't like him for obvious reasons, probably you would know. But
expectancy has increased from 65 years in 2003 to 70.4 years post 2003 challenges. So these are the statistics. You can talk about GDP, life expectancy. I know the Iraq as they have freedom. Listen, sometimes that fucking setup, living in the fucking setup, you have everything with you, beside you, you have your rice, you have your food. It's shame because you're living in a kind of a republic, Iraq. I know you, Islamic Republic, fucking Islamic Republic, interfering there, they have Al-Shami, but Iraq these days, better than before. Guys, I would like to say thank you for everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't hear from Fire. Sorry, short. Little, we like to have this conversation because there's few things. I know you guys understand the concept. So little these few things, and look, I'm coming from the perspective of I care about the money people. I don't support IRGC or as a family. Okay? Now, imagine this. Imagine, put yourself, I have two passports, American and Canadian passport. Okay? I have a problem. We have a pedophile in the U.S. government. That was in Epstein files multiple times. There's a lot of stuff in the Congress. There's a bunch of pedophiles that are running the show in the American government. Okay? Imagine. Now, I have a problem. I approach the Canadian government. I go, can you topple this government, this American regime? I hate this government. A lot of people in the protests are getting arrested, and they don't like this government, this and that. Do you know by default that would make me a traitor? Do you understand what a traitor is? So when the comparison is not fair. You cannot compare the American government with brutal Islamic government. The American government is brutal. That's what I just told you. ICE just killed a whole bunch of people. You didn't see it on the video? They were saying people, they're killing people. They don't want to see. Well, I know. I was watching the videos today in Newfoundland or somewhere. The police wanted to arrest. Do you remember? They attacked that. What happened when Trump they cheated in the election? How many people? The people came to the parliament. Where was it? Trump said they cheated on January 6th. I think so. How many people killed? How many?
There weren't actually many people killed on January 6th, just FYI. And even the ones that were killed, they were literally attacking the cops. And here, I mean, I don't know if you saw how Alex Petty was murdered. Literally 6 cops surrounded him and shot him. And it's master, I don't know how to pronounce that word, style, execution style. I mean, if you just, I guarantee, if this was done by anyone a bearded person wearing a turban, all right, I swear this would have been going crazy, and everybody would have been how, Islam is bad, how Muslims
Islam, but Yeshiva get Nobel Prize for the peace. We have a lot of people, even from the reformists already they are inside. I believe actually in some country there are universities, professors that are talking about democracy, they are talking about, they have articles, they have books. I believe on them, and I think they can do that. I am on your side, on people's side. Even some people are chanting finally. I don't want shutting mouths, they do. You can have election if they want to kind of monarchy like England, I don't know. Not like a previous one, like under the law should be under him. No, they have a law, they can have a freedom, they can have a party, they can have selection, we can have an election, which goes for a referendum. But in such country, I can trust a lot of people. I know Pahlavi is the followers of Pahlavi, they want only this regime to go. Otherwise, they cannot go to the power. But for me, it's not the case. I don't want it to, if this government say, okay, I don't want to go, but I want it to come up. I want to be democratic. I'm supporting it. If somebody go away, give power to others. Maybe diversity. I'm supporting. I don't want this regime to go with a lot of plots. No, we can change it. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I really appreciate what you said, Ray, and that's really nice. So, well, like, and I do partially agree with you on the things, but let's just go with that. And I agree, like, people of Iran are absolutely amazing people. I really, respect them. They're amazing people, okay? But here's my problem that comes with those who are, again, I'm not Iranian to, comment, but a lot of the Pahlavi lovers are as less, they're ethnically probably Iranian, but that's about it. They haven't been to Iran in years. They don't really know much about it, right? A lot of them don't even know Farsi. So here's the problem with Pahlavi, right? Under Pahlavi, women education was as less as 25%. You can look that up, right? And now, women education is as high as 90%. Right? Iran produces one of the most university graduated women. Right? That I'm not giving credit to the Mullah regime for that. I'm actually not giving that. But what I'm trying to say is that when I see those pictures, all right, of women, they're half naked or whatever they are, it's so misogynistic to the point that they're like, we rather see a couple of naked women, all right, that's our comfort, than educated women, scientists, doctors, engineers, all right? This is where my problem comes with the Pahlavi, this idea of bringing Pahlavi again, right? That's the thing. And this is where my concern comes with is that, again, as I said, if people want freedom, if people don't want, Khamenei, that should be their right, right? But my concern comes is that once he is ousted, right, once he is thrown out, if there's a government that is pro-Palestine, if there's a government that's we're actually going to have negotiations with Russia, we're going to have negotiations with China, we're not really going to be someone who's just going to be another, American puppet, right? The moment that's going to happen, there's going to be another coup, just like what happened in Egypt. In Egypt, all right, Mubarak was thrown out, all right, and then there was the moment that hey, look, you can just like Muslim Brotherhood. There's a lot of people who just like them, but they weren't, they weren't elected by the people. Even if they were 30% of the people, still they did end up becoming majority votes. That's how democracy works. And guess what happened? All right, Sisi needed a coup, and since then there has not been one election. Right? That's the problem. That's where the thing comes in. A lot of people who are saying that, hey, we're it's not like they love Khamenei or they agree with Khamenei or they're like, it's all good. The people are concerned that there are outside agitators who are making this thing worse. I mean, Israel is literally openly saying that, hey, we can arm the protesters. We can arm them. I mean, you really think like Israel is just helping them out of love? They're not gonna expect anything in return.
So no, you made a previous solution with this one. Like even if someone take a shot, it costs me all. If someone I studied in university in Tehran, this regime, I'm 50 years old. The revolution happened, I was 2 years old. But this regime, invader, for example, they spent $2 trillion, not billion, $1 trillion for nuclear. In the Bush had they gave money to Russia. They ended up to this bomber or always when they signed a contract with these 7 countries, 6 countries, GDP went up to $800 billion after Trump freaked out. So it came back to 200 million.
explain to you. You can't tell. I can't tell my sister. I say, she will say, get the fuck out. I hate this guy. I want to kick him out of my life. I don't want it happens something. You can see. That's the example like this.
Only one second. Only one.
But we are talking about country. We are not talking about family members. Okay? We are not giving example without a plan. You are giving examples. You don't give any plan. What is your plan? That's what we are asking. And you are accusing us because we don't want to resolve pandemic. No, it's not that. Do you have any plan? That's my question.
I'm sorry. I gotta head out. That's what I'm asking. You can like an example of your sister, right? Okay, great. Okay, I just hope like that's not a real story. I hope your sister is fine. But here, let's just say that's what this comparison is like, right? But in this scenario, what's happening is that the guy was coming to so-called rescue your sister. This is the guy who, takes girls and sends them at Epstein Island or somewhere like that, okay? Then someone comes to her and say that, look, I get you're in a bad situation. I hope like something works out, but you should really run with this guy who's going to like send you to Epstein Island. Would that be a bad advice in your opinion?
He must have seen my sister. I know what they mean. But today I was talking to my friend. He said, oh guys, don't ask other countries to interfere. Stop revolution. I said, okay, you do that. What is your answer for dead people? They can't do business. They can't leave. The economy is very bad. Even these days, United States grocery state.
Why is it bad? Because the United States takes all of Iranian oil just for free, for little money. That's why. Why you are not accusing United States and Israel for just taking all of oils and benzines all they want just because of little tiny money? And that now you are just saying, okay, bomb the Iran, bomb the country, kill the people just because we want to go back. I'm praying.
If you want to say something against my point, you could say the United States sanctions. They're not giving oil to the United States. They're selling to China with a lower price. I'm saying you can't say this national, but you should ask government.
You can't say to me then what I can say or not, okay?
I'm correcting you.
That's not your position. That's not your position. Come on now.
Well,
You're not sitting in the chair now. You are just deciding. How nice. Democracy.
Why would I listen? We're talking here.
Talking to you too. I'm just asking you for hours. What is your NPT. There's no IAEA control over the Israelis' nuclear reactors and nuclear hideouts in Timor. And we know that they have over 100 nuclear warheads, and it's not even peaceful. It's just right? And then the problem is that you give up Iran's nuclear program, which is the inherent right of protection. The problem is that it's not just about Iran's nuclear program. They also talking about Iran's deterrent, defense deterrence. Defense deterrence, I mean, the Iran's ballistic and cruise missile program. So they basically want you to basically take all the things out, no defense deterrence, no nuclear program, and then at the end they say you're not supposed to support your allies in the region. Meaning, you want to do exactly what they did 10 years ago in Libya. So I mean, okay, 1 second. May I look at for a solution, right? Someone said to me, first of all, I say, if Iran give up his permission and give away the 400 kilos, I say, Trump action, he won't talk about the facilities and stuff. But, however, maybe you say, okay, that's there, like a base of the NPT, that's there. Well, whatever. That's basic, right? But sometimes you have to sacrifice something to save your country. Canada today, 20 days ago, Mr. Carney in China, they had an agreement with China. What did Trump say? He said, if you do an agreement with China, I will put a blah blah tariffs on top of you. He did. Carney said, no, we don't do that. Because he doesn't want to sacrifice Canada. But he knows Trump is stupid. He knows that. Carney knows. That's why all of us should have a solution. You say, okay, don't ask the United States to attack the country. Okay, so what? So what? You have to do something to Trump. Say, okay, drive your babies off of my. Let's assume there's a Shah of Iran in place now, which I obviously don't support. Again, I would have the same position. Iran as a country, be it under the Shah, be it under the Ayatollahs, be it under the communists, be it under you, regardless of who is ruling Iran, as a nation state, they have the right to enrich uranium. As a nation state, they have the right to have their own defense deterrence, be it missiles, be it cruise. So if you ask me in the 1970s, you're Shah of Iran, I would have the same answer to you. Iran as a nation state has the right to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. They have the right to have their own nuclear technology for peaceful purposes. On top of that, to produce their own missiles for the deterrent purposes, not obviously for offense, for deterrent purposes. When you do not sell any fighters, any military weaponry as a country, so obviously they have to build their own. And they managed to do it, and that was because of Iraq war in the 80s. They took the lesson the hard way. And that's why the Iranian scientists and engineers, they managed to build their own deterrence, the defense deterrence through the missiles. So regardless of who is ruling Iran, I don't
Okay, so the context of what happened, the Treasury Secretary, the U.S. Treasury, the Secretary of Treasury of the U.S. in December 2025, in an interview followed in January, he started launching a financial campaign, the sanction campaign against Iran's economy, targeting Iran's currency. So he manufactured a currency fluctuation in Iran in December, and he took the credit for it on record. And he said it was me and my team managed to, crumble Iran's currency in December through, getting the countries around Iran not to trade with the U.S. dollar. He manipulated that, and he took the credit for it. So Bazari people in Iran, which obviously a lot of them are Azeris, so that's why I agree with what you just said. Azeris are not going for separate movement because they're actually inheriting economy in Iran. So that's why they're not going to go for independence. I don't think so. But moving on about what happened, the Bazari went to street rightfully because of the fluctuation of the currency. For 10 days, they were in the streets of Tehran protesting for the economic hardship, and I would support them at that time. I was the one actually supporting them, and everyone was supporting them because it was a legitimate protest. It was a rightful protest because of the economic hardship, because of the fluctuation, and they expected Central Bank of Iran to do something about this fluctuation, the currency fluctuation. But what happened, preceding the 10 days, we had some strange movements from external players came to the pictures. Number one was the Mark Pompeo, the former CIA and the former Secretary of State. He had that very famous tweet saying that we congratulate for the new year to all the Iranian protesters alongside the Mossad agents next to them. We had the Channel 14 of the Israelis claiming that the armed forces are in the streets of Tehran. And then we had the Mossad encouraging tweets coming out, we're with you guys, we are only with you guys. And then we had this clown prince, the guy who claims to be Prince of Persia. All of a sudden he called for the people to come out in the street at night. And who would call for people to come at night? And he asked people to come at night at like 7 o'clock when everything's dark. Send them to the slaughter. And then a lot of people during those 2 days, innocent people lost their life. Well, you're asking me who killed them. I would assume that a lot of these innocent people have been lost their life in exchange of fight between the law enforcement and some of the people with arms. You gotta understand that in any country, if you approach the police station, if you approach anywhere which has got the guns, the people who actually protecting that police station, they have the right to shoot. I'm not going to say what they did is right, but I'm just saying from the rational point of view. I give you an example of ICE officers in the United States. A lot of people criticize the ICE officers these days, rightfully criticize them. When 2 American citizens lost their life because of the actions of the ICE officers, but no one suggests, even those people who wholeheartedly disagree with the ICE officers, no one suggests that anyone's got the right to harm the ICE officers. But in Iran, it seems it's okay to harm the law enforcement officers. 350 law enforcement officers were killed during these 2 days of the Congress. No one talks about those law enforcement officers. And if you just imagine the United States, 2 police officers were killed. The whole news we're talking about. But it seems in Iran it's okay not to cover that. I'm not going to say the other part of the story, a lot of innocent civilians also lost their lives, because I know you know about that part. But maybe you don't know about this part of the story too, that 350 law enforcement were killed. And by the way, they were killed by guns. Who had the guns to kill them? So how did these 350 law enforcement officers lost their life? Did they die out of heart attack? Out of the cancer? No, they were shot. By who? By people? People don't have guns in Iran. But then the question asked, who had the guns to shoot the police officers in Iran? I don't have guns. Yes, but those people have guns. Yes, they have. But the people who shot those officers, they were indebted themselves. They were
Okay. He says, listen, okay, brother Marty, you. Well, I saw your mother. She was looking. I saw a 5-year-old girl getting killed by the raiders in Iran. I saw them torching a mosque. So many mosques were torched. You're gonna make a claim about besiege. Oh, there's besiege in the mosque, in the masjid, right? But over 200 mosques were besieged. Also were besieged in there.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't know the Iranian government. They just fire them because they want the propaganda to be around the world. They fire because that's the regime. That's what the regime do. It's not the people power to just fire the mosque.
Hang on a second. So, would you say that a lot of IRGC members are religious? Are they religious, a lot of them?
Who? Besides,
Mercedes and the IRGC members, are they religious?
I don't know. Are they?
Okay.
They say that they're Muslims. They are.
Do you know how big of a crime it is from the Islamic perspective to torture?
Yeah, but now it's also in Islamic religion. If you don't see this, if you didn't see the people that they are just firing, so you can accuse them. It's buhtan, honey.
No, hold on a second.
Yeah, you can't say people just fired. You wasn't there. I wasn't there either.
Over 200 mosques. We can agree 10 mosques, 20 mosques, 30 mosques. They're doing what they did. Over 200 mosques? Come on, man. Logic. Come on, Shadi.
That's the Iranian regime, exactly.
Shadi is right. We have these stories, paper, Quran. Obviously, they said you are, they taught people are religious. These days don't do this. They get the cause they are feeling, I don't know, they motivated them against them. What? It's a big crime to go to burn down a mosque. I don't know what part of the country I understand. According to Sharia, you can even get executed for torching a mosque. No. You are right. Over 250 mosques were by themselves. Some of them by people beat us. You know the story of the revolution in France, 1789. They call it decolonization. They attacked actually some churches. People in Iraq these days hate Islam. Maybe you say why? Because they say Haydar is the Shia Imam. And they gave Allah Akbar. Haydar, they kill people. You see, people say, okay, how many people in Iran are religious? But we are Muslim. This is Muslim country. No, I'm asking you, listen, how many people in Iran are religious? 50%, 10%, 30%, 40%? The government doesn't let you to have a survey about that. Come on, it's about 40%. Come on, you know, the Kaman survey that was done, 20 to 40%, it's like 40% religious. But it could be more than that. My mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, they pray. They are but they are not what you call it.
Even if we talk about religion, even if we say about Islam, in Islam we have in Quran it says that if a banda kills someone who is my banda, the universe will collapse because if you even break a heart, then how we are talking about the Iranian regime who says that I'm Muslim and has nothing to do with Muslim. Against this regime, but I am not.
Shadi, I'm not defending IRGC. We're trying to have this civilized conversation. It always turns into emotions. Okay? I'm trying to have this logic because that's what when I talk to Zionists, I actually
You don't have logic. We don't have logic because this regime doesn't have any logic.
Hold on a second. So, Shadi, would you agree that if 200 mosques were torched, would you agree 40 or 50 mosques were, besieged? The besieges were in there?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know about that. But I mean, I know about Iranian regime. You understand, you know? the mosques because they want the propaganda in order to see, okay, come Iranian people hate Muslims.
Logically speaking, let's say 50 mosques. What about the rest of the other mosques? 100 mosques out of 150 mosques? Who's torching those mosques?
The people doesn't like this
They're
kind of
torching,
power.
they're torching all the mosques. Logically, it's all out of emotions.
I have a question for you. Sure, shut the aside to some extent. But people are in here are not changing because it's honest, I believe. This is one of the reasons. Another one, they say from the top of mosques, from the roof, they were shouting people. That's why they get angry. Another thing is, you have a government, they say we are religious government. They say, we studied, me, Shadi, maybe sorry.
No, I agree. 50 mosques out of 200 were done by the siege. And they did the rest of the other ones.
I'm not saying a siege, I say people did that because
Which people? The protesters.
they protested, yeah, because they put snappers on the top of the mosques. First of all, first one, and you have a fucking government by the name of God fucking you for 40, for 50 years, and you still not, you can't.
Okay, do you think it's okay, regardless of what country you're living now, you live in US or Canada, you're not happy about the Trudeau in Canada because of its lockdown? I remember there was a lockdown, the news was talking about the lockdown during the COVID. And also, I think I remember there was something about the truck drivers in Canada. Do you think at any point civilians have the right to attack law enforcement officers, be it in the United States, be it in Lebanon, be it in Iran, be it in Japan, as a principle? Do you think it's okay to attack a police officer?
Yes.
Okay, you think it's okay? All right, I'm sure. Yes. Okay, you think it's okay? How about you?
I appreciate you. As a principle, I'm saying, because in Canada, they go straight. How many people killed? People came to the street. Many people came to the street. How many people killed? These guys killing. Hang on a second.
Let's put aside emotions. We're talking about 2 days in order to with the separate values. I understand, but that's US.
Yeah, we're talking about the US, right?
No, we're not talking about US. I mean, you just come to look, there were 2 days in a row there was an unrest. Like, they were trying those 2 days. No one talks about it. There was another 10 days of protesting. And there was no report of violence. There was no report of anything crazy happening. But what happened during those 2 days that we had a lot of bloodshed was going on from both sides? I mean, that's a question you need to ask yourself. I don't know if they wanted to. These are the legitimate. I mean, obviously you're emotional, like you have to be emotional.
Sorry. Government 18 and 19. I don't know if you know Tehran or not. I saw videos from people like a 2,000 from anyone street. 18 and 19. Government saw police is being used as an institution to oppress the people, then yes, it is valid for the people to fight back. If the state is acting in an heinous and oppressive manner, right, to the extent that people are being killed, unjustly imprisoned, tortured, all a plethora of unwarranted crimes are being committed against the people, then yes, okay, absolutely on principle, the people have a right to raise their arms, okay, and protect themselves against the tyrannical government, and that's the principle of the Second Amendment. Well, fair enough. Let's say, do you think that applies to Iran? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. So that's what you just described is basically a war. Because when you pick up the gun and a fight, that's a war. And my point is, specifically, but yeah, it was not a war. Sorry, it was just to change narrative. People ask, this is a basically principle. We can change government, but they didn't want that. Do that. Do you know how many kids have been killed? Kids of internationally, they have a big goal. You know how many? More than 150. I'm sorry. These guys, they are athletes. They are not fighters. Who killed the government? Why? Because they were let us believe. But now he's not making it complicated. But I think if any other made a good point, he said that you have the right to pick up the gun. So my question is now, that clown prince of Persia, when he actually asked people to go in the street, why he didn't tell the people exactly what you just told me? That he's a war. I agree with the conference. Listen, I agree with the conference, right? So I'm not here to defend other people, but within any sense. However, everything says that however, you make the job to say that this is a war, right? This can lead to war. That's often how civil wars start out of revolutions. But they start to a revolution. If the government actually cared more about the people, and I'm saying the government actually cared more about their population as opposed to their positions of power, they will willingly step down or implement massive reforms in order to please the populace, in order for it not to escalate. But if the government or the people in charge care more about their position of power than the prosperity of the people, then you're going to get Syria, where the government is unwilling to step down and is willing to kill a massive quantity of their own population or make their population become refugees internally and externally. Erase 80%, 90% of cities, major cities, right, in order to maintain their position of power. That's when it becomes war. So actually, it's the government's decision. Are they going to listen to their people and actually change what the people want them to be want to be changed? Or are they going to continue down this path, right, and lead to a war? And the decision is in the hand of the government. Do you think they're willing to, let's say the case of Syria, if you have the information today that, let's say you had it back in 2011, would you still go ahead to pick up the guns and lose almost half a million and displace the half the almost half a million audience? So yeah, I'm not the right person to answer that question because I've been living outside of Syria ever since I was born. So for me, it would be unfair for me to say that. But I have asked this question, right, to people on the ground, and they said yes. We paid a heavy price for it, but we had to pay it because this price that we paid, we were always going to have to pay because Assad was never going to step down. They were already preparing his son to be the next president. I assume that you asked the live people, not those people who were dead. Obviously, yes. But even though the live people, they lost a lot of their family and their cousins and their friends. Well, that's a moral question. I mean, are you willing to sacrifice for the case? I don't feel it. It's a difficult question. I'm not saying it's an easy question to answer, right? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, most people were against the government. It's not like that, bro. Exactly. I like what you're saying. Real. I like what you're saying this now because, 5 years ago, that? Is it in Iran?
I'm saying in the United States, the people armed people raided the Congress, and only 2 people died.
The 6th of January.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your point?
Well, the point is that was an important act. You're not supposed to kill police officers, regardless. That's my point. I'm for military.
You were saying people coming for violence, people coming to loot or whatever. How come they killed 3,000 people for just protesting? I think UN state they killed only 2 people for getting the Congress.
Protesting doesn't happen at night, and you're burning down mosques and you're destroying cities. That's not protesting. That's an influence.
Prove to me that the people burned the mosque and not the IRGC itself. Prove to me.
Why would IRGC burn their own mosques?
Exactly. So you don't have a proof that people burned it.
It doesn't make sense. You need to use your logic.
There have been multiple instances.
Have you ever heard of a false flag? People are not religious. They don't just go around their mosques.
The people are not religious here. People are religious in Iran. Stop this bullshit. All you fucking people. Listen. Shut up. Listen. All you fucking people like Benny Adam and the rest of you people with your fucking Western news and how the white people told you all this bullshit. First it was like 1,000 dead, 10,000 dead, 50,000 dead. I think the last thing I heard was 100,000 dead. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up on the topic. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, stupid. Shut up, stupid. Be fucking.
Zero about all of them are religious again. There was no There's about 40% or so of nobody knows it. Oh my God. According to the Western survey, this community of the minority of oh my God. This girl was literally swearing at the prophet. So shit. Okay. Shadi, if you were doing this, you should stop it, okay? You should be doing that. I'm sure your grandmother's religious, she's Muslim, right? You should be doing that. That's disgusting. When you come down to observe the religious thing, there's a lot of them, they left the religion. Okay, there's a lot of them. We don't have the stats, but the Western stats, like the command stat that they have, that's very problematic, but it goes up to about 40%. Listen, I was there 20 years ago. Listen, when I visited Iran 20 years ago, survey we have. Sure. But let me just mention what I saw as an outsider when I visited Iran back in 2004, okay? When I visited Iran, yes, there's 2 sides. Okay, there's 2 sides, okay? The poor people were like really religious, especially like I went to Isfahan. Isfahan, a very religious place. I mean, to me, that's like the most religious place. Yeah, I love that place. But then when I was in Tehran, when I went to the north, like Gandhi Highway, when people had money, the middle class, and I got invited, to somebody's house, and everybody wants to drink liquor. They want to walk around with their underwear like they do in America. They want to get fucking, they want to party. That's all they want to do. They want to be like the West. So yeah, you got those people. But at the same time, there are when I went to Tehran University for Juma prayer, there was like 500,000 people, and bring them in by busloads, for Juma prayer. So there's a lot of religious Muslims. There are 90 million people that live over. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah. The Western survey that was done, it's a Western one. I can't depend on it, okay? The Western survey that was done by, I think, Vermont Institute or whatever, it's at 40%. 40% out of 90 million, you're looking at about 40 to 50 million religious. Okay? Exactly. But that's some of them they left Islam. Yeah. Well, no, they didn't necessarily leave Islam to that point, but a lot of them did. I'm telling you, these people were like fucking, they just wanted to be like in the West. Like I said, I was invited up there to the Gandhi Highway to a nice big house, and everybody was like drinking liquor and walking around in their fucking underwear. They all had their curtains covered, They all had their curtains closed. So people like that I don't care about. A lot of Muslims, everybody was friggin' I just told you. I believe you, man. I believe you.
I believe you're 100%. But I look at Iran just like I look at Thailand and some other countries. They're like 50-50 countries. And America too now. America is a 50-50 country. You know, we got 50% is on one side and 50% is on the other.
The conversation yesterday. What's your point?
What Abby said, you cannot trust other one person's observation. He's talking about the survey. Anyways, if you say, for example, these government or these messages are posted when they have to burn their own mosques, okay? Don't pick up like that. We have evidence in the previous protest. They put a bomb in their own results to tell people, see the little boy or X, Y, Z. They want to get rid of your religion. They use these flags. What is it? What happened? What they do, and there is a protest. They go and they explode the religious, like I don't know, religious places to tell people these protests on the attack your religion to get benefit of that, to make people undermine attack the protesters.
So basically, he's trying to say it's a false operation that's from the government. That's what he's trying to say. Which is bullshit. That's bullshit. The point is that how actified it is of 350 people. Also, on the face of it, they don't like the government. I'm not people who defend the government. News stations in Israel reported, okay, that Mossad was supplying these people with weapons. News like Channel 14 in Israel said that Mossad was providing these people with weapons. Now, why is the Israeli news reporting that shit?
Put it in the chat.
Channel 14. I'm not doing your fucking homework for you. Channel 14 in Israel, the report was on January 10. Listen, I'm telling you where to do your fucking research. No, I'm telling you where to do your research. Look up Channel 14 in Israel, the report from January 10. Look at it.
Honestly, listen, I'm not going to read you. Generally speaking, when someone makes a claim, they have to provide that.
I just told you. I told you what the evidence is. Go to January 10. Listen, look up Channel 14. Channel 14 in Israel. Fucking look it up your fucking self, stupid.
Zero, you're lying. you. He put it in there for you. Read it. Leave me the fuck alone. Stop asking me to do your homework.
All I'm saying is that what sort of support do you think that the Mossad would do to protesters in Iran, since you accept the fact that they do support because they use the word armed?
By the way, if you're asking me, I think the Mossad was burning down a lot of these mosques. That's my personal opinion. I don't have sources for it, but that's just what I think. You said false flag. By the way, you said false flag. Am I right? Yeah. You said false flag. You said false flag. That's also a possibility. I also think that you follow.
What I'm trying to say is this: if I was God forbid, if I was like one of them, like one of these Mossad agents, I would not only attack the Iraqi political, what's it called, the law enforcement, I would also try to. I'm going to create a system. I'm trying to create sedition. I'm talking to you.
I think that's what's going on. That doesn't mean, by the way, that doesn't mean there's no animosity from the people towards the government. And that doesn't mean that the government does not have a responsibility to be protect the people. Absolutely. Government in accordance with the aim of assuring prosperity for the people. And they definitely failed with both of these respects. Dude, it didn't fail. It fucking sanctioned. Dude, it didn't fail. Dude, sanctioned on every. Dude, you don't fail when you have 100% fucking sanctions. You came to how are you gonna fail when you have sanctions? How are you gonna fail? How are you gonna Hey, let me tell you something stupid. Listen, stupid. Okay, can you please allow Benny going to finish your answer? Okay, then I'm next. Okay, go ahead. Let me finish. Go on. I'm sure I go on for what I was saying. Okay, well, he's busy drinking his liquor and I can't remember shit. Let me talk. Okay, look, here's the thing. Let's say you want to go into a bank. Let's say you have money in your bank and you want to go into the bank and get your money so you can pay your bills. I'm standing outside the bank with a fucking weapon telling you you can't get into your bank. How are you going to get the money from your bank to go pay your bills? You can't. That's what a fucking sanction is, stupid. I'm done. So look, and this is another problem I have with the, especially the diaspora Iranians. I'm an outsider, right? I look at the problem. I would put the blame on sanctions, number one. Number two, leadership. I can't do that number one, leadership, and number two, sanctions. Number one would be the sanctions because of sanctions, you guys have been all types of problems. Yes, and they say, yeah, exactly. They sanctioned the Shah, the British were doing the sanctions, and the Americans did the sanctions. Everybody, they don't want Iran to become a strong country. The white people, the Westerners, the Western world, and Europe, America, they do not want Iran to become a power. They do not want to. The West. The West. The white people, okay? The West. I'll put it this way. The Western power is so power to the white people. Okay. Yeah, okay.
around, so I love them more than ever before. Can you tell us a little what wars they're creating around the world?
Hang on a second, one person at a time. I do have this big question for Ella. Ella, are you Azeri Iranian? Like, are you Azeri?
I'm Azerbaijani Iranian.
Okay, cool.
Azeri is not the right word.
Okay, cool.
You can't say Ari, because you can't shorten everything. Like say Ari or Iranian. You can't say Iraqi or Iri. You can't say that.
I got you. I'll call you just one day. My question to you is, why are the sanctions on Iran in the first place? Was it because of what happened at the embassy?
These sanctions, it started after the revolution. It started with the embassy and then went on.
Yeah, but
Why should crazy people go and invade an embassy? Why should they do that? Why should they take hostage other diplomats? Why should they do that? There are some international rules. There are some international rules. There are some international rules. So you cannot invade
What was their demand?
whatever was the demand. They cannot go and invade an embassy.
No, but what was the demand? Can you please tell us?
Whatever it was the demand, you cannot invade the embassy.
What's the answer, Ella? Can you just tell us the answer?
I do know, but whatever. There's no excuses in the
I
world.
know the answer.
Oh, okay. You know the history. Okay, you know the history with that mullah's
I'm saying the
assassin mullah's photo. Yeah, you know it. And your leader knows it.
I'm going to help you. What to get the shot out? What about the shot? What about the shot? Return of shot.
It doesn't matter. It really does not matter.
Doesn't matter. Is that you need to know your history.
If someone has taken refuge in a country, you cannot go and invade its embassy because you wanted whatever. That is why I'm saying you cannot chew the rules because you are somehow revolutionary and you are in the mood of being revolutionary and you ruin the whole future of the country of 90 million people.
Just 1 second, sorry. So, Ella, do you know what are the reasons? What are the other reasons was? Because the sanctions.
That is exactly why.
Ella, please let me speak. They froze $8 to $12 billion worth of Iranian, the money, billions of dollars. That was done by Jimmy Carter. Do you remember Jimmy Carter? So, that was one of the reasons. You had the Shah, and then there was other reasons as well. I mean, you had the U.S. Embassy where, the 52 American hostage, right, for 444 days or whatever. But these were lifted in January 1881, one of the authors accords on the hostage release, right? But then the sanctions resumed in 1984. So if you look into the history, it's always America. It's their way or the highway. Right now, do you know what the demands are? The demands are put down your weaponry, put down your hypersonic missile program, take get rid of your proxies, get rid of the uranium enrichment program, and pretty much open your doors to invasion, open your doors to attack by Israel or neighboring countries, open your doors to occupation by the U.S. because U.S. is definitely going to set up a military base by force, and just like what's happening in Iraq, and get ready to get invaded. Okay, so let's go with this hypothetical. Let's say you're the leader of Iraq. Trump tells you you have to get rid of the uranium enrichment program, hypersonic missile program. You got
second now, brother. Hang on. Hypothetical was that you are the leader. Say you are given the powers. You're the leader of Iran. Okay, you become a leader of Iran, and the conditions on the table are you have to remove the hypersonic missile program. You have to get rid of the uranium enrichment program. You have to get rid of the proxies, and you have to pretty much bow down to America and Israel. And it's a normalization with America and Israel, and America is going to set up a military base inside Iran. Are you for it? What would you do for it? Would you bow down? I would definitely resign and do a referendum because he is the one. No. He is the person who's responsible and brought this up on the table. The threat of war, the threat of invasion, and everything. And you keep on beating around the bush. I'm putting you in power, in charge. The requirements are, we're not saying about that. Requirements are you have to get rid of the uranium enrichment program, you have to get rid of the proxies, right? And you have to bow down to America, and you can't have hypersonic missile program, which means you'll open up the doors to fucking, anybody can invade your country, take over your land, even the neighboring countries can fucking occupy, like we see Israel occupying fucking borderlines, Sheba farms on the north of Israel, like that, building more settlements in the West Bank, taking over fucking Gaza, you're doing a whole bunch of stupid shit, even the buffer zone in Syria. My question to you are the leader now. Forget the other leader, forget Khamenei, whatever, all of these people. You are the leader, you are told by Trump to, you have to get rid of all of this shit. Are you ready to give up all your defense system? Okay, what I'm trying to say is just yes or no. It's a yes or no question. No. I'm just saying that the options aren't limited to what you say. You're trying to make this is what it's limited to. In my hypothetical, this is what it's limited to. Would you, it's a yes or no question. Would you give up the because that is a superficial question. It's not a superficial. This is what the requirements are. We're looking up. We'll ask ChatGPT, whatever. These are the requirements by America to remove the sanctions. What I'm saying is that leader is not qualified to make those decisions because he has. I'm not talking about. Oh my God, it's this woman, man. I put you in power. Forget the fucking leader. Forget the current leader. I'm making you a
Okay, Trump. Alright, so little, we're gonna give it to this other brother. This is, how do you say your name? Is it Naveed? Naveed, so the question is very simple. It's a very fucking simple question. Forget the current leadership. People have a problem with the current leadership. The question is very simple. Are you Iranian, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Please ask your question. Okay, the question is very simple. It's for any Iranians in the room. They can write it in the chat. They can do, if they don't want to come out there, But I need a simple answer. It's a yes or no question. Say there's a chance, right? You become a leader of Iran. Trump's conditions on the fucking list is get rid of the uranium enrichment program. You can't have hypersonic missile program. You can't have you can't have the proxies. And you have to normalize with your enemies like Israel and America. And there's other requirements as well. You can't have some special kind of weaponry on that land. Now, would you put down all of this shit? Say yes to everything that America tells you, or no? I think I understood your question very well. But the thing is that America is on the west. Iran is in the continent in itself. And for itself to have that power to keep itself, of course, it has to have its capability. Otherwise, you have to be, or you will be controlled. If you look at Iraq, Syria, and all these other countries, they were demolished. Literally, like Afghanistan and all these other countries. Iran in itself is a very powerful country, and they don't like that because the Arabian continent of the world, we call it, they also do not like Iran. So they have their own issues, and it's like continental issues and not the powers. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Yes. No, I know this. Would you put down the weapons? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. It's a very simple question. It's a yes or no. Your place as a leader of Iran. Can you ask me out, Amir? So they will go. Let her go really quick, and then I can ask you something. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no, Naveed. Would you put down all the weaponry to help your people and remove the sanctions? Can I ask if you have studied political science? I have. I don't need to. To be honest with you, look, Naveed, let me give you one example. Hold on a second. Hold on, Naveed. I don't have to be in the fucking, let's stop the Holocaust, okay? I'll give you that example. I'm telling you from all experience. Hold on a second, Naveed. I've studied in the history of the Middle East. My question is, what I should say. It's a yes or no question because I want to move over to I just want a simple answer. That was a hypothetical about. You're a leader. You're asked to do certain things by Trump. Trump is telling you no more uranium, no more this, no more that. You have to abide by every little condition on the fucking list to remove the occupation. It's a yes or no. You say yes, all the sanctions are removed. And you have to normalize shit with Israel and America. America will definitely set up a military base in Iran. It's a for sure deal. Because America likes to bully people, wants to set up and take over some land, and they will always do this. Like in Iraq, they by force, they're setting up a military base in Iraq. My question was just a yes or no. Would you do it? It's a yes or no. I will appreciate it if another person answers. Okay, cool. Okay, Shadi, what's your take on this? We'll go. If I were president, I would say no. Who would do that? No, of course. There we go. That's a simple answer. Yes or no, simple answer. Look, it doesn't matter. IRGC is terrorist, criminal, what it doesn't matter. I have a knife, and you know this guy is crazy beside you. You give him or not? Yes or no?
Israel. They're sending things to Israel. That's craziness. But Iran's not allowed to send things to Yemen to defend themselves. That's what you're saying. America's allowed to send everything they can, millions and millions and millions of dollars of weaponry to Israel. Crazy government.
You're in my world now, Diego. You're in my world now, Diego.
Look at that, straight up winning today. I always be curious about the way the world paints itself into our eyes. A little glass sphere helps turn that into a photograph.
I know who I am.
I'm John Kitover. Our lungs don't just keep us alive, they power everything we do. They can help through the nose. Out here, the air is cold and heavy, like training weights for breathing. I'm John Kitover.
Y'all quick check in. Folks keep sending me little pig emojis asking how the things are going. So the engineers, we got 7 of them now, all healthy, and they are getting big. A couple of them are pushing 150 pounds already.
It's a ghost town afternoon.
Wild dolphins straight off the bow. This is incredible. Music like synchronized dances. Good try, gentlemen. We need to talk risk tolerance and bad publicity. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with your vaccination update. State health officials report more than 72,000 new immunizations this week, and demand is holding steady after the winter surge.
You doing all right back there, Charlie? Someone...
I've got good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad. They gave you life. 5 viewers on your YouTube channel. I've got good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad. They gave you life. What's the good news? You finally cracked 5 viewers on your YouTube channel.
Did your shirt just
surrender. Button casualty, proceed. This is independence speakers. First, my condolences. It's a terrible tragedy. Of course, now the art section.
Pure 80s electricity. Pure princess. Making her way to the ring.
Always. Big guy. This is so sweet. Look at it. It's all bathing in candy.
All right, John, time to paint the masterpiece. Wigs on, nose is solid. John number 2 is good to go. Juggling warm-up complete. John 3 reporting for duty. 3 Johns, 1 crowd. We don't need
And community leaders across Illinois' 16th district are lining up behind Congressman John Kitover. The cheerful endorsement highlights his work on jobs, roads, and family farms. Now you must be Charlie, right? Welcome to Eat Like Please Eat. Oh, just like on the tide. Jumping like kings as the wind rolls by. Straight in the air with
You want to fight me? I'm feeling spicy, real zesty. What's good? Anybody want to fight me? Too cute? Anybody want to fight me? What's up? Too cute? Anybody want to fight me?
This gets all the way back here. Look at this roll. You got coated like.
I am feeling fruity. Just look into my eyes and you will see there is nothing there.
Stealth mode. Slide in the sun. Hit the switch. Tank fades. I'm gone. Only when we roll. Ghosts in the desert. No shadow. No tone. Cloak on. I'm untouchable. Flicker then vanish. Unstoppable. Hear the rumble. But stealth mode. Slide in the sun. Stealth mode. Slide in the sun.
What I'm trying to say is that if the leader of Iran is eliminated, Red is going to be eliminated. And also, the Iranians could have a chance to be free. That is why I'm talking about him getting out of the politics. And he also wants me to do. And the politics that being social science is not a yes or no answer. The explanation is the answer. You can't put it like in a multiple options questions or yes or no questions. It's qualitative, not quantitative. You can't say yes, no, black, white. Politics doesn't work like that. It's not like mathematics. Okay, thank you.
Can I answer her when you're done?
I just learned another one thing. Yes, many months ago, hang on a second, buddy. It wasn't yes or no in the real situation. It was hypothetical. It was a yes or no. But you answer the question just like you do. Con la vida nel male di tua vita. With all due respect to everybody, I'm pretty sure everybody have their own opinion. But as the Amir question he had was like, what are the
Community leaders across.
forward into the negotiations of having nuclear and the
more seconds, and then I think the Fuzzy were to jump in as well.
Yeah, quick check-in. Folks keep sending me little pig emojis asking how the pigs are doing.
It's been there for more than like 1,000 of years. Nobody have taken over or colonized it.
Oh, it's been
So it's something like thinking about it, right? You know what I mean? So when you think about hypersonic or these little stuff such as
excellent. Welcome back to King.
uranium development, these are all political excuses as such.
All right, John, time to paint the masterpiece. There's John, nose is struck.
Okay.
All right, John, time to paint the
I want to do it with Iran, but that's not going to happen. And then Madi wants to jump in. The U.S. can build a base.
Community leaders across Illinois' 16th district are lining up.
Why can they not build a base in Iran? Is my question.
They had 50,000 personnel in Iran before the revolution. So if there's another so-called regime change,
Community leaders across Illinois' 16th district are lining up behind Congressman Kitover. The cheerful endorsement highlights his work on jobs, roads, and family farms. At a rally.
You know, when you speak of geopolitical history, Iran is one of those countries that have never been colonized. So when you say colonized, that means we have the political control, whether it is economically or whatever else. Well, that's not true.
All right, John. All right, John, time to paint the map.
The British and the French, the British and the Russians took Iran as well. And something about the Islamic conquest, that was definitely, a conquest and colonization. Right. So I think, Naveed, we're going to pivot now. Thank you. Hopefully the answer. I mean, you're writing your name in Arabic letters, bro. Why do you think you're doing that? Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. Hold up. Can I just make one quick comment?
just one thing real quick. My question was to Ella and she left, so go ahead, Zero, and then go ahead.
Okay, very simple, okay? This is not their fucking first rodeo, okay? Iran has been attacked by the Roman Empire, the fucking Alexander the Great, the British, Mongolians. All these people said the same goddamn thing America said.
All right, John, time to paint the masterpiece.
Blah, 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 blah. Who's the one that's still standing?
All right, John, time to paint the map.
Shut. I'm Mike Tyson. I had 23 fights. I knocked out 21 people. Now you're telling me you're going to kick my ass in the next fight? It's like, okay, let's go. Let's try it. So Iran's been through this shit too many times, man.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Mike Tyson is on the case now.
Le pone la canción de una depresión loca.
That's what scares me.
My name is Alexandra Zariani. I'm filing a lawsuit against my stepfather, mother, grandmother, and others because I was sexually abused by my stepfather, Joseph Ruffalo, from the age of 6 years old. My name is Alexandra Zarini.
Thank you, God, for Alex Jones. Welcome to the show.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover with your vaccination. Wild golf and straight off the bow.
Maybe like another 15, 20. There's a. Oh, you're just gonna give me a green bean, weren't you? I know you were cool about even say that she was in the audience all the time, people know a bunch of shit about me. She was. Page man, you're this way, read the chat. Your page man, you're this. She's comparing me to page man. Because I was having a serious conversation about it. It was an easy yes or no question. Shadi, she answered the question really carefully.
Wild golf and straight off the bow. This is incredible. I got good news and bad news. Let's start with that. Wild golf and straight off the bow.
Okay, do you only answer the question again any day? So I got a slot. I don't. So the thing is about negotiations is that it's a give and a take, right? So you don't start a negotiation with all of your demands and you're unwilling to, modify any of them. And that's just not how negotiation is. But Ben gave you a hypothetical question. Was a hypothetical. Absolutely not. Right? You happy? No, under all of those conditions. Yeah, under all of those conditions, absolutely not. Right? But that's not how negotiations work. That's also true. Right? And in addition to that, so let's take sanctions because I don't really think the Iranians care that much about getting their sanctions. What the hell? Of course, honestly, man. The thing is, my legitimacy. But the fact of the matter is, it's been 40 years. If you can't get around sanctions,
June's done. You want to have a little fun? All right. What is done?
we also have another major issue going on in our boards right now, and I just wanted to speak on it. Because I don't think a lot of people understand why they're striking. It's not. The joint BRICS in 2024, Brazil, China, and Iran have
This is a monkey. What is a monkey? A monkey is a small cabin, and they can build in a weekend. It's just a few friends. It builds just like Lincoln Logs, and you don't need to take it as like a morning survival. You can use monkeys for all sorts of things, like the kids play with them.
in the last 6 months. Zero, you were in that room has been small, but they're lucky that they have a support network that brings China especially supporting them. They could help in create payment rails to get around sanctions. However, to go from that to argue that the sanctions, they just don't care about sanctions, that's utter nonsense. And by the way, India has just commandeered 3 tankers of Iranian oil. So India's getting on the act to placate the fucking West so they can get a good fucking slaves and show what good puppets they are to please their masters to intervene and try and sabotage Iran's methods of getting around sanctions. So when you've got all these lackey countries, big vassal states,
so hard. Let her finish. Let us finish.
It is not silly enough to cut off their oil supply to the climate game. The point is, politically that looks bad. Once again, it makes Iran look the bad guy in the eyes of the world. And Iran is constantly being attacked. The Europeans are literally hosting a conference promoting Reza everywhere they go. They're lining up in public just like Zelensky. But Iran is in a very precarious situation. It's ridiculous to say that they're comfortable and they care. They're on the precipice of economic and military disaster. So let's not underestimate.
What I'm trying to say is they don't care enough to get sanctions lifted and see to everything that the Americans are like,
That was right out of the also people care, not the government care.
The people definitely care. There's something about say the same thing about Cuba. The government itself, right? They benefit the people within the government. A lot of them benefit off the black market that the sanctions create. Take items. Yeah, let me go ahead. Let me.
Look, do the biases between ourselves and say whether this country is right or that country is right. But in terms of like me and you as a human being, you want to live a good life, right? It doesn't matter where you're from, right? Iran in itself, actually, to be honest, it's like I am not Iranian, but end of the sanctions that has been placed, it's too much. It has to negotiate, right? So you need to come to a negotiation term. It's not about like war.
That's what scares me. America's a family empire.
Kids don't make it a time. So you ain't
It's best to try to worth something anymore. They're not.
and I think to myself, wonderful world.
Let me just say, next to Mr. Trump and Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada made a big speech and he said, and matter of fact,
And I think to myself,
he just said the same thing.
wonderful world.
So now that's where we're at. So really,
I
we're in a position where they can start dealing with China and the EU and other things like that, whereas America is going to be the one on the outside. It's like, let me just finish this. Let's say you're playing basketball. There's 10 of you guys. Let me just quickly say this. Let's say there's 10 of you guys playing basketball. The one guy who owns the basketball says, well, if you don't let me play, I'm going to go home and take my basketball.
and I think to myself,
That's what's happening. Okay, go ahead.
Zero, what line of work are you in?
Look, well, I'm retired, but I do real estate primarily, and I also do my own stocks and stuff, but I'm retired.
and I think to myself,
Christmas microphone.
you want to stop? Okay, here we go. I am somebody. Somebody. I may be poor, but I am somebody.
United States.
The sanctions removed. Many years said that no, they don't want the sanctions.
Jeffrey Epstein has every major U.S. politician on video doing something terrible, probably to a child or to multiple people. The bottom line here is the United States government has become so corrupt that the time has come, I think, to clean the crap out of the stables and start over. What has happened over the years is the federal government has become an oppressive imperialist power in debt to the banks who should not be. Jeffrey Epstein has every major U.
When you see Jeffrey Jackson,
The adrenaline that was felt, it was moving, but it's what we fell for.
Video captured its life-saving mission on the Queensboro Bridge around 9 o'clock Monday night.
this hotel you find was purchased for $1.3 million last year, and after I will not visit the country of Israel.
Hi, everyone.
I swear to God, I got love for you. I swear to God, I don't know what you're talking about. He turned this up. No, yeah, he does get to turn it. Maybe he needs a lesson in audio engineering. My seatbelt's on. That's what it is. I'm a rebel.
Okay, moment of truth. Let's see what
Dinner for 6, my famous beef stew's gonna have the whole.
In a word, he is saint.
Ritual 2 slices, medium brown, no drama.
I think that was a really good practice. Shabby, you were number one. You did say, give me a straight answer. I like that straight answer, Bazzi. Give me a straight answer.